The expression of the tall and burly old man, who looked young for his age, darkened. He had spent almost his entire life in the Azure Cloud Saints sect after following his master, but he had never met someone who was bold enough to provoke the sect. The demi-saints might not be as strong as the saints, but they were only second to the saints. The Azure Cloud Saints sect, a saint-rank force, was in its prime, and it had 2 saints. The number of demi-saints was naturally bigger than that of saints. As such, the demi-saints were also the pillars of the Azure Cloud Saints sect. Alas, not only were the demi-saints from a force the sect died, but the sect even lost one of their demi-saints. Nothing like this had happened since the founding of the Azure Cloud Saints sect. The old man thought to himself. In his opinion, if he failed to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse and were killed by the heavenly tribulation, he would be too ashamed to face his ancestors and the predecessors of the Azure Cloud Saints sect in the afterworld. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man finally arrived. When he saw the old man and sensed the old man's terrifying aura that was filled with killing intent, he thought to himself, "I've never seen Junior Uncle so angry before." The middle-aged man could tell that the usually gentle and amicable old was furious at this moment. Similarly, he was furious as well. If the saint only killed the demi-saints from a force they governed, they could have let the matter slide if the other party was willing to take a step back. However, saints were not to be trifled with. If they used force, it would be a disaster if they failed to kill the other party and allowed the other party to escape. After all, there was no doubt that the other party would definitely seek revenge in the future. Although he and the old man were not afraid of the other party's revenge, it was impossible for them to protect everyone at all times. For this reason, they were unwilling to take such risks and rather compromise unless they were confident they could kill him. Greetings, Junior Grand Uncle and Junior Uncle. Greetings, Senior Uncle and Senior Brother. Meanwhile, the remaining demi-saints from the Azure Cloud Saints sect heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the old man and the middle-aged man appear in the sky above the Fu clan's estate. They finally felt at ease. In their opinion, their safety was now guaranteed now that the duo was present. After all, they were only demi-saints and were definitely no match for the purple-clad Duanling Tian even if they joined forces. A demi-saint and a saint were only one level apart, but the difference in strength was huge. At this time, the middle-aged man stepped forward. He looked at the purple-clad Duanling Tian with a dark expression on his face as his eyes burned with the flames of fury. After a moment, his divine consciousness swept toward Duanling Tian as he said, "I'm Guilin from the Azure Cloud sect, and this is my junior uncle, Zhao and Yi, 2 saints." Duanling Tian was barely affected when Guilin's divine consciousness swept over him. It felt as though a slight breeze had blown past him. In the past, saints and world supreme powerhouses were like powerful gods in his eyes. With just a finger, they could easily crush him. However, things were different now. He was naturally eager to test his newfound strength. He wanted to see the difference in strength between him and the saints from the Azure Cloud Saints sect. Meanwhile, the onlookers who had gathered to watch the show quickly moved to a safe distance when the 2 saints from the Azure Cloud Saints sect arrived. They were afraid of being affected by the impending battle between saints. Before Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses, saints were the strongest existence in both the outer boundary and the myriad worlds after all. The 2 saints from the Azure Cloud Saints sect are here. I didn't expect Senior Zhao and Yi to still be alive. In the past, Senior Zhao used to be a famous prodigy in the outer boundary. He became a saint a very long time ago, and is one of the strongest saints in the outer boundary. As for Senior Guilin, he only became a saint a few years ago. Demi-saints are really insignificant when compared to saints. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, it would be impossible for that saint dressed in a purple robe to kill 3 demi-saints so quickly. I wonder which force this purple-clad saint belongs to? It's likely that he's from the myriad worlds since most saints from the outer boundary know each other. Based on Senior Zhao's words, it's clear that he doesn't know the purple-clad saint at all. The onlookers fervently discussed among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian. Similar to them, the 2 saints and the members of the Azure Cloud Saints sect also wondered which force Duanling Tian belonged to. Guilin asked solemnly, "Sir, Which world did you come from? Then he added, I'm afraid you'll be in trouble if you can't provide us with a satisfactory explanation. While Guilin spoke, Zhao and Yi's divine consciousness shrouded a large area around them. Duanling Tian smiled faintly when faced with the domineering Guilin. He said, I'd like to see what kind of trouble I'd get into. Very well. I'll satisfy your wish, Guilin said sinisterly. Subsequently, his divine energy swept out in all directions, and he cast his law of fire that was at the paramount stage. A crimson blade appeared out of thin air in his hand. No one knew if the heat the blade emanated was from the law of fire or the material it was forged from. At the same time, the demi-saint behind Guilin quickly retreated when they sensed his terrifying divine energy. On the contrary, Zhao and Yi, the old man who was standing next to Guilin, did not move at all. It was clear that he was completely unaffected by Guilin's divine energy. Although Guilin was also a saint like him, Guilin was much weaker than him after all. Not only that, but he also had much more experience compared to Guilin. There are a few world supreme powerhouses whom I'd only heard of but never met before. Once he makes a move, I should be able to guess his identity unless he's a new saint. Zhao and Yi did not plan to join forces with Guilin for now. He was going to observe and only assist Guilin if it was necessary. Even if Guilin was weaker than Duanling Tian, Guilin would not lose or fall into a disadvantageous position in a short time. After all, even a veteran like him could not defeat Guilin within 100 moves. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Guilin looked like a fire god when he made his move. He wielded his flaming blade and charged out. He did not hold back, casting his law of fire at the paramount stage, his weapon Dao, and his bloodline power. Even after becoming a saint, his bloodline power could still boost his strength. The stronger one became, the stronger one's bloodline power would be as well. A ray of blood-red light shot out from Guilin's body before it took on the form of a blood-red tiger and roared. Its thunderous roar shook the sky. As soon as it appeared, Guilin's strength soared tremendously. Take this! Guilin slashed at Duanling Tian. And in just a moment, flames raged around Duanling Tian, turning the sky crimson. At the same time, the gigantic blood tiger roared again. Swoosh! In the next moment, a ray of light shot through the void toward Duanling Tian, leaving spatial tears in its wake. It looked as though the world was about to end at this moment. Those at and below the realm of demi-saints instinctively retreated when they sensed the terrifying aura of the attack. It's so powerful. Is this the true strength of a saint? Guilin was the second most powerful person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect after Zhao and Yi. Since Zhao and Yi spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, the responsibility to protect the sect had always been shouldered by Guilin. Previously, most people thought that he was nowhere near as strong as Zhao and Yi, even though he was also a saint. However, they were shocked when they witnessed his strength today. He was still no match for Zhao and Yi, but he was much more powerful than they had thought. Swoosh! Spatial tears appeared in the crimson sky as the flaming blade ray shot out. In just a blink of an eye, it was only inches away from Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian remained motionless. Meanwhile, the onlookers could barely contain their excitement as they watched the fight. What is he doing? Is he too shocked to react? Impossible. He might not be as strong as Senior Zhao and Yi, but he shouldn't be weaker than Senior Gua. Is this all you got? Duanling Tian asked contemptuously. At the same time, the space around Duanling Tian began to distort. In just a moment, countless sword rays appeared and formed a huge humanoid silhouette. It raised its hand and swung it toward the flaming blade. Bang! The flaming blade ray was easily destroyed by the gigantic hand like a candle that was put out. The gigantic figure withdrew its hand after destroying the blade ray as the spatial tears mended themselves. In just a moment, silence descended and peace was restored after the storm had passed. Guilin exclaimed in disbelief, breaking the silence. How's this possible? Following that, Guilin struck again. An even more powerful flaming blade ray shot toward Duanling Tian again. Swoosh! Alas, the flaming blade ray was still easily crushed by the gigantic figure. The onlookers were thoroughly shocked as they watched with wide eyes. How's this possible? Impossible. Even Senior Zhao doesn't possess this kind of terrifying strength. At the same time, the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect looked at each other in shock and disbelief as well. Similar to the others, Zhao Yi and solemn expression was replaced by one of shock and disbelief. At this time, Duanling Tian's terrifyingly powerful divine consciousness suddenly surged out, crushing those of Zhao and Yi and Guilin. Guilin, who was caught off guard, spat out a mouthful of blood. Colors drained from his face immediately. It was clear that he had suffered. On the other hand, Zhao Yi, the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, felt his soul shudder after sensing Duanling Tian's powerful divine consciousness. All kinds of emotions surged in his heart at this moment. You! After he recovered, Guilin's eyes were filled with fear and unease as he looked at Duanling Tian. He looked like a child who had been caught misbehaving by his parents at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi cupped his fists together at Duanling Tian and bowed as he said in a slightly trembling voice, Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian. Guilin was pulled back to his senses upon hearing Zhao and Yi's words. His face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably as realization dawned on him. He quickly cupped his fists together and bowed at Duanling Tian as well as he said, Guilin greets Lord Duanling Tian. Please forgive me for not recognizing you. After Duanling Tian's divine consciousness easily crushed those of Zhao and Yi and Guilin, how could they not know who they were facing at this moment? They had seen Feng Qingyang previously when they went to the heaven-traversing pagoda. As such, the purple-clad young man in front of them could only be Duanling Tian, the other level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the duo's opinion, Duanling Tian was more terrifying compared to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had comprehended the law to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 7th stage before he underwent the fatal heavenly tribulation as an intermediate supreme god. With his strength, it was not hard for him to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation, which was much weaker for an intermediate supreme god. On the other hand, Duanling Tian had undergone the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god. The fatal heavenly tribulation for an advanced supreme god was much stronger. Even if Zhao and Yi and Guilin possessed Duanling Tian's strength when they were advanced supreme gods, they were not confident they could survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Although the onlookers were watching from a distance away, they could clearly hear Zhao and Yi and Guilin thanks to their cultivation. At the same time, they recalled the heavenly text that appeared in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. Congratulations to Duanling Tian from the God-defying world. After entering the Forbidden Realm and overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, he has successfully become the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history, surpassing all saints and world supreme powerhouses. Duanling Tian? He's Lord Duanling Tian, the second level 7 supreme powerhouse. Heavens! No wonder he was so terrifyingly powerful and crushed Senior Guilin's attacks so easily. He even injured Senior Guilin with only his divine consciousness. He's Duanling Tian? On the other hand, the survivors of the Fu clan were overwhelmed with despair when they realized the purple-clad young man who attacked their clan and killed their 2 demi-saints was Duanling Tian, a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As members of a demi-saint rank force, they naturally knew that Feng Qingyang, the other level 7 supreme powerhouse, was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, preventing others from entering the pagoda. There were many saints and world supreme powerhouses from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, but none of them had joined forces to deal with Feng Qingyang despite their yearning to enter the pagoda. Based on this, it was clear that those saints and world supreme powerhouses were afraid of Feng Qingyang and were not confident about defeating Feng Qingyang even if they joined forces. No one was willing to make a move. Even if they managed to defeat Feng Qingyang if they joined forces, they could still die. It was not easy for them to cultivate to this point, so they would not risk their lives unless it was absolutely necessary. There were those who were brave enough to take the risk, but they knew it would be impossible for the few of them to defeat Feng Qingyang. For all these reasons, all of them decided to wait and see instead of challenging Feng Qingyang. After all, in their opinion, it was impossible for Feng Qingyang to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda forever. The members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect present on the scene turned pale as well. They did not expect the purple-clad young man to be the famous supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world who stirred up a storm in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. At the same time, they thought that he who, the demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect who was killed by Duanling Tian earlier, had died in vain. If Duanling Tian were a saint, the Azure Cloud Saint sect could avenge he who. Alas, Duanling Tian was one of only 2 level supreme powerhouses in the world, and he was much more powerful than saints. There was nothing the Azure Cloud Saint sect could do. If the sect provoked Duanling Tian, it might even bring disaster to the sect. When they regained their senses, they greeted Duanling Tian in unison. "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." The survivors from the Fu clan and the onlookers in the distance quickly followed suit. "Greetings, Lord Duanling Tian." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at Zhao and Yi with a slightly surprised expression and asked, "How do you know I'm Duanling Tian?" After all, Feng Qingyang, his master, was also a level 7 supreme powerhouse. "Lord Duan, I had the honor of meeting Lord Feng near the heaven-traversing pagoda." Zhao and Yi replied truthfully. Duanling Tian nodded. In the god-defying world, before returning to the outer boundary, he had heard that Feng Qingyang was standing guard at the heaven-traversing to prevent saints and world supreme powerhouses from entering the pagoda. After listening to Zhao and Yi, he knew that Zhao and Yi must have gone to the heaven-traversing pagoda to try his luck and met Feng Qingyang at that time. "Master!" A hint of excitement flashed in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes when he thought about his master. It had been a long time since they last met, after all. He also did not expect Feng Qingyang to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse ahead of him. Meanwhile, Guolin was overcome with anxiety when he saw Duanling Tian ignoring him. He quickly said, "Lord Duan, please forgive me for my folly. I have no complaints if you want to take my life, but please have mercy on the members of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. They're innocent." In the past, Guolin would never have dreamed that he, who had entered the realm of saints, would have to lower his head in fear and beg for mercy. After all, saints were once the peak existence in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. They were untouchable. However, this changed after heaven announced the birth of 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses after they passed the fatal heavenly tribulation. The 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses quietly surpassed all the saints and world supreme powerhouses. There was no warning at all. When they found out about it, there was nothing they could do about it even if they felt unwilling. They had stood at the peak for so long. How could they be willing now that someone had surpassed them? In their opinion, Feng Qingyang was the same as them. Otherwise, he would not guard the heaven-traversing pagoda and prevent others from entering the pagoda. In their eyes, his actions proved that he, like them, also did not want others to surpass him or catch up to him. If they had known earlier that the duo would surpass them and become the first 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world after the gap in history, they would have done everything in their power to stop the duo. They would not hesitate to kill the duo at all. Alas, it was too late, and the duo had already surpassed them. Guolin had seen how Duanling Tian had effortlessly destroyed his attacks earlier. He was terrified by the strength of a level 7 supreme powerhouse. The gap was truly too big, and it made him feel hopeless. Not to mention killing him, he knew it would be easy for Duanling Tian to kill Zhao and Yi, who was much stronger than him, and destroy the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Despite having to lower his head, Guolin did not feel humiliated. After all saints and world supreme powerhouses had to lower their heads in front of such a terrifying person. Instead, there was a small wisp of hope in his heart at this moment. He hoped that Duanling Tian would show mercy to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Before Duanling Tian could reply, Zhao and Yi, who was standing at the side, also pleaded, "Lord Duanling Tian, if you're able to forgive Guolin and the Azure Cloud Saint sect, the Azure Cloud Saint sect will swear loyalty to you and serve you." As the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao and Yi was naturally qualified to speak on behalf of the sect. He did not feel reluctant at all. After all, Duanling Tian was one of the most powerful people in the world. Even if the sect did not provoke Duanling Tian, Duanling Tian could easily destroy the sect. At this time, the members of the Azure Cloud Saints sect, who were standing nearby, waited for Duanling Tian's response with bated breath, feeling helpless and anxious. Their hearts were racing at this moment. They were afraid that Duanling Tian would refuse and insist on destroying the Azure Cloud Saint sect in a fit of anger. It was fine if they died, but they still had relatives and disciples in the Azure Cloud Saint sect. As for the survivors from the Fu clan, their faces turned ashen as soon as they saw the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect pleading for mercy. They were frightened out of their wits and hurriedly fell to their knees to beg for mercy. Lord Duanling Tian, please forgive us. Please forgive me, Lord Duan. I'm willing to leave the Fu clan. Lord Duan, my father was a member of the Fu clan. He has already passed away. I'm willing to sever my relationship with my father and the Fu clan. I promise to change my surname as well. Please show mercy. At the same time, the onlookers who came to watch the show were greatly shocked by this scene. Although they knew the people mentioned in the heavenly text were extraordinary and terrifying, it was different when they witnessed it for themselves. In front of level 7 supreme powerhouses, saints were as weak as chickens. This was clearly demonstrated when Duanling Tian crushed Guolin's attack with just one move. One onlooker even thought to himself, he's really too strong. If I can have such strength, it doesn't even matter if I only have a few days to live. The purple-clad Duanling Tian, who was hovering in the air at this moment, seemed to hold everyone's lives in his hands at this moment. With just his words, he could determine the life and death of saints and saint-rank forces. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian looked at Zhao and Yi and Guolin and said indifferently, I can let this matter go. Zhao Yi and Guolin trembled upon hearing these words. A hint of surprise could be seen on their faces at this moment. Duanling Tian continued to say, I'll visit the Azure Cloud Saint sect in 3 months. At that time, I hope to see these two people. As he spoke, Duanling Tian used his divine consciousness and formed the pictures of Han Jiang and Tuobel Yangcheng, the two demi-saints who had helped the Fu clan kill Duanyu way back then. Han Jiang and Tuobel Yangcheng were all from the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. Even if the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect did not know them, it was impossible for the other demi-saints from the sect not to know them. If you catch them, I won't pursue the matter that happened today. If one of them is missing, Duanling Tian said threateningly, frightening Zhao and Yi and Guolin. Zhao and Yi and Guolin naturally did not dare to take Duanling Tian's words lightly. Following that, Duanling Tian disappeared into thin air. Through the memories of Fu Liangming, the demi-saint from the Fu clan, Duanling Tian knew the locations of the cultivation grounds of Han Jiang and Tuobel Yangcheng. However, one of them was a sectless cultivator and was often away from his cultivation ground. Now that he had people to run errands for him, there was no need for him to look for the duo one by one. All he needed to do was wait for 3 months before going to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. At that time, he would be able to meet the duo and completely avenge Duan Yue. After Duanling Tian left, Zhao and Yi Guolin, and the few people from the Azure Cloud Saint sect sighed in relief immediately. Similarly, the surviving members of the Fu clan also sighed in relief now that they had avoided a huge disaster. At the same time, the onlookers were busy discussing among themselves. Lord Duan seemed to have asked the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect to look for someone. Who is he looking for? Who dared to offend Lord Duan? A few smart and observant people quickly enlightened the others. Those people Lord Duan is looking for are likely related to the demi-saints of the Fu clan. He came here and attacked the Fu clan. It's clear that the clan had offended him. No, to be precise, the two demi-saints from the Fu clan had offended him. This was rather obvious since Duanling Tian did not take action against the remaining members of the Fu clan. After Zhao and Yi Guolin and the others from the Azure Cloud Saint sect left the scene, Guolin asked Zhao Yi and through voice transmission, Han Jiang and Tuobel Yancheng? Junior uncle, why do you think he's looking for those two people? Fear still lingered in Guolin's heart at this moment. Although his mind was in a mess, he did not dare to forget the people that Duanling Tian wanted them to find. In fact, Guilin was no stranger to Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng. Han Jiang was the strongest member of the Han clan, a demi-saint rank force governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He had met the other party a few times before. As for Tuoba Liancheng, he had never met the other party, but he had heard of the other party. Tuoba Liancheng was rather famous in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect after all. If I'm not mistaken, just like the two demi-saints from the Fu clan, those two must have offended him as well. Zhao and Yi replied. He was much calmer than Guilin at this moment. Based on the fact that Duanling Tian killed the two demi-saints from the Fu clan as soon as he arrived, he surmised that Duanling Tian did not kill the two on a whim. Guilin was taken aback. Where did they find the courage to offend such a terrifying person? Upon hearing this, Zhao and Yi said angrily, "Don't forget that he only entered the realm of supreme powerhouses not long ago. When the heavenly text appeared for the first time and made him famous in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, he was just an advanced supreme god. He left quite a while ago, but you still haven't returned to your senses." Guilin was stunned. Then he said with a sheepish smile, "Indeed, I'm not in my right mind now. After all, I really thought that I was going to die earlier. To be honest, that was the first time I've ever felt so desperate. Even before joining the sect, I've never felt that way even though I encountered many dangers." Guilin was naturally not an ordinary person since he was able to become a saint. His mental strength was usually strong, but the opponent's earlier was truly too overwhelming. How could he not be frightened? When the heavenly text appeared for the first time a few years ago, it announced that he was the first person to enter the Forbidden Realm and survive the fatal heavenly tribulation after the gap in history. Guilin murmured. The demi-saints from the Fu clan, Han Jiang, and Tuoba Liancheng must have offended him before he became a supreme powerhouse. Zhao and Yi speculated. Not long after he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, he went to the Fu clan and killed the two demi-saints. It's clear that he had a huge grudge against the two demi-saints. If I'd known earlier that he was Duanling Tian and that the Fu clan had offended him, I wouldn't have allowed the sect to stand up for them. I feel sorry for he who, the demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect whom Duanling Tian killed, was also Zhao and Yi's nephew. Guilin scoffed. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes as he said, "Those two from the Fu clan, Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng, are trash. They allowed someone below the realm of supreme powerhouses to escape under their noses. As a result, that Duanling Tian soared to such great heights. Wouldn't it be great if they had killed him back then? Alas, someone stronger than us finally appeared in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds." Guilin spoke through voice transmission from the beginning until the end. He naturally did not dare to say such words out loud. After all, what if Duanling Tian had yet to leave and was secretly watching them? Zhao and Yi sighed when he heard Guilin's words. Similar to Guilin, he had also cursed at those useless people in his heart countless times. Perhaps those useless people did not think Duanling Tian was a threat because he was just an advanced supreme god at that time, so they ignored him. They did not expect that Duanling Tian would rise to such heights, surpassing everyone and possessing the strength to kill everyone with just a snap of his fingers. Unfortunately, we can't turn back time. Since the matter has come to this point, those useless people will have to bear the consequences. Zhao and Yi and Guilin were unaware that Duanling Tian had only met Fu Liangyu, the new demi-saint from the Fu clan, in the past. He had never met Fu Liangming, Han Jiang, and Tuoba Liancheng before. They naturally did not know he did not have a personal grudge against them and was only doing this to avenge Duan Yue. "Let's send everyone back first before we look for those two people," Zhao and Yi said. "Han Jiang should be in the Han clan. As for Tuoba Liancheng, I don't know if he's in his cultivation ground. I'll look for Han Jiang, and you'll look for Tuoba Liancheng. There's no need to worry if Tuoba Liancheng is in his cultivation ground. I'm only afraid he's not there." Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng were only demi-saints. It was not hard at all for Zhao and Yi and Guilin, who were saints, to bring them back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. In fact, they could have just ordered Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng to come to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. After all, they were the overlords of the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. Nobody would dare to offend them if they wanted to stay in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. However, due to the severity of the matter, the two of them decided to personally take action. After all, if Duanling Tian did not see Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng in the Azure Cloud Saint sect after 3 months, the sect would definitely suffer the consequences. Guolin scoffed as he said fiercely, "Even if Tuoba Liancheng isn't in his cultivation ground or territories of our sect, I'll do everything in my power to bring him back." Meanwhile, after leaving, Duanling Tian quickly made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He recalled the heavenly text that announced the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Heaven and earth should rejoice and celebrate the birth of the first Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse after the gap in history. After this, the heaven-traversing pagoda will appear above the ocean at the center of the outer boundary. Level 5 and Level 6 Supreme Powerhouses can enter the pagoda. After successfully passing a series of tests, one will be rewarded with the Heaven Protection Talisman that can help one block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. It did not take long for Duanling Tian to arrive at his destination. From afar, he saw the magnificent and towering heaven-traversing pagoda in the sky that emanated a mysterious light. Even from a distance, he could sense its terrifying and extraordinary aura. When Duanling Tian drew close, he entered the barrier that was constructed by someone's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness was stronger than those of the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect and was comparable to his. He naturally knew that it belonged to his master, Feng Qingyang. "Master!" Duanling Tian called out respectfully as he extended his divine consciousness. He sped up and arrived next to the heaven-traversing pagoda in just a blink of an eye. Duanling Tian looked at the familiar figure in front of him. After so many years, his master still looked the same. However, his master's aura was more profound than before, and his gaze was mysterious. "Little Tian," Feng Qingyang said with a bright smile, "I saw the heavenly text. You've also become a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse." Duanling Tian said with a smile, "Master, congratulations on becoming the first Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse after the gap in history." Duanling Tian had always felt grateful to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was the person who helped him with his sword Dao. Without Feng Qingyang, he would not have been able to grow so rapidly and achieve so many shocking feats. Not only that, but Feng Qingyang had also helped him many times with other matters. Feng Qingyang had even saved his life when he was on the brink of death. He was sincerely happy that Feng Qingyang had become a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse. "I was lucky I inherited the legacy of the Sword of Time. Thanks to the legacy, my law progressed rapidly and helped me soar to great heights," Feng Qingyang said modestly with a smile on his face. "Both of us, master and disciple, have finally become Level 7 Supreme Powerhouses against all odds. There'll be an even bigger commotion when they find out about our relationship. That's right, they only know that we're both from the God-defying world now. No one knows that we're master and disciple," Duanling Tian said with a nod as his smile widened. Duanling Tian thought about Kuer, who was now in his little world, and continued to say, "Thank you, master, for helping Kuer get rid of that soul imprisonment technique." "There's no need to be so polite," Feng Qingyang said as he waved his hand. "She's your wife. Moreover, even if I didn't take action, you would have been able to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique as well." Duanling Tian did not say anything after listening to these words, but his gratitude toward Feng Qingyang did not diminish. Although Feng Qingyang's words were true, the fact that Feng Qingyang helped Kuer as soon as he broke through showed that Feng Qingyang had always kept Duanling Tian in his mind. After a while, Feng Qingyang asked, "Little Tian, what do you think about me guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda and preventing others from entering it?" Duanling Tian shook his head. His eyes shone coldly as he said with a sneer, "Master, if I became a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse first, I would have done the same thing. I wouldn't allow them to take the shortcut that heaven granted them. Heaven is really unfair. It did not give us any shortcuts, but as soon as we broke through, it gave everyone a shortcut. Why do we have to undergo the fatal heavenly tribulation while they were given a shortcut? It's clear that heaven is targeting us." Duanling Tian continued to say, "Master, after I'm done making arrangements for my family and dealing with other matters, I'll return to guard the heaven-traversing pagoda. We'll take turns guarding the pagoda. No one is allowed to enter." Duan Lingtian had no intention of giving in regarding this matter. He was not worried about heaven retaliating against them. After all, if heaven could kill them directly, it would not have created the heaven-traversing pagoda to deal with them. Through the memories of the Void Elder, Duan Lingtian also knew that heaven had never directly killed someone before the historical gap. As such, he speculated that there must be some sort of restriction. As for the catastrophe that resulted in the death of all living things and the world returning to chaos, the Void Elder had speculated that it might not have anything to do with heaven. There should be more to it. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily, looking carefree. He said, "Little Tian, I share the same sentiment. However, there's no need for us to take turns guarding this place. I can deal with it alone. I can cultivate anywhere after all. You should spend some quality time with your family for a period of time." Feng Qingyang paused for a moment as he recalled something. His expression turned serious as he continued to say, "Little Tian, I believe you've already discovered the changes in our little worlds after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. The energy around the divine tree of life is extremely rich and comparable to places in the outer boundary and myriad worlds with the richest energy. The concentration energy in our little worlds is rich enough for cultivators below the realm of supreme powerhouses to cultivate. If your family is willing, you should let them cultivate in your little world. It'll be safer for them as well." Feng Qingyang lived an unfettered life, but Duan Lingtian had many family and friends. For this reason, he had to be very cautious so enemies could not use them to threaten him. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words. After thinking about it, he thought that Feng Qingyang's suggestion was very reasonable. He knew that his little world was a suitable cultivation ground, but life would be monotonous there. As such, not everyone would be willing to stay in a little world to cultivate. After all, the freedom one had in the outside world was much better than that in a little world. "I'll ask for their opinions," Duan Lingtian said with a nod. "If they're unwilling to stay in my little world, I'll speak to Lord Xiao. I'll suggest turning my little world into a realm of gods in the god-defying world. With that, my family will still be able to have their freedom while being under my protection." Duan Lingtian knew quite a bit about the realms of gods in the god-defying world. They belonged to 18 supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world and were connected to god-defying world's guarding formation. He was confident that Xiao Mubai and the other lords of the god-defying world would not object to his suggestion. After all, turning Duan Lingtian's little world into a realm of God would strengthen the guarding formation that protected the god-defying world. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. "That's a great idea." The master and disciple continued to chat casually. The scorching sun hung high in the clear blue sky above the heaven-traversing pagoda. The pagoda, which was built from unknown materials that gave it a glossy surface, reflected the sunlight onto the duo, created a shimmering and mysterious pattern. At this moment, Duan Lingtian decided to extend his divine consciousness toward the heaven-traversing pagoda, but he quickly discovered that it was blocked by a mysterious energy. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly, as expected of something created by heaven. Although heaven might not be able to directly attack Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Duan Lingtian had a feeling that heaven would not stay idle now that they decided to stop others from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. It was likely that heaven would act soon. Duan Lingtian recalled the heavenly text that appeared after he broke through and became a supreme powerhouse. Heaven and earth should rejoice and celebrate the birth of the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history. After this, the heaven-traversing pagoda will appear above the ocean at the center of the outer boundary. Level 5 and Level 6 supreme powerhouses can enter the pagoda. After successfully passing a series of tests, one will be rewarded with the Heaven Protection Talisman that can help one block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. With this, it was clear that heaven was trying to help saints and world's supreme powerhouses to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation. Now that Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang were standing in heaven's way, heaven would surely come up with other ways to help the saints and world's supreme powerhouses. After a while, Duan Lingtian said, "Master, I'll take my leave first to attend to personal matters. If you need help, please send your doppelganger to the Xia clan. I'd left one of my doppelgangers there." "All right," Feng Qingyang replied with a nod. Feng Qingyang bade farewell to Duanling Tian and watched Duanling Tian leave with a smile on his face. His thoughts drifted away as he gazed into the distance. Memories of Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian was still in the mundane realm appeared in his mind. At that time, Duanling Tian was not even a celestial yet, and he was already the powerful heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Feng Qingyang thought about how his disciple surpassed him before his breakthrough, and he could not help but sigh in relief now that he had caught up to his disciple, since he managed to preserve his dignity as Duanling Tian's master. I finally caught up to him. Although Duanling Tian had always been respectful to Feng Qingyang even after he had grown stronger than Feng Qingyang was still slightly bothered that his disciple had surpassed him. He was naturally proud that his disciple had surpassed him, but at the same time, it came with a sense of helplessness. After parting ways with Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian did not return to the god-defying world immediately. Instead, he traveled across a vast expanse of ocean and land like the wind. It did not take long before he entered a towering mountain range that was shrouded by a somber atmosphere. The mountain range was mostly barren. Once in a while, demon beasts sweep past, stirring up clouds of dust before vanishing out of sight. This place was none other than Crimson Demon Ridge, where Duanling Tian nearly died. When Duanling Tian first arrived in the outer boundary, he had stumbled into Crimson Demon Ridge after leaving the sea. The owner of Crimson Demon Ridge was the Crimson Devil, a supreme powerhouse. It was rumored that the Crimson Demon was injured during the once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. As such, he was desperately searching for a suitable body to possess. With his unique bloodline power, he could possess a new body once in his life. At that time, the Crimson Demon had put Duanling Tian through a series of tests to determine if Duanling Tian's body fulfilled his requirements. However, before the tests ended, Duanling Tian managed to escape Crimson Demon Ridge with the help of other prodigies. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly came to a stop in the sky above the mountain range. His expression was calm as he said tonelessly, "Crimson Demon, why don't you come out and meet an old friend of yours?" Duanling Tian's voice was not loud, but it was heard by everyone in Crimson Demon Ridge. Soon after his voice fell, many figures appeared in the sky. They were the Crimson Demon's personal guards. Among them, there were a few whom Duanling Tian was familiar with. Those who were present looked at the purple-clad young man in front of them, and one of them muttered under his breath, "He looks familiar." As the Centurion of Crimson Demon Ridge, a puppet of the Crimson Demon, he had not left Crimson Ridge for many years. In other words, there was a high chance that he had met the other party in Crimson Demon Ridge. Isn't he Duanling Tian? At this time, another Centurion, who also found Duanling Tian familiar, recalled where he had seen the young man in front of him before. They had met in Crimson Demon Ridge many years ago. He had seen Duanling Tian when Wuxia, the commander, fought Duanling Tian. At that time, Duanling Tian was only an intermediate supreme god, but he was comparable to Wuxia. In the end, Duanling Tian had a sudden burst of power and almost escaped from Crimson Demon Ridge. If Wuxia did not activate the formation created by the Crimson Demon, Duanling Tian would have successfully escaped. After the formation was activated, the Crimson Demon appeared. Duanling Tian was forced to fight Wuxia, one of the Crimson Demon's strongest subordinates. Again. In the end, he managed to kill Wuxia, causing a huge commotion among the puppets. With that, all of them knew that only the Crimson Demon alone could suppress Duanling Tian in Crimson Demon Ridge. Initially, they thought the Crimson Demon would definitely possess Duanling Tian. They were shocked when they found out that he managed to escape from the Crimson Demon and Crimson Demon Ridge. After that, the Crimson Demon killed many puppets in a fit of rage. There was terrible bloodshed in Crimson Demon Ridge that day. They did not expect that Duanling Tian, who escaped, would return to Crimson Demon Ridge again. They thought that he was too bold. Was he not afraid of the Crimson Demon? Although the Crimson Demon had found and possessed a new body, it was likely that he would turn Duanling Tian into a puppet to vent his anger. He escaped back then. Why did he come back? The Centaurians were puzzled. They did not understand why he would return after escaping from Crimson Demon Ridge. They had also seen the heavenly text a while ago, but they did think the Duanling Tian mentioned in the heavenly text was the Duanling Tian in front of them. They assumed they just shared the same name. After all, based on how much time had passed, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be a supreme powerhouse, let alone a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian? The Crimson Demon finally appeared. He now possessed a different body, and Duanling Tian could vaguely recognize the real owner of this body. The other party was also among the prodigies the Crimson Demon imprisoned back then. As soon as the Crimson Demon appeared, he extended his divine consciousness toward Duanling Tian. He was surprised by Duanling Tian's return and wanted to probe him. Crimson Demon. It's been a while since we last met. The Centaurians retreated when the Crimson Demon's divine consciousness swept out, but Duanling Tian did not move at all. Instead, he smiled and extended his divine consciousness as well. In just a moment, Duanling Tian's divine consciousness crushed that of the Crimson Demon. The pressure from Duanling Tian's divine consciousness caused the Crimson Demon to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face paled and his body trembled as his eyes widened in shock and fear. At this moment, he recalled the 2 heavenly texts that appeared years ago. Congratulations to Duanling Tian, the advanced supreme god from the god-defying world, on breaking into the Forbidden Realm and successfully overcoming the fatal heaven tribulation. You're expected to become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history and surpass all the world's supreme powerhouses and saints in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Congratulations to Duanling Tian from the god-defying world. After entering the Forbidden Realm and overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, he has successfully become the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the gap in history, surpassing all saints and world supreme powerhouses. When the Crimson Demon saw the first heavenly text, he was instantly reminded of Duanling Tian, whom he had planned to possess before the other party escaped from Crimson Demon Ridge. Nonetheless, he did not think that they were the same person. When he saw the second heavenly text, he was even more certain that they could not be the same person. Even today when Duanling Tian appeared, he did not think that Duanling Tian was the Duanling Tian mentioned in the heavenly texts until this moment. Duanling Tian managed to crush the Crimson Demon's divine consciousness. Not only that, but he also injured the Crimson Demon's lungs and turned his little world upside down with his divine consciousness alone. At this time, the vital energy of the divine tree of life in his little world had greatly depleted. With this, how could he not figure out that the Duanling Tian in front of him was the Duanling Tian mentioned in the heavenly texts? Duanling Tian was now one of the 2 most powerful people in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds, far stronger than saints and world supreme powerhouses. The Centaurians were also shocked. They also recalled the heavenly texts they had seen. How's this possible? Duanling Tian. Don't tell me he's Duanling Tian, the level 7 supreme powerhouse. The Centaurians' hearts and souls shook. They did not expect the table to turn so suddenly. When they had first met him, he was just an intermediate supreme god. However, now, he already stood at the peak of the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. If they had not witnessed this with their own eyes, they would not have believed such an outrageous thing. Lord Duan. Frightened, the Crimson Demon fell to his knees. He trembled all the way down to his soul. No wonder he dares to return after escaping. He didn't come to seek death but revenge. The Crimson Demon lost all will to resist as soon as he confirmed that Duanling Tian was a level 7 supreme powerhouse. There was no way for him to win this fight after all. He was among the weaker supreme powerhouses. Even a level 4 supreme powerhouse could easily kill him. How could he stand a chance against someone who was even more powerful than saints? The Crimson Demon pleaded, Lord Duan, I know I won't be able to atone for the crimes I committed against you in the past. However, I hope you'll spare my life. I promise to serve you and stay by your side as your servant. How boring, Duanling Tian said. shaking his head. Duanling Tian did not move, but the crimson demon, who was kneeling in the air, suddenly froze before he shattered and vanished into thin air. Just like that, the crimson demon died. As soon as the crimson demon died, the centurions looked delighted. All of them fell to their knees in unison and thanked Duanling Tian profusely. "Thank you, Lord Duan, for giving me a new lease on life. Thank you, Lord Duan." Now that the crimson demon died, the puppets naturally regained their freedom. More and more puppets appeared, kneeling on the ground to thank Duanling Tian. Some were so excited and happy that they burst into tears. Duanling Tian had yet to respond to them when he suddenly noticed a slight movement in the sky. Following that, the originally clear sky darkened as dark clouds rolled in. Purple lightning flashed in the sky as though it was heralding a storm. Then, as though a huge hand had parted the clouds to reveal the sun, the heavenly text, which had not been seen for a long time, appeared again. After the heavenly text appeared, the dark clouds that had been parted turned red before it began to rain blood. Apart from the heavenly text that remained unaffected in the sky, blood rained down as far as the eyes could see. Blood did not only rain in Crimson Demon Ridge but in its surrounding areas as well. This was the phenomenon that appeared after the death of the Crimson Demon, a supreme powerhouse. Did a supreme powerhouse die? The supreme powerhouse in this area is the Crimson Demon. He's dead. A group of people was shocked when they saw the phenomenon that announced the death of supreme powerhouses. However, most of their attention was on the dazzling golden heavenly text, which emitted a powerful aura in the sky. The heavenly text that appeared in both the Outer Boundary and Myriad Worlds read, "From now on, the Heavenly Traversing Pagoda will have more than one entrance. There'll be 35 new entrances to the pagoda. There are 8 entrances in the Outer Boundary. As for the Myriad Worlds, there are 3 in each of the 3 upper worlds, and 1 in each of the 18 middle realms. After passing the tests in the pagoda, one will be randomly transported to the Myriad Worlds." In the Crimson Demon Ridge, Duanling Tian's expression darkened immediately after he read the heavenly text. Although he had already expected heaven to make another move after Feng Qingyang stopped others from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman, he did not expect it to come so soon. Duanling Tian's gaze was cold as he disappeared. This happened too suddenly, and he needed to discuss the matter with his master, Feng Qingyang. Were they going to watch as the others enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman, or were they going to continue to stop them? Although the content of the heavenly text was great news for saints and world supreme powerhouses, it had nothing to do with most people in the Outer Boundary and the Myriad Worlds. After all, the heaven-traversing pagoda was a place for saints and world supreme powerhouses. Many saints and world supreme powerhouses began to gather after the heavenly text appeared. In the sun-bright world. At this moment, the dark expression of Lei Hong, a burly world supreme powerhouse, had vanished, replaced by an expression of delight. "Everyone, what we need to do now is to find the 3 entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda in our sun-bright world. If you find it, send a message to everyone through voice transmission. We have to enter the pagoda as soon as possible, lest there's a change. We don't know if Feng Qingyang will attack the sun-bright world in a fit of rage after reading the heavenly text." The expressions of the world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world were serious as they listened to Lei Hong. After all, Lei Hong's words made a lot of sense. We must have someone who surpasses world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world. Otherwise, we'd have to submit ourselves. Finding the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda is of utmost importance. I'll leave first. The world supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world did not waste time and began to search every corner of the sun-bright world for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Similarly, the world supreme powerhouses from the other 2 upper worlds were also frantically searching for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. All of them hoped to find the entrances as soon as possible, worried that Feng Qingyang would attack them. A few of these world supreme powerhouses did not plan to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda after finding the entrances. They planned to hide as they waited for someone from their world to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse first. Those who successfully became world supreme powerhouses and survived until now were naturally intelligent. They had a deep understanding of human nature and did not forget to leave a way out for themselves. Previously, Feng Qingyang did not take action against them because he was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda. If he had chased after them to kill them, who knew if some other saint or world supreme powerhouse would sneak into the pagoda? However, in order to thwart Feng Qingyang's plan, there were now more than 30 entrances to the pagoda. If they were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, they would likely attack the saints and world supreme powerhouses in a fit of rage to prevent them from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman. There were not as many world supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle worlds compared to the 3 upper worlds. There were only about 1 or 2 world supreme powerhouses in each of the 18 middle worlds. However, among the 18 middle worlds, worlds like the God-defying world were rare. Although news of the demise of the world supreme powerhouse of the God-defying world had spread, no one dared to underestimate it. After all, they might not have a world supreme powerhouse, but they had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses, who were much more powerful than world supreme powerhouses. The duo was the strongest existence in not only the myriad worlds, but the outer boundary as well. Send people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. The world supreme powerhouses of the 18 middle worlds quickly gathered in groups with those they were friendly with. They did not join the search. Instead, they sent people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Wang Xiu, let's notify each other the moment someone from our side finds the entrance to the pagoda. I was going to say that as well. I'll be waiting for your good news. Who knows? You might find it first. Most of the world's supreme powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds planned to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda immediately after finding the entrance. After all, they were different from the world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds. There were many world supreme powerhouses in the 3 upper worlds, so the weaker ones could afford to wait a little while the stronger ones fought to become stronger. On the contrary, world supreme powerhouses from the 18 middle worlds were pillars of their respective worlds. They had no choice but to step up if they wanted to grow stronger. If they were successful, they longer had to be wary of the 3 upper worlds. Regardless if they were from the 3 upper worlds or the 18 middle worlds, many of them were envious of the duo from the God-defying world who became level 7 supreme powerhouses. Now that they were given a chance, how could they not fight for it? Moreover, if they passed the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtained the heaven protection talisman, they did not have to face the fatal heavenly tribulation immediately. They could choose when to face the heavenly tribulation. The heaven protection talisman can block 3 strikes of the fatal heavenly tribulation. I wonder if the talisman can be given to others. If I have more than 1 talisman, does it mean that they can block more strikes from me? Needless to say, the saints from the outer boundary were also making their move. They sent demi-saints and supreme powerhouses out to look for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. At the same time, they also left their cultivation grounds, afraid that Feng Qingyang would come looking for them and kill them. Somewhere in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao and Yi and Guilin, the saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, also saw the heavenly text. At this time, Zhao and Yi had already arrived at the Han clan, a demi-saint rank force governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Han Jiang, the demi-saint of the Han clan, was one of the 2 demi-saints whom Duan Ling Tian ordered him to look for. Han Jiang naturally knew who Zhao and Yi was. He quickly came out to greet Zhao and Yi respectfully. He was an old man dressed in fine brocade robes. His face was fierce, and his beard only added to the ferocity. Apart from that, he had a majestic air about him. However, before Zhao and Yi could make a move, the heavenly text appeared. Han Jiang quickly said, "Congratulations, Senior Zhao. You'll be able to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda soon and obtain the heaven protection talisman." The Azure Cloud. When Zhao and Yi returned to his senses, he hid the surprise on his face and looked at Han Jiang indifferently. Han Jiang was terrified, and his heart began to race when he saw Zhao and Yi's gaze. He did not know what was going on. Initially, he had thought it was an honor that Zhao and Yi, who was famous in the territories of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, visited the Han clan. However, After seeing the unfriendly expression on Zhao and Yi's face, he grew nervous. Han Jiang, do you know why I came here? Zhao and Yi asked expressionlessly. In fact, Zhao and Yi really wanted to leave so he could search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He could not wait to enter the pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman so he could prepare to enter the forbidden realm and undergo the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, when he thought about Duanling Tian, he decided to temporarily dismiss this idea. No matter what, it was best for him to do as he was told first. After all, Duanling Tian would likely destroy the Azure Cloud Saint sect if he did not see those two people 3 months later. Even if he successfully entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, there was no guarantee he would obtain the heaven protection talisman. After all, the heavenly text said that they would be rewarded with the heaven protection talisman if they passed the tests. It was not like they would be given the heaven protection talisman as long as they entered the pagoda. Even if he successfully obtained the heaven protection talisman, could he enter the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses within 3 months and protect his sect? He knew this was an impossible feat. In conclusion, Zhao and Yi knew it was better for him to appease Duanling Tian first before he searched for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Meanwhile, Han Jiang took a deep breath before he answered nervously, I'm not quite sure, Senior Zhao. Please enlighten me. The Han clan was quite a distance away from the Fu clan. As such, the shocking deaths of the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan had yet to travel to the Han clan. Moreover, Zhao and Yi had made his way to the Han clan immediately after returning to the Azure Cloud Saint sect from the Fu clan. Zhao and Yi sneered. Have you forgotten what you, Tuoba Lianchang, and the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan did? Without waiting for Han Jiang's response, Zhao and Yi waved his hand. A powerful energy swept out immediately and restrained Han Jiang, the demi-saint, in just a blink of an eye. Zhao and Yi did not waste time and quickly brought Han Jiang away from the Han clan, rushing back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect at lightning speed. After bringing Han Jiang back, he was going to find the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Senior Zhao, why are you doing this? Han Jiang asked fearfully. He had no control over the situation now, making him feel helpless. He really wanted to know the reason for Zhao and Yi's hostility. Zhao and Yi scoffed. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Han Jiang recalled Zhao and Yi's earlier words. He did not have time to mull over the words earlier when Zhao and Yi suddenly restrained him and brought him away. It did not take long before he recalled that many years ago, he and Tuoba Lianchang received a message from Fu Liangming, the demi-saint of the Fu clan. Fu Liangming had asked for his help to kill Duan Yuwei, the demi-saint of the Duan clan in the territory of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. It did not take long for Han Jiang to recall that incident because that was the only intersection that Han Jiang had with Tuoba Lianchang. Previously, he had only heard of Tuoba Lianchang but had never met the other party before. He had only met Tuoba Lianchang because of Fu Liangming. Did Senior Zhao have a good relationship with Duan Yuwei? Han Jiang speculated inwardly. His face paled as soon as this thought appeared in his mind. He asked tremblingly, Senior Zhao, are you going to avenge Duan Yuwei? Han Jiang continued to plead, Senior, I'm innocent. Fu Liangming asked me to help him, and I couldn't refuse him because I owed him a favor. He was the one who asked me to help him kill Demi-Saint Duan. Although I helped, he was the one who dealt the killing blow. Please have mercy on me, Senior. Zhao and Yi frowned when he heard Han Jiang's words. He said, Demi-Saint Duan? Is there such a demi-saint in the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territories? Han Jiang was stunned when he saw the puzzled expression on Zhao and Yi's face. He said tentatively, Senior, didn't you come for this matter? Demi-Saint Duan is Duan Yuwei, the demi-saint of the Duan clan in the territories of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Zhao and Yi's eyes widened imperceptibly upon hearing these words. Duan Yuwei and Duanling Tian shared the same surname. No wonder. After a moment, Zhao and Yi said bluntly, Han Jiang, did you know that before I came here, the 2 demi-saints of the Fu clan had already died? What? Who was it? Who killed them? A horrified expression appeared on Han Jiang's face immediately. At this time, he was even more certain that Zhao and Yi had come today for the matter regarding Duan Yuwei's death. However, he was also perplexed. The Han clan and the Fu clan were demi-saint rank forces governed by the Azure Cloud Saint sect. However, Zhao and Yi, the most powerful person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, not only did not help the Fu clan, but Zhao and Yi even came to capture him. Why would Zhao and Yi do such a thing when it was clear that Zhao and Yi was not familiar with Duan Yue at all? Did Duan Yue have ties with other saints? With all these thoughts racing through his mind, Han Jiang could not help but fall into despair at this moment. Moreover, I have a feeling the saint she had ties with isn't an ordinary saint. Han Jiang grew more and more desperate when he thought about this. The reason he had come to this conclusion was due to the high status that Zhao and Yi, the strongest person in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, had. How could the person who made Zhao and Yi personally take action be an ordinary saint? You'll be able to meet that person in 3 months, Zhao and Yi said indifferently. He did not bother giving Han Jiang an explanation. Based on the outcome of the demi-saints of the Fu clan, it was obvious to him that Duanling Tian would not spare Han Jiang. Han Jiang's heart trembled. He was terrified. He pleaded, "Senior Zhao, can you please spare my life on the account that the Han clan and I had worked hard for the Azure Cloud Saint? I'm willing to serve you with all my life if you spare me." Han Jiang was not stupid. Since the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan were dead, he knew that if Zhao and Yi brought him away, he would have at most 3 months to live. Zhao and Yi was his only hope at this moment. In his opinion, even if the mysterious person was a powerful saint, as long as Zhao and Yi was willing, it was not impossible for Zhao and Yi to protect him. After all, Zhao and Yi had been a saint for a long time now. Not only that, he was ranked among the strongest saints in the outer boundary. Alas, he did not expect that the person who forced Zhao and Yi to take action was someone who surpassed saints. If he had known better in the past, he would have never agreed to help Fu Liangming to kill Duan Yue. Zhao and Yi ignored Han Jiang. He found Han Jiang annoying, so he quickly sealed Han Jiang's mouth and divine consciousness to prevent Han Jiang from sending voice transmission to him. At this moment, Zhao and Yi received a voice transmission from Guilin. Junior uncle Tuoba Liancheng isn't at his cultivation ground. However, I managed to obtain some clues about his whereabouts. I've seen the heavenly text. Should I look for Tuoba Liancheng first, or should I look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda first? Guilin knew that the heavenly text that appeared not long ago was very important to Zhao and Yi. After all, it was related to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Although he was just a saint like Zhao and Yi, he was not very confident about passing the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtaining the heaven protection talisman. Even if he managed to obtain the heaven protection talisman, he knew he would not be able to break into the forbidden realm for the time being. Although he had comprehended the law of fire to the paramount stage, his sword Dao had just entered the 6th level when he became a saint. To enter the forbidden realm, one had to comprehend a law to the paramount stage and one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth to the 7th level. This was the basic requirement. Nonetheless, although he was not in a hurry, he still had to consider Zhao and Yi. Zhao and Yi quickly replied, "Look for Tuoba Liancheng first. I'll arrange for people to look for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. I'll bring Han Jiang back to the sect now and make arrangements. After that, I'll personally search for the entrance as well." Zhao and Yi's voice turned solemn as he continued to say, "You must bring Tuoba Liancheng back to the sect within 3 months no matter what. If I don't make preparations, I'm not confident about surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation even if I have 3 heaven protection talismans. Moreover, who knows how difficult it'll be to obtain the heaven protection talisman in the pagoda. I'm also not confident I'll be able to obtain the heaven protection talisman. My point is, we still can't afford to offend Duanling Tian." Guilin quickly promised to bring Tuoba Liancheng back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect after listening to Zhao and Yi's words. After Zhan and Yi brought Han Jiang back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect, he imprisoned Han Jiang and ordered a demi-saint to watch over Han Jiang. "You must keep watch over him and make sure he doesn't escape. Otherwise, our sect will face the threat of annihilation," Zhao and Yi said to the demi-saint. The demi-saint was Zhao and Yi's disciple, and Zhao and Yi trusted the demi-saint. However, he still gave the other party a reminder due to the gravity of the situation. "I understand, Master. Don't worry. Unless I die, he won't be able to leave the sect, the demi-saint said respectfully. If he tries to escape, you can kill him. However, his body must be well preserved. We have to make sure that people can still recognize him after 3 months. Zhao and Yi added. Meanwhile, Han Jiang turned paler and paler as he listened to the conversation. He knew now that his life depended on the mysterious person who would come 3 months later. He had thought about the matter and decided to push all the blame on Fu Liangming when the time came. He would also explain that he had owed Fu Liangming a favor. He was also prepared to offer up himself as a slave to serve the other party. With all these, perhaps the other party might spare his life. After dealing with Han Jiang, Zhao and Yi ordered most of the demi-saints in the Azure Cloud Saint sect to look for the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Just as Zhao and Yi was about to leave to search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda as well, he received a message. Unexpectedly, the person who sent the message was not from the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territories. The other party was an old friend of Zhao and Yi. He was the elusive saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Many people assumed that the elusive saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was dead. But he was, in fact, still alive. The saint was a little older than Zhao and Yi, and he almost died during his last heavenly tribulation. Little Zhao, did you see the heavenly text? Please let me know immediately if you have any news about the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. I've had people remove the barrier in the territories of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion to facilitate voice transmissions. Upon hearing the old man's words, Zhao and Yi smiled wryly. He had to deal with so many things that he had forgotten about this matter. Old Meng, thanks for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have forgotten about the voice transmission barrier. The barrier isolated voice transmissions from other territories of Saint rank forces. The saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion only managed to send a message to Zhao and Yi because he had entered the Azure Cloud Saint sect's barrier. Old Meng continued to say with a hint of urgency, if I have any news, I'll notify you as well. I'm going to look for the entrance myself as well. Zhao and Yi naturally understood Old Meng's urgency. After all, if Old Meng did not raise his cultivation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, the next one in 10,000 year heavenly tribulation would likely kill Old Meng. I remember his last heavenly tribulation was 9,000 years ago, right? It's no wonder he's in a rush. If he doesn't grow stronger, he'll die in 1,000 years. Time was ruthless. Before the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda, even saints and world supreme powerhouses were helpless against the heavenly tribulation they had to face once every 10,000 years. Moreover, the heavenly tribulation would only become increasingly hard. Since they could not raise their cultivation base to the next level, they could only wait for death. Their paths were like a dead end. Old Meng of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was seriously injured during his heavenly tribulation 9,000 years ago and managed to survive due to luck. However, it took thousands of years for him to heal his injuries, and he never appeared in front of people again after that. For this reason, many people assumed he had succumbed to his injuries. No one knew that he had come up with a shocking plan. It was not impossible for saints like him to carry out the plan, but very few had the courage to do so. His plan was to break into the Forbidden Realm before his next heavenly tribulation came and face the fatal heavenly tribulation instead. He had hoped this would grant him a chance of survival. Everyone's expression would turn solemn at the mention of the Forbidden Realm and the fatal heavenly tribulation. There were many supreme powerhouses in the outer boundary and myriad worlds who broke into the Forbidden Realm and faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, all of them died. No one had ever survived the fatal heavenly tribulation, hence its name. A few peerless advanced supreme gods also managed to enter the Forbidden Realm, but they also did not survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. They had suppressed their cultivation to stay in the realm of advanced supreme gods, hoping that the weaker fatal heavenly tribulation would grant them a higher survival rate. Alas, they still died. Old Meng from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion did not have much confidence in his plan. However, this was his only choice, and he refused to give up without a fight until his last breath. He could not just wait for death. He might die if he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, but he would definitely die if he only waited and did nothing. It was better to take a chance no matter how slim it was. If he had a chance to live, why would he choose to die? Now that there was the heaven protection talisman, he could feel his chances growing slightly bigger. I really don't have old Meng's courage, Zhao Enyi thought to himself. After ordering his subordinates to remove the voice transmission barrier, Zhao Enyi did not waste time and left to look for the entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Unlike old Meng, Zhao Enyi only suffered slight injuries during his last heavenly tribulation. He could not speak for the other heavenly tribulations, but he was confident about surviving his upcoming heavenly tribulation at the very least. As such, he still had some time left. This was also the reason he was not anxious about entering the Forbidden Realm. He planned to observe the others first to see how many would successfully become level 7 supreme powerhouses. Many people shared the same thoughts as Zhao Enyi. Those who were in a hurry were those like old Meng, who was not confident about surviving his next heavenly tribulation. After leaving the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Zhao Enyi received many messages from his acquaintances. Similar to old Meng, they had asked him to inform them if he managed to find the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. They also promised to do the same if they found it. He naturally agreed. Among the messages, Zhao Enyi was rather surprised by one of them. It was from a saint whose seniority was a little higher than his. Little Zhao, let me know if you find the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. The other party became a saint about the same time old Meng did. He almost died during his heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago, and it was likely that he had yet to recover from his injuries. Zhao Enyi did not expect the other party would personally come out to search for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Old Wang, have your injuries healed? Could he have recovered from his injuries? Otherwise, how could he enter the pagoda to obtain the heaven protection talisman to help him face the fatal heavenly tribulation? No, I've yet to recover, the other party said with a hint of helplessness. An old friend asked for my help regarding the whereabouts of the entrance to the pagoda. I'm asking on his behalf. After all, I'm not anxious to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Little Zhao, I'll let you know as well if he has any clues about the entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. Old Man Wang was almost killed by the heavenly tribulation 2,000 years ago and had yet to recover from his injuries. It was impossible for him to recover in just a few thousand years. As such, even if he knew the location of the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda, he still would not dare to enter it. He would have to wait until his injuries were healed. After all, his chances of obtaining the heaven protection talisman were low now that he was injured. Not only that, but his injuries might worsen if he recklessly entered the pagoda. He could not afford to take such risks. All right, old Wang. Initially, Zhao Enyi assumed that old Wang had recovered from his injuries due to some fortuitous encounter. As it turned out, old Wang was only asking for a friend. Similar to Zhao Enyi, many saints and saint-rank forces began to make their move. Some wanted to find the entrance for themselves, and some were helping others to look for it. The heaven-traversing pagoda stood above the sea like before, even after the appearance of the other entrances. One could still enter the pagoda from here after all. Heaven really spared no efforts this time. Not only did it open more than 30 entrances to the pagoda, but it'd also transport the others randomly to a world. Isn't this to prevent me from killing them after they leave the pagoda? Feng Qingyang said as his eyes glinted coldly. Duanling Tian was just as unhappy as Feng Qingyang about the latest development. He had just come from Crimson Demon Ridge. Before the appearance of the latest heavenly text, he did not think he would see Feng Qingyang again so soon after they parted. At this time, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something. His expression eased, and he said with a slight smile on his face, "Master, forget it. With your character, you won't really kill them for no good reason even if heaven didn't do this." Duanling Tian knew Feng Qingyang was not one to kill indiscriminately. Moreover, their anger was due to heaven's unfairness. Feng Qingyang would not vent his anger on the saints and the world's supreme powerhouses. After all, the saints and world supreme powerhouses were just heaven's pawns. Duanling Tian continued to say, "Both of us had faced many hardships to get to where we are now. If more people become level 7 supreme powerhouses, It'll definitely motivate us to improve, right? Before Feng Qingyang could reply, Duanling Tian suddenly received a message from Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Lord Duan, the saint from our Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Old Meng, needs to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda urgently. I know that new entrances have appeared, but can you allow him to enter through the main entrance? After Duanling Tian's breakthrough, this was the first time Xianxia had reached out to him. The way he addressed Duanling Tian had also changed completely. He was relatively familiar with Duanling Tian, and he had also gone to the god-defying world with Duanling Tian. As such, he was aware that Feng Qingyang, who was guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda, was Duanling Tian's master. Xianxia was very clear about his intentions in the voice transmission. Old Meng, the supreme powerhouse of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, whose existence many people were unaware of, was eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman to fight for his survival. When Duanling Tian was in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, he had heard about Old Meng. Many thought he was dead, and some knew he was still alive, living in seclusion while guarding the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. With Xianxia's message, he learned that Old Meng was nearing the end of his life. If the heaven-traversing pagoda did not appear, Old Meng would likely die during his upcoming once-in-10,000 year heavenly tribulation. When the heaven-traversing pagoda appeared, and Feng Qingyang blocked the entrance, Old Meng could only return to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. After all, he feared Feng Qingyang's strength. Later, he learned that Duanling Tian, who joined the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, was Feng Qingyang's disciple. For this reason, he asked Xianxia to contact Duanling Tian, hoping that Duanling Tian would help him to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, Xianxia could not find Duanling Tian in the outer boundary and the god-defying world. As such, he had no choice but to send a message to Feng Qingyang. However, Feng Qingyang did not agree since he was not sure if Xianxia was lying about his connection to Duanling Tian. He had told Xianxia that they would speak about the matter again after Xianxia spoke to Duanling Tian. Now that Duanling Tian relayed Xianxia's message to Feng Qingyang, he shook his head and said with a smile, "He also sent me a message in the past. He said that you had ties with the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion and asked if I could allow his elder to enter the pagoda. I was not sure if he was lying, so I didn't agree and asked him to contact you instead." Duanling Tian smiled wryly. Unexpectedly, Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, was treated like a liar by his master. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "Since you know them, tell him to call that elder over. Now that there are so many entrances to the pagoda, it's impossible for us to prevent everyone from entering the pagoda. Moreover, I never thought of killing people indiscriminately. I really don't have it in me to do such a thing. I didn't guard the pagoda to spite those people. I'm also not worried about them possessing strength comparable to mine. In my life, I've never been afraid of competition. I only guarded the pagoda because I was dissatisfied with heaven. What were all my hardships for if heaven was going to give everyone a shortcut?" After listening to these words, Duanling Tian knew that his master did not change at all even though so many years had passed. His master still stuck to his principles and was not afraid of competition. "I'll pass on the message," Duanling Tian said with a nod. Then, he sent a message to Xianxia, saying, "Palace Master, there's no need to be so polite with me. There's no need to address me as Lord. Just tell the saint to come to the pagoda. Also, you have a way to contact the two saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, right? Tell them that they can enter through the main entrance once they complete the task I entrusted them with." Duanling Tian wanted to motivate the two saints from the Azure Cloud Saint sect with this. Xianxia chuckled and replied, "I wasn't trying to be polite. It was of my own will when I addressed you as Lord. I'll change the form of address when we meet. Thank you." Xianxia quickly relayed Duanling Tian's message to Old Meng. When Old Meng heard that he could go to the heaven-traversing pagoda immediately, he was surprised. "They agreed so easily?" Old Meng asked. Then, he said warily, "Xianxia, are you sure? What if Duan Ling Tian and his master are only luring me into a trap? Xiao Tianxia smiled wryly. Old Meng, even if they have bad intentions, there's no need for them to go to such an extent. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian is a member of the Golden Dragon Palace. You can go there with peace of mind. Xiao Tianxia trusted and did not doubt Duan Ling Tian at all. All right. Old Meng felt that Xiao Tianxi's words made sense. In fact, he also felt similarly. He just wanted some reassurance. He did not waste time and quickly made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda above the center of the sea. He was already familiar with the journey there. Previously, when the pagoda just appeared, he and the other saints and world supreme powerhouses had gone to the pagoda but were barred from entering. At that time, he could only sigh helplessly and return. Feng Qingyang was too strong. He could not afford to provoke Feng Qingyang. After speaking to Old Meng, Xiao Tian thought about it for a moment before he muttered to himself, "The Azure Cloud Saint sect should have deactivated their voice transmission barrier by now, right?" Xiao Tianxia quickly sent a message to his old friend, a level 4 supreme powerhouse who was almost as strong as a demi-saint who had a high status in the Azure Cloud Saint sect. He greeted the other party and relayed Duan Ling Tian's message. Duan Ling Tian? The other party gasped in disbelief. He also knew about Duan Ling Tian killing one demi-saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect and 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan. He had also heard about how Duan Ling Tian's strength had overwhelmed that of the 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could easily annihilate the Azure Cloud Saint Section T. Old Xiao, are you very familiar with Duan Ling Tian? The other party asked. Xiao Tianxia had not contacted his old friend for many years, so the other party was rather surprised by his message. Sort of, Xiao Tianxia said before he told the other party of his, and the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's connection to Duan Ling Tian before Duan Ling Tian entered the Forbidden Realm and survived the fatal Heavenly Tribulation. Old Xiao, you're really lucky. You actually have such a connection to such a person, the other party said enviously. He asked, by the way, what's the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yue, the demi-saint from the Duan clan, governed by the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion? The 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect were not familiar with Duan Yue, but he was rather familiar with her. He also knew that Han Jiang had been captured and imprisoned in the Azure Cloud Saint sect, awaiting Duan Ling Tian's arrival. After hearing about what happened, it was not difficult for him to figure out that Duan Ling Tian must have had a good relationship with Duan Yue. Duan Ling Tian joined the Duan clan in the past and became Duan Yue's sworn brother, Xiao Tianxia replied. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had approached Xiao Tianxia and asked Xiao Tianxia to look after the Duan clan. At that time, he also learned of Duan Ling Tian's relationship with the Duan clan. Why are you asking about this? Xiao Tianxia asked curiously. So that's what happened. The other party then recounted what happened to Xiao Tianxia. He told Xiao Tianxia about what happened in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. Since the news had yet to spread, Xiao Tianxia was naturally unaware of it. He sighed as he muttered to himself, "It seems like he really regards Duan Yue as his sworn sister." At the same time, Xiao Tianxia decided to treat the Duan clan more kindly in the future. After ending the conversation with Xiao Tianxia, Xiao Tianxi's friend quickly sent a message to his junior uncle, who was the direct disciple of Zhao and Yi, the first saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. The other party quickly reached out to his master. Xiao Tianxia from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion? Zhao and Yi was searching for the entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda when he received his disciple's message. He was naturally surprised by the sudden windfall. The Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion has such deep ties with Lord Duan? How could they be so lucky? Zhao and Yi was extremely jealous of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Fortunately, Lord Duan didn't forget to include me and Guilin and allow us to use the main entrance of the pagoda. Also, I can't believe that Lord Feng is Lord Duan's master. The appearance of the first 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses from the same world after the gap in history was already extremely shocking. It was even more shocking that the 2 were master and disciple. After that, Zhao and Yi also learned about Duan Ling Tian's relationship with Duan Yue from his disciple. He thought that the two saints of the Fu clan, Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng, were truly seeking death by killing the sworn sister of such a terrifying person. Subsequently, Zhao and Yi also sent a message to Guilin, who was searching for Tuoba Liancheng. After telling Guilin everything, Zhao and Yi added, "There's no need to worry about the heaven-traversing pagoda anymore. Just focus on finding Tuoba Liancheng. This is your top priority. Have you found any clues yet? Do you need my help?" After Guilin said that he did not need Zhao and Yi's help, Zhao and Yi did not return to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Although he no longer needed to search for the entrance to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and had no plans of entering the pagoda yet, he still made his way to the heaven-traversing pagoda. When Zhao and Yi was near the heaven-traversing pagoda, he ran into Old Meng, the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Old Meng! Zhao and Yi could not help but sigh at the sight of Old Meng when they met again after so many years. Old Meng was already a famous supreme powerhouse in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion when Zhao and Yi was still young. He was like a fossil. Little Zhao. Old Meng was dressed in a Taoist robe. He was skinny and looked young for his age. He asked, surprised, "Are you going to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda as well?" "Yes," Zhao and Yi replied with a nod. "My direct disciple told me that Lord Duan has granted Guilin and me permission to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. However, I'm not planning to enter the pagoda yet. I came to express my gratitude to Lord Duan and greet Lord Feng." Zhao and Yi only met Duan Ling Tian, not Feng Qingyang. He had only seen Feng Qingyang from a distance previously. When he saw Feng Qingyang subdue the world's supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds, he quickly retreated. Just like Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang was much more powerful than saints. He naturally would not miss an opportunity to meet Feng Qingyang. He was not in a rush to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, so he decided to observe the situation first. Old Meng sighed and said with a wry smile, "I supposed you're not in a hurry. I heard that you survived the heavenly tribulation with minor injuries. Alas, unlike you, my time is limited. I just want to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman as soon as possible. I don't know how difficult the tests in the pagoda will be, but they certainly won't be easy. I might even injure myself during the tests. In any case, I need the talisman so I can enter the Forbidden Realm and face the fatal heavenly tribulation before my once every 10,000 year heavenly tribulation arrives. If Old Meng survived the fatal heavenly tribulation, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. With that, his strength would increase, and it would be easy for him to overcome his upcoming heavenly tribulation. As a result, his life would be extended." Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were still at the heaven-traversing pagoda when Old Meng and Zhao and Yi arrived together. "That's fast. Did you already capture them?" Duan Ling Tian was surprised to see Zhao and Yi, thinking that he had captured the two demi-saints so quickly. "Lord Duan," Zhao and Yi greeted Duan Ling Tian before he said, "I've already captured Han Jiang, and Guilin is searching for Tuoba Liancheng. It won't be long before Guilin catches him. I only came here to express my gratitude to you for allowing me to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. It's nothing. Moreover, my master won't stay here for long. He'll be leaving in half a month at most," Duan Ling Tian said. The 30-something entrances should be found within half a month, so there was no longer any point in staying here. At this time, Zhao and Yi looked at Feng Qingyang and greeted Feng Qingyang respectfully. The Azure Cloud Saint Sects Zhao and Yi greets Lord Feng. Although Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian were younger than Zhao and Yi was very respectful. Even if he successfully became a level 7 supreme powerhouse in the future, he knew he was no match for the duo. After all, based on their heaven-defying innate talent, they would definitely surpass him again. Unlike everyone, the duo did not need the Heaven Protection Talisman to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Although Feng Qingyang's fatal heavenly tribulation was not as powerful because he faced them when he was an intermediate supreme god, the fact that he had comprehended the law to the paramount stage and the sword Dao to the 7th stage as an intermediate supreme god was unheard of. Such a person was destined to be extraordinary. Following that, Old Meng quickly greeted the duo as well. "Meng Han greets Lord Duan and Lord Feng. Similar to Zhao and Yi, Meng Han was also respectful to the duo despite being much older. Duanling Tian had ties with the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, but Meng Han knew that the ties were mostly to Xiao Tianxia. It did not have much to do with him at all. I've already spoken to Palace Master Xiao before. You can enter the pagoda, Duanling Tian said with a nod. It was his first time meeting Meng Han, so it was only natural that he was a bit distant. Go ahead, Feng Qingyang. He could tell that Meng Han was eager to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He added with a slight smile on his face, "You'll be the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Thank you for your understanding, my lords," Meng Han said, barely able to contain his excitement. With a flash, Meng Han disappeared into the heaven-traversing pagoda after he finished speaking. With this, the heaven-traversing pagoda finally received its first challenger after it appeared. Zhao and Yi stayed for a while and chatted casually with Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Before he bade farewell, he made it clear to Duanling Tian that he would help Guilin, his junior nephew who was also a saint, to look for Tuoba Liancheng. He said he would send a message to Duanling Tian as soon as he found Duanling Tian. For this reason, he asked Duanling Tian for a soul pearl to facilitate communication. After Zhao and Yi left, Duanling Tian also bade farewell to Feng Qingyang. He returned to the god-defying world and went to the mundane realm where his family was staying. However, many of them were no longer in the mundane realm. Only his parents, Li Fei, Feng Wudao, and Feng Tianwu were the only ones left in the mundane realm. Feng Wudao had gone out a few days ago and had yet to return, so he was not present. Little Tian, were you the one mentioned in the heavenly text? Or was it someone with the same name? Duan Rufeng and Li Ro were pleasantly surprised by Duanling Tian's return. They were also curious. Although they felt that the person mentioned in the heavenly text was likely their son, they were not 100% certain. However, if their guess was right, they knew their son would return to them soon, and they were proven right. Congratulations, Brother Tian. Li Fei and Feng Tianwu looked at Duanling Tian with affectionate gazes. His achievement brought them a sense of peace. Although they did not express it in the past, they had always been worried about his safety. After all, the path to becoming a supreme powerhouse was fraught with life-threatening danger and hardships. It was a pity they could not help him. Duanling Tian looked at the women and said gently, "From now on, there's no need for you to stay hidden." The years had not been easy for these women, and he also finally managed to cure Kur. The four people began to ask about Kur's well-being. They knew that one of the major reasons Duanling Tian had worked so hard was to cure Kur. Master removed the soul imprisonment technique for Kur. After I broke through, I went to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land and brought her into my little world, Duanling Tian said as he brought his parents, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu to his little world to see Kur, who was still unconscious. Kur is in good condition. She should be able to wake up in a few years thanks to the care of the divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water in my little world. Everyone sighed in relief. Kur was the first person to accompany Duanling Tian. When Duan Rufeng was still missing, she had spent a long time with Li Ro as well. In the end, their relationship was like that of a mother and daughter. That's good. I'll wait for Kur to wake up, Li Ro said, sighing in relief. Li Fei and Feng Tianwu nodded. Kur was like a sister to them after all. After that, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro urged Duanling Tian to spend time with Li Fei and Feng Tianwu. Now that Kur was no longer in danger, it was also time to give Feng Tianwu a proper name. Duanling Tian agreed with his parents. When Feng Wudao returned a few days later, he was surprised to see Duanling Tian. Uncle Feng, Duanling Tian greeted. Although he was much stronger than Feng Wudao, he did not put on air. After all, not only was Feng Wudao Feng Tianwu's father, but he had also helped him with his cultivation in the past. Little Tian. Like the others, Feng Wudao was also happy when he learned that Duanling Tian was the person mentioned in the heavenly text. How amazing! I didn't expect you to surpass everyone in the outer boundary and the myriad worlds so quickly. Your master is just as amazing, Feng Wudao said, laughing heartily. He was naturally happy for Duanling Tian. his soon-to-be son-in-law. After a while, Feng Wudao asked, "How's Kuer?" Duanling Tian briefly told Feng Wudao about Kuer before he said, "Uncle Feng, my parents said that they'll formally approach you to propose marriage to Tian Wu." Feng Wudao was stunned, but a wide smile soon appeared on his face. "Very good. I'll be waiting for them. Does Tian Wu know?" "She'll be overjoyed if she knows." Feng Wudao only had a daughter. He was naturally ecstatic that she would be marrying Duanling Tian. "Uncle Feng." Feng Wudao smiled and interjected, "It's time you address me differently." Duanling Tian smiled. "Father-in-law." Duanling Tian quickly explained his plans to Feng Wudao. He planned to meet the lords of the god-defying world to speak about creating his own realm of gods. Based on his current strength, it would only take up a small space in his little world to create a realm of gods comparable to the sizes of the existing realms of gods. "If anyone wants to stay in my little world to accompany me, they can do so. Otherwise, they can stay in my realm of gods. It'll be safe since it's a part of my little world." Feng Wudao's eyes lit up. He could not wait to go to a realm of gods and had been looking forward to it for years. Half a year later, Huana returned, and Duanling Tian was shocked to discover that she had become an advanced supreme god. He knew she must have rushed back after seeing the heavenly texts. "Huana, brother Tian." The slender woman rushed into Duanling Tian's arm like a gentle breeze. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. Although Huaner had the advantage thanks to the legendary divine beast, it was not easy for her to come this far. He knew the reason behind her diligence, so he felt sorry for her. "You're injured." It did not take long for him to notice that Huaner suffered serious internal injuries. It was so serious that even her little world was in a mess. Duanling Tian's expression was dark as he asked her who had hurt her. Huaner told him that when she saw the heavenly text, she knew that it was him. Hence, she rushed back to the mundane realm immediately. However, during the journey back, she was attacked. Fortunately, she managed to escape after an intense battle. Her opponent was a female direct descendant of a supreme powerhouse from a demi-saint rank force. Apparently, the other party attacked her for no other reason than Huaner wearing a veil. Duanling Tian gave Huaner a healing pill before he used his ability to heal her injuries. The divine tree of life and the world-cleansing divine water also helped greatly with healing her injuries. In the end, she only needed to wait to fully recover. It would take about a few months for her to return to her peak state. While Duanling Tian was healing Huaner, he also discovered a divine mark on Huaner. It was obvious to him that it was left by an expert in soul techniques. If Huaner were to step foot into the outer boundary again, the other party would be able to roughly sense her location as long as she was within a certain distance. After removing the mark, he asked, seething in anger, "Huaner, you're sure the person who attacked you is from a demi-saint rank force?" It had been a long time since Duanling Tian had felt such anger. How dare that piece of trash hurt Huaner? If she didn't have the life-saving trump card left by the legendary divine beast, she would have died. "Brother Tian, don't rush to seek revenge for me. You just returned, so you should spend some time with Uncle Feng, Aunt Ro, Sister Fei, and Sister Tian Wu," Huaner said. Huaner was very considerate as usual. However, the more considerate she was, the more Duanling Tian felt distressed for her. "Don't worry. It'll be done in a day. Come with me." With Duanling Tian's strength now, his speed was naturally astonishing. It was very easy for him to travel through space. It would not take much time for him to go to the outer boundary from here, and he could easily travel from one end of the outer boundary to the other end within a day. The Mystic Crystal sect was a demi-saint rank force in the sacred wind realm, which was governed by the Flower Moon Divine sect, a saint rank force. The Mystic Crystal sect had a demi-saint and a quasi-saint. For this reason, the sect was quite respected. At this moment, an old woman in the Mystic Crystal sect suddenly frowned and murmured, "Someone removed my mark on that wretched woman? The other party must be an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse. I didn't expect that wretch to have the support of someone so powerful. I must report this to the young miss immediately." The old woman was very confident about her soul techniques. Although she was not an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god, she was considered peerless among those below the realm of peerless advanced supreme gods. She had also studied soul techniques for many years and had achieved a lot. She was confident that no one at or below her realm in the outer boundary could defeat her in terms of soul techniques. Even if such people existed, they were as rare as a phoenix feather. The old woman did not waste time and quickly reported the matter to Guiyao Lu, the only daughter of the vice-sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect. What? A frown appeared on Guiyao Li's pretty face upon hearing the old woman's report. After a moment, she scoffed disdainfully and said, "So what if she has the support of an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god or a supreme powerhouse? Do you think she dares to seek revenge from the Mystic Crystal Sect?" Although Guiyao Li's father, the vice-sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect, was only a level 1 supreme powerhouse, her great-grandfather was a level 4 supreme powerhouse, the quasi-saint of the Mystic Crystal Sect. Her great-grandfather was predicted to become a demi-saint in fewer than 10,000 years. For this reason, not many people dared to offend Guiyao Lu. That deceitful and lowly bitch. How dare she ignore me when I told her to remove her veil? That was the first time I met someone who dared to defy me. What a pity that she managed to escape. Since she managed to escape, the person behind her must be a supreme powerhouse. Even an extraordinary peerless advanced supreme god isn't capable of giving her such a powerful life-saving method unless he or she obtained it from a supreme powerhouse. As the daughter of a supreme powerhouse, Guiyao Lu naturally knew that powerful supreme powerhouses like to recruit extraordinary peerless advanced supreme gods. When this thought appeared in her mind, she frowned slightly, but then the frown quickly eased away. So what if there's a powerful supreme powerhouse involved? Are they really going to make an enemy out of the Mystic Crystal Sect for a lowly woman? Guiyao Lu thought to herself with a sneer on her face. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion and the Azure Cloud Saint Sect were located in the Sacred Lightning Realm. Naturally, Duanling Tian knew of the Sacred Wind Realm, but he had never been there. After he became a supreme powerhouse, he had planned to bring his family to travel the outer boundary. He did not expect his first visit to the Sacred Wind Realm was for revenge. So the Demi-Saint rank force is the Mystic Crystal Sect in the Sacred Wind Realm. Duanling Tian's eyes burned with flames of fury, and his aura was freezing cold. In just a moment, the temperatures in his surroundings dropped. However, he did not let his anger get the better of him, and Huaner, who was standing next to him, was unaffected. The people in the surroundings were shocked and amazed. So powerful! Is he a supreme powerhouse? Duanling Tian returned to the city where Huaner was attacked and nearly killed. The culprit had proudly claimed to be from the Mystic Crystal Sect and ordered her subordinate to kill Huaner when Huaner refused to remove her veil as commanded. Good. The Mystic Crystal Sect owns a lot of businesses in this city. Just like what he had done to the Fu clan, Duanling Tian captured someone who managed the businesses of the Mystic Crystal Sect and forced the other person to lead him to the Mystic Crystal Sect. It did not take long before they arrived at the Mystic Crystal Sect. It was located in a mountain range, and according to the person Duanling Tian caught, the main peak was where the sect's high-ranking officials and core disciples would cultivate. Duanling Tian scoffed and raised his hand. In just a moment, a gray palm seal appeared above the main peak like a cluster of dark clouds. Then, the sky turned gloomy, looking like a storm was about to hit. Boom! With just a thought, the giant palm seal fell on the peak, leaving ripples in the sky as it moved. Everyone in the Mystic Crystal Sect was shocked and frightened. Even the stronger disciples were not spared from these feelings of despair. It was as though they could smell the scent of death from the terrifying attack in the sky. Boom! A thunderous commotion rang in the air as the giant palm seal fell on the Mystic Crystal Sect's guarding formation, which was quickly triggered by the attack. The semi-translucent barrier shone brightly, looking seemingly indestructible. Members of the Mystic Crystal Sect sighed in relief when they saw the guarding formation successfully block the attack. I heard that in the past, our sect guarding formation managed to block the attacks of a demi-saint for half a day. I finally managed to witness its strength. I have to say it lives up to its reputation. Many core disciples of the Mystic Crystal were in awe. At the same time, they felt proud of their sect's guarding formation. At this time, someone speculated out loud, "What a terrifying energy! The culprit is most likely a demi-saint." Many members were relieved when they heard the speculation. After all, the Mystic Crystal sect only had one demi-saint and one quasi-saint. They were unrivaled among those below the realm of saints. Alas, the smiles born from the relief of surviving a disaster did not last long on their faces. The guarding formation barely withstood the attack for 2 breaths before cracks began to appear on it. The cracks spread quickly in all directions before the barrier shattered. Boom! The terrifying attack destroyed the guarding formation with a loud explosion that shook the world. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out immediately in all directions, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. Following that, a powerful and oppressive energy shrouded the main peak of the Mystic Crystal sect. At this time, a loud voice rang from the depths of the main peak. "Sir, may I know who you are? Why are you attacking the Mystic Crystal sect?" Following that, streaks of light shot out in all directions, protecting a group of people who were fleeing the main peak. It did not take long before a few more figures joined in and protected the fleeing people as well. Cries of anguish and despair rang in the air. In the end, over 100 people managed to escape from the main peak. The dust stirred up by the repeated attacks finally settled, revealing the peak that had been leveled. Not only was it leveled, but there was now a huge and seemingly bottomless pit where it used to stand. Upon seeing this, the survivors gasped. Their faces were ashen. It finally dawned on them how powerful the other party was. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared above the huge pit. They were none other than Duan Ling Tian and Huaner. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at one woman standing among the group of survivors with an indifferent gaze. Huaner had pointed the woman out to him earlier. The woman's face was pale, and her eyes could not hide her fear at all as she lowered her head and stared at the huge pit on the ground. She was unaware that Duan Ling Tian and Huaner were looking at her at this moment. At this moment, a tall and aloof middle-aged man dressed in a long light green robe flew up into the sky. He looked at Duan Ling Tian fearfully as he asked, "Sir, I'm Lu Fenghua, the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal sect. Although you're a saint, the Mystic Crystal sect is governed by the Flower Moon Divine sect. Is the Flower Moon Divine sect aware of your actions?" Lu Fenghua deliberately mentioned the Flower Moon Divine sect to intimidate Duan Ling Tian. He did not know Duan Ling Tian, but he was certain that Duan Ling Tian was a saint. As the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal sect, he was aware of the strength of the guarding formation. Only a saint was capable of destroying the guarding formation and the main peak so easily. He, a demi-saint, was helpless against a saint. With his strength, he could only save some elders and disciples who were of significance and ordered the stronger supreme powerhouses in the sect to help save the others in the main peak. Alas, a few of the supreme powerhouses perished along with the main peak. If Duan Ling Tian had used his sword Dao to attack earlier, no one would have survived the attack. He had held back not because he was compassionate. He did not want the person who attacked Huaner to die a quick death. For this reason, Lu Fenghua assumed Duan Ling Tian was just a saint. Coincidentally, at this moment, dark clouds began to gather and lightning flashed. Following that, blood rained down on the Mystic Crystal sect and the area around it. This was the phenomenon that appeared after the deaths of supreme powerhouses. In the outer boundary, there were different phenomena. Apart from the phenomenon that announced the deaths of supreme powerhouses, there was also the phenomenon of the law. Someone who comprehended the law of the perfect form would be able to manifest a phenomenon that shone for 100,000 miles, while those who comprehended the law to the paramount stage could manifest a phenomenon that shone for 1,000,000 miles. When one's law reached the paramount stage, the law would also return to its most fundamental and real state. For this reason, they could choose to hide the phenomenon of the law. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lu Fenghua and asked, "Was it you who nearly killed my woman?" Before Duan Ling Tian spoke, Guiyao Lu had already returned to her senses. The old woman standing behind her had seen Huaner and immediately sent a message to alert her. She frowned when she looked at Huaner, but when she met Duan Ling Tian's furious gaze, her expression changed drastically. Her heart sank immediately when she realized that Huaner was in a relationship with a saint. At the same time, Lu Fenghua and the other survivors followed the line of Duanling Tian's sight and looked at Guoyao Lu as well. Naturally, everyone knew Guoyao Lu. She was not only the daughter of Guiyang, the vice sect leader of the Mystic Crystal sect, but she was also the granddaughter of Guolan, the second most powerful person in the Mystic Crystal sect. After all, her status was even higher than that of the son of Lu Fenghua since she was the descendant of a quasi-saint. Lu Fenghua was neither a demi-saint nor a quasi-saint. As for the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal sect, he was only Lu Fenghua's junior granduncle. The demi-saint had a closer relationship with Guolan, who was his junior brother. Wang Tengyu, the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal sect, was a friendly-looking old man. He had remained silent from the beginning until now, and at this moment, his expression was slightly angry as he looked at Guoyao Lu. How dare Guolan's granddaughter try to kill a saint's woman? Even I, a saint, don't dare to offend a saint. Guolan naturally saw the changes in Wang Tengyu's expression, which was a mix of anger and disappointment. His expression was not very good either as he looked at Guoyao Lu. If it were not for him earlier, Guoyao Lu, Guoyang, and the other members of the Mystic Crystal sect would not have survived the destruction of the main peak. Although Guoyao Li's father was frightened down to his heart and soul, he still asked with a pale face and a trembling voice, "Honorable Saint, is there a misunderstanding? I believe my daughter would never dare to attack your people." A misunderstanding? Duanling Tian looked at Guoyang coldly and asked, "You're not only the vice sect leader, but also her father, right? Why don't you ask your daughter if it's a misunderstanding?" Guoyang turned to look at Guoyao Lu. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. After all, he knew that his daughter would not survive today. Guoyao Lu recovered from her shock at this moment. Her face was ashen when she sensed the hateful gazes directed at her. So she's the one who brought this disaster upon us. Why didn't she just die? How dare she attack someone close to a saint? It's one thing for her to act arrogant and domineering in the sect, but to act in that manner outside as well? She deserves this. It's a pity that so many disciples died because of her. She deserves to be slashed to death by 1,000 knives. The survivors expressed their anger and dissatisfaction through voice transmission. They naturally did not dare to speak out loud. After all, Guoyao Lu was the granddaughter of Guolan, the second strongest person in the Mystic Crystal sect, no matter what. However, they could not conceal the hatred in their eyes as they looked at her. If they could, they would crush her bones and skin her alive. Apart from the hateful gazes directed at her, Guoyao Lu also sensed that her father and great-grandfather had given up on her. Colors drained out of her face, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned around and kneeled decisively, facing Duanling, Tian, and Huaner. Guoyao Lu could barely maintain her composure as she said tremblingly, "Honorable Saint, I was a fool to provoke your people. I beg for your mercy. Please show mercy to someone who's as humble as a speck of dust like me." Guoyao Lu had a difficult time coming to terms with the fact that the person she offended was the woman of a saint. The other party was someone she had to respect and could not afford to provoke. Although the Flower Moon Divine Sect was a saint-rank force, she knew that the Flower Moon Divine Sect would not offend a saint because of her. In fact, if people of the Flower Moon Divine Sect were present, they might even take the initiative to kill her once they learned that she had offended the woman of a saint. Although Duanling Tian had yet to reply, Guoyao Lu could sense his growing killing intent. She knew that he definitely would not spare her today. Out of despair, she quickly turned around and kowtowed to her father and great-grandfather as she pleaded, "Father, great-grandfather, save me. The Flower Moon Divine Sect also has a saint. The Flower Moon Divine Sect can definitely protect and save me." Faced with death, Guoyao Lu pleaded desperately, grasping at straws to preserve her life. She felt like she was going to lose her mind at this moment. Meanwhile, Guoyang and Guolan's expressions changed slightly when they heard Guoyao Li's words. It seemed that even at this moment, Guoyao Lu still did not understand the predicament she was in. There was no doubt that Duanling Tian wanted her life. her words would only drag the mystic crystal sect down with her. After what she had done, they had no choice but to abandon her. At this time, Duan Ling Tian scoffed. Then, a terrifying spatial energy surged toward Guilan and Guiyang. Guilan's expression changed immediately, while Guiyang seemed unaware of what was happening. Then, without any warning, they exploded. Blood and bits of flesh splattered everywhere and landed on Guiyao Li's face. Duan Ling Tian sneered. The Flower Moon Divine Sect? Let alone the Flower Moon Divine Sect. Even if all the saint-rank forces in the Sacred Wind Realm join forces, they still won't be able to protect you from me, Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing these words, Wang Tengyu, who was grieving the death of his junior brother, Guilan, was pulled back to his senses. His eyes were wide open as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked tremblingly, "Why your Lord Duan Ling Tian?" Wang Tengyu was thoroughly shocked. He did not expect Guiyao Lu to provoke someone who was even more terrifying than saints. Lu Fenghua was in despair when he realized the person they were facing was Duan Ling Tian. Even if Duan Ling Tian annihilated the Mystic Crystal Sect, there was nothing the Flower Moon Divine Sect could do about it. The members of the Mystic Crystal Sect looked at Wang Tengyu, who had lost his composure, silently. As realization dawned on them, their faces turned pale. At the same time, they no longer hesitate to openly curse Guiyao Lu, who had lost her two pillars of support. Lord Duan Ling Tian? One of the two supreme powerhouses who are stronger than saints. Duan Ling Tian? The second person after Feng Qinyang to surpass saints. Guiyao Lu is really despicable. How dare she provoke Lord Duan's people? She deserves to die. How dare she implicates us? Suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Lu Fenghua took the initiative and killed the old woman standing behind Guiyao Lu. He did not stop there and continued to kill Guiyao Li's followers. In the end, only Guiyao Lu was left. After that, Lu Fenghua said, "Lord Duan, as the sect leader of the Mystic Crystal Sect, I now expel Guiyao Lu from the Mystic Crystal Sect. She's no longer from now on. I wasn't sure if you wanted to kill her personally, so I didn't kill her. If you wish, I'll make sure she dies in the most agonizing way possible." Lu Fenghua was seething with anger at this moment. Even if Guiyao Lu was tortured to death, it would be impossible for him to quench the hatred in his heart. After all, she had caused the deaths of so many people in the Mystic Crystal Sect. Lu Fenghua did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's identity. In today's world, was there anyone who did not know how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was? Who would dare to impersonate Duan Ling Tian? Such an act was no different from seeking death. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had killed Guilan and Guiyang so quickly and so easily. Earlier, Lu Fenghua had spoken to Wang Tengyu, the demi-saint of the Mystic Crystal Sect, through voice transmission. Even Wang Tengyu could not catch Duan Ling Tian's attack. According to Wang Tengyu, he would be able to detect a saint's attack. With this, there was no doubt that the purple-clad young man was truly Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian ignored Lu Fenghua. Instead, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with an affectionate gaze and asked gently, "Huaner, how do you want to deal with her?" Before Huaner could reply, Guiyao Lu returned to her senses. She growled, "Why did you restrain me? You won't even allow me to die." After listening to Lu Fenghua's words, Guiyao Lu also knew that there was no way she would survive today. As such, she planned to commit suicide. After all, she would definitely be tortured before she was killed. It was better to give herself a quick death. However, she soon discovered that she had been restrained and her energy had been suppressed, rendering her unable to take her own life. Although she had control of her mouth and tongue, it was impossible for her to commit suicide by biting off her tongue. It would only injure her, not kill her. No matter what, she was a supreme god after all. "Brother Tian, you can deal with her as you see fit," Huaner replied softly. "All right," Duan Ling Tian said with a nod before he looked at Lu Fenghua and said indifferently, "In that case, I'll leave this matter to you." In Duan Ling Tian's mind, Lu Fenghua would definitely be able to torture Guiyao Lu even more greatly than if he were to do it himself. "You have a month. She has to die after a month. If she doesn't die by then, I'll look for you at the Mystic Crystal Sect again, Duanling Tian said. Then, his divine consciousness swept toward Guiyao Lu, extracting a wisp of Guiyao Li's soul energy. This was so he could confirm Guiyao Li's life or death later. Although he did not think Lu Fenghua would dare to lie to him, he still did not trust Lu Fenghua. Lord Duan, don't worry, Lu Fenghua said to Duanling Tian. He paused for a moment and glanced at the despairing Guiyao Lu before he continued to say through gritted teeth, I'll definitely kill her. It was clear that Lu Fenghua could not wait to cut up Guiyao Lu, who caused the deaths of 2 supreme powerhouses and many members of the Mystic Crystal Sect. After that, Duanling Tian brought Huaner away. His trip this time was not without gains. Although Guolan and Guiyang's spatial rings had self-destructed, Guolan, a quasi-saint, left behind a supreme powerhouse divinity. Previously, Duanling Tian also obtained 2 supreme powerhouse divinities when he killed the 2 demi-saints from the Fu clan. He did not obtain anything from Guiyang or the Crimson Demon because their comprehension of the law was too weak. Supreme powerhouse divinities were useless to Duanling Tian now, but they were rare treasures to his family. After everything settled down, he planned to divide the supreme powerhouse divinities among his family. He did not have enough at this moment. After all, he did not kill many people who had formed supreme powerhouse divinities. He thought about borrowing them from saints and demi-saints he was familiar with. He knew he could not simply borrow them from people he was unfamiliar with since he did not want to simply owe others a favor. Perhaps I can borrow them from the 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. I don't think they'll refuse since I showed them mercy previously, Duanling Tian thought to himself. I can also borrow them from the imminent world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world like Xiao Mu Bai. There's also Xiao Tianci, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace in the Sacred Lightning Realm's Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Apart from demi-saints and saints, powerful supreme powerhouses below the realms of saints and demi-saints could also form supreme powerhouse divinities. Once they comprehended their law to the perfect form, they could start forming their supreme powerhouse divinities. The supreme powerhouse divinities would be able to help his family comprehend their laws quickly. In the past, thanks to the supreme powerhouse divinity left by a supreme powerhouse who was skilled in the law of space, his own law of space had improved rapidly. After a while, Duanling Tian's mind wandered to another topic. I hope Lu Fenghua won't disappoint me. Otherwise, I'll kill him when the time comes. Guiyao Lu injured Huaner. Duanling Tian naturally did not want Guiyao Lu to die a quick death. He hoped Lu Fenghua would torture her before he killed her. With a wisp of her soul energy, he would be able to sense when Guiyao Lu died. As such, he was not worried about Lu Fenghua letting Guiyao Lu go. To be safe, apart from extracting a wisp of Guiyao Li's soul energy, he also left a mark on her soul. He would be able to locate her as long as she appeared in the place he was in. After bringing Huaner back to the mundane realm where his family was staying, Duanling Tian left a doppelganger behind to wait for the return of his remaining family members who were away. As for the ones present, they had all entered Little World. Following that, Duanling Tian went to look for Xiao Mu Bai and explained the purpose of his visit. Lord Duan, it's a good thing for the god-defying world that you're willing to transform part of your little world into a realm of gods. With this, the guarding formation of the god-defying world will become even stronger. How about this? Since you have family in the Divine Offering Land, I'll ask him to transfer everyone in the Divine Offering Land to your little world. If you wish, you can change the name of the Divine Offering Land, Xiao Mu Bai said. Duanling Tian could not get used to Xiao Mu Bai's respectful treatment of him. After all, Xiao Mu Bai had helped him a lot in the past. In other words, he owed Xiao Mu Bai a lot. However, Xiao Mu Bai was not willing to address him casually, so there was nothing he could do about it. There's no need to change the name. We'll still call it the Divine Offering Land, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. At the same time, he felt grateful for Xiao Mu Bai's suggestion. With this, the Xia clan, which Kuer was from, would also be in his realm of gods. Using a part of Little World to form a realm of God in the god-defying world would not negatively impact Duanling Tian much. He would be able to instantly teleport back to anywhere in the god-defying world thanks to the connection of the realm of gods to his little world. If one were to form another realm from one's little world without rooting it in a world, the realm would not be able to last for long. However, a realm that was rooted in the world would be able to maintain its existence by absorbing the realm energy from a world. Similar to the outer boundary, the realms in all myriad worlds were separated. As such, if Duanling Tian wanted to travel to a realm in a god-defying world, he would not be able to do so in an instant. However, once his realm of gods, formed by a part of his little world, became one of the formation eyes in the god-defying world, he could come back in just an instant. With this, he could easily return to protect his family, friends, and the god-defying world if the occasion arose. I've asked for help from the other lords. After all, it's not a small matter to transfer everything in the divine offering land to your little world, Xiao Mubai said. Duanling Tian nodded. After Duanling Tian bade farewell to Xiao Mubai, he went to the Xia clan in the divine offering land and found Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, and Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan, to tell them about his plan. The Xia clan, including the clan's supreme powerhouse, was naturally supportive of this move to Duanling Tian's realm of gods. As long as they were in a realm of God, it did not matter which one they were in. Moreover, Duanling Tian was now stronger than world supreme powerhouses. It was naturally a good thing if they could move to his realm of gods. Unlike Xiaoyu, who was a little awkward in front of Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian became stronger, Xianxia still behaved casually like he did before. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, "Little Tian, once news of the divine offering land is being transferred to your realm of gods, I'm afraid the people from the other realms will rush over. The attraction of staying in the realm of God of someone who has surpassed world supreme powerhouses is too big, after all. For this reason, I suggest you keep this matter a secret if it's possible. It's best not to let people know that the migration of the divine offering land is to your realm of gods." Before Duanling Tian could reply, Xiaoyu nodded and chimed in, "This is not a trivial matter. If everyone flocks toward your realm of gods, it'll create an imbalance in the other realms of gods." After listening to Xianxia and Xiaoyu, Duanling Tian also realized how serious this matter was. Although he would not be affected by the number of people in his realm of gods, the same could not be said for the other realms of gods. The population loss would definitely bring about consequences. The impact of the economy of the realms of gods was just one of the consequences. "I'll talk to Lord Xiao about this," Duanling Tian said and contacted Xiao Mubai to relay Xiaojia's concerns. Xiao Mubai also agreed that it was a serious matter. He agreed that it was best to keep the ownership of the new divine offering land a secret. It would suffice to say that the divine offering land was now owned by another supreme powerhouse from the god-defying land. Subsequently, with the help of Xiao Mubao and the other imminent world supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world, the migration of the original divine offering land to Duanling Tian's realm of God began. In the end, everything except for the divine tree of life in the divine offering land was moved to the new divine offering land. The entire process was very smooth, and there was not much panic. After all, this did not negatively affect the inhabitants of the divine offering land. Nonetheless, there was a small incident during the migration. The supreme powerhouse who owned the original divine offering land suddenly decided to settle down in Duanling Tian's realm of gods and establish a sect after he found out that the new realm of God belonged to Duanling Tian. It was his dream to establish his sect. In the past, due to the lack of powerhouses in the god-defying world, Xiao Mubai forced him to create a realm of gods. The migration of the divine offering land was half completed after half a month. At this time, Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian's master, also returned from the outer boundary. During the past half-month, all the entrances in the outer boundary, the 3 upper worlds and 18 middle worlds had been found. As such, it did not make sense for Feng Qingyang to continue guarding the heaven-traversing pagoda. Feng Qingyang learned about the migration after his return and helped with the migration as well. With the help of another level 7 supreme powerhouse, the progress naturally sped out. In less than a month, the migration was finally completed. The people in the divine offering land were completely unaffected. Since the environment did not change, they did not even need to learn to adapt to the new place. In fact, those who were none the wiser did not even know they had moved to a new place. I should plant the branch of the divine tree of life in the Xia clan. The realm of God was created from a part of Duanling Tian's little world, but it was separated from the little world. As such, there was no divine tree of life in the realm of God. The realm of gods needed the divine tree of life to sync with the energy of the God-defying world to protect the God-defying world. As such, Duanling Tian decided to leave a branch of the divine tree of life in the new divine offering land. Swoosh! After taking root in the Xia clan, it grew into a towering tree in just a few days. His divine tree of life in his little world had also become very powerful. As such, it only took a few days for its branch to grow into a towering tree. Not only that, but its power was not much weaker than the original divine tree of life. On this day, Duanling Tian was discussing the four daos of heaven and earth with Xiaomu Bai when he suddenly frowned. However, just as quickly his frown eased. The wisp of Guoyao Li's soul energy had disappeared. This meant that Guoyao Lu, who nearly killed Huaner, had died. She's dead? It seems that Lu Fenghua really hates that woman. He really tortured her for an entire month before he killed her. Earlier this morning, Duanling Tian planned to go to the mystic crystal realm in the outer boundaries sacred wind realm in a few days to ask for an explanation if Guoyao Lu did not die. However, Guoyao Lu died exactly on the last day of the time limit that he had given Lu Fenghua, the sect leader of the mystic crystal sect. At this time, Xiaomu Bai, who was chatting with Duanling Tian, said, "Lord Duan, I've gained more from this conversation with you compared to 1,000 years of hard work." Xiaomu Bai's gaze was slightly complicated at this moment. Once upon a time, the young man in front of him had needed his help. He had also given the young man many treasures to help the young man's cultivation. Among the young talents who caught his eye, he had the highest hope for Duanling Tian. He was confident Duanling Tian would contribute greatly to the future of the God-defying world. However, he still did not expect Duanling Tian to achieve so much in such a short time. Shockingly, as soon as Duanling Tian entered the realm of supreme powerhouses, Duanling Tian became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, surpassing him. In fact, Duanling Tian had also surpassed his father, a world supreme powerhouse whom he regarded as his idol. His father, who was killed by the once in 10,000 year heavenly tribulation, did not even reach Duanling Tian's height. "Lord Xiao, I'll never forget the help you gave me in the past. This time, I owe you another favor for lending me so many supreme powerhouse divinities. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need my help," Duanling Tian said, expressing his sincere gratitude to Xiaomu Bai. There was no doubt that Xiaomu Bai contributed greatly to his growth. Just soaking in the divine fountain alone had saved him a lot of trouble on the road of cultivation. "Don't worry, I won't hesitate to ask if I need your help," Xiaomu Bai said with a smile. Then Xiaomu Bai thought about the other young talents who caught his eye. Apart from Duanling Tian, he also had high hopes for Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian's master, and his senior sister from the Inner Palace faction of the Myriad Laws Academy. Xiaomu Bai felt that he really had a good eye for talent. Among the people who caught his eye, two became the strongest people in the world. After a while, Xiaomu Bai said, "In fact, I need your master and your help with a matter." Xiaomu Bai had contact with Duanling Tian in the past, so he was familiar with Duanling Tian. However, he did not have direct contact with Feng Qingyang, so he needed Duanling Tian's help to speak to Feng Qingyang. "Lord Xiao, please tell me about it. As long as it's within my ability, I'll definitely persuade my master to help," Duanling Tian said. He naturally did not dare to guarantee success. After all, he did not know what Xiaomu Bai needed help with. He knew his master would not refuse for his sake, and he did not want to put his master in a difficult position. "It's not difficult, but it might be troublesome for you and your master," Xiaomu Bai said. Xiaomu Bai then expressed his wish for Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang to have 2 sessions of discussion with the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world to discuss their insight and comprehension of the Sword Dao. If it was convenient, he would also like them to demonstrate their Sword Dao to the others. Both Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian's Sword Dao had reached the 7th stage, and they were both the best and second best respectively in regard to the sword Dao. If it's possible, I hope you can also discuss the other Daos of heaven and earth, Xiao Bai added. After his discussion with Duanling Tian, he discovered that not only did Duanling Tian have a profound comprehension of the sword Dao, but he was also very knowledgeable about the mastery Dao and the limitless Dao. Naturally, Xiao Bai was unaware that Duanling Tian was so knowledgeable because he had the Void Elder's memories. The Void Elder was a powerful supreme powerhouse before the gap in history. In his life, the Void Elder did not only comprehend the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death to the paramount stage, but he also comprehended the sword Dao to the 9th stage and the mastery Dao and the limitless Dao to the 8th stage. Most importantly, the Void Elder was a level 9 supreme powerhouse. Based on the Void Elder's memories, if Duanling Tian could further comprehend the mastery Dao and the limitless Dao, he might be able to have another breakthrough. At that time, he might need to fear heaven. He could change the world without fearing the backlash from heaven. Heaven could not directly kill people, but it could manipulate the rules to deal with people. It was almighty and capable of using sentient beings as pawns on a chessboard. Is that all? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. He thought that the matter would be difficult since Xiao Bai needed both his and his master's help. He did not expect the matter to be so trivial. I don't have any objection to this matter, so I can agree to your request now. However, I still need to speak to my master about this. Duanling Tian knew his master would not refuse. After all, this was not a difficult task. Moreover, his master owed the Sword of Time, a supreme powerhouse from the God-defying world. There were many current supreme powerhouses who had a good relationship with the Sword of Time in the past, and there were even 1 or 2 successors of the Sword of Time among them. All right. Xiao Bai smiled after listening to Duanling Tian's response. He had made this request because he hoped the supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world could grow stronger. He thought to himself, I've already done all that I can do. Whether you'll be able to seize the chance and grow stronger will depend on you. As one of the lords of the God-defying world, Xiao Bai naturally hoped for more powerful people in the God-defying world. After all, it was impossible to rely on Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang alone. He himself also wanted to grow stronger. He hoped to enter the realm of world supreme powerhouses and also the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses. This was also the reason he looked for Duanling Tian today to discuss the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Xiao Bai was very close to breaking into the realm of world supreme powerhouses for many years now, unable to take the last step into that realm. However, after listening to Duanling Tian and listening to Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang in the future, he was confident he should be able to become a world supreme powerhouse just like his father. After Xiao Bai bade farewell to Duanling Tian, he did not inform others about his plan. After all, Feng Qingyang had yet to agree to the request. The next day, Duanling Tian sent a message to Xiao Bai, saying that Feng Qingyang had agreed to his request. With this, Xiao Bai quickly summoned the other supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world. When everyone was gathered, he told them about this matter. Needless to say, the supreme powerhouses were overjoyed. Some who were reluctant to attend the meeting earlier were also overjoyed. At the same time, they felt relieved that they attended the meeting. Otherwise, they would have missed out on a great opportunity. A few days later, at Xiao Bai's request, Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang had a public cultivation discourse with the supreme powerhouses of the God-defying world. The venue was in the new divine offering land. Naturally, very few people knew that Duanling Tian was the owner of the new divine offering land. Among the supreme powerhouses, only Xiao Bai, the other lords of the God-defying world, who were imminent world supreme powerhouses, the supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan, and the former owner of the divine offering land were privy to this matter. The other supreme powerhouses who were unaware of the matter assumed that venue was located in the divine offering land because of the Xia clan. After all, everyone knew that Xianxia, the young miss of the Xia clan, was Duanling Tian's wife. Everyone, you're here early. There's still an hour before the discourse begins, right? At this moment, a chubby old man smiled and greeted a few acquaintances. He was surprised by their early arrival. He thought he was early, but who knew there were others who came earlier than him. Lord Duan and Lord Feng are going to speak about the Daos. How can we not come early? Who knows if there'll be another chance like this in the future? That's why I came 2 hours ago, a middle-aged man said with a laugh. A young man who was standing at the side suddenly clicked his tongue and said, "Hey, isn't that the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan in the divine offering land? I remember that Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan, had a terrible conflict with Lord Duan, right?" The chubby old man raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. He did not expect the other party to have the courage to come. The supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan was the only supreme powerhouse in the clan, and he was also the ancestor of the Yun clan. In the past, the clan leader of the Yun clan, who was also Yun Qingyan's father, suggested that he snatch the liquid from the divine fountain from Duanling Tian. However, he knew that the liquid from the divine fountain was bestowed by Xiaomu Bao, so he did not have the guts to take action. As such, he ignored the suggestion of the clan leader of the Yun clan. That bastard really brought me a lot of trouble. At the same time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan could naturally feel everyone's alienation. The alienation had begun quite a while ago. When the heavenly text announced that Feng Qingyang, Duanling Tian's master, had become the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. The other supreme powerhouses had already begun to distance themselves from him after finding out about the conflict between Duanling Tian and the Yun clan. Even a few of his old friends stopped talking to him. Everyone was worried that Feng Qingyang would seek revenge from the Yun clan on Duanling Tian's behalf. At that time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan considered leaving the god-defying world for the outer boundary but decided against it in the end. He could not abandon the Yun clan. Many years ago, when he was still the clan leader of the Yun clan, he promised his grandfather that he would protect the Yun clan and that he would live and die with the clan. Moreover, he did not condone Yun Qingyan's behavior back then, and he also did not heed the suggestion of Yun Qingyan's father, the current clan leader of the Yun clan. He even expelled Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. I really didn't expect that Duanling Tian also became a level 7 supreme powerhouse like his master. The supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan thought to himself with a sigh. At the same time, he grew even more dissatisfied with Yun Qingyan. Why did Yun Qingyan provoke the young miss of the Xia clan for no reason? Yun Qingyan was just causing trouble for the Yun clan. At the same time, the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan heard the whispers in his surroundings. No one dares to get close to Yun Gu Feng at all. If Lord Duan wants to settle the score with him, he'll definitely die. The Yun clan will also be doomed. In fact, Yun Gu Feng is a good person. I helped him once in the past. He didn't forget it and helped me a lot in return. It's a pity that the younger generation of the Yun clan offended Duanling Tian. I have no choice but to maintain a distance to avoid getting implicated. That's understandable. Who would dare to get close to him now? About half an hour later, Xiaomu Bai and several imminent world supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world were fast approaching the venue. The few imminent world supreme powerhouses were very grateful to Xiaomu Bai and did not hesitate to express it. They were all injured to varying degrees during their previous once-in-10,000-year heavenly tribulation. If they did not make any progress and break through into the realm of world supreme powerhouses, even if they managed to survive their upcoming heavenly tribulation, they would definitely die during the one after that. However, with Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang giving a public discourse, they finally saw hope to break through. Even if they were not 100% certain they would break through, at the very least they would definitely benefit from it. Mu Bai, thanks to you, we have the honor of listening to Lord Duan and Lord Feng's insight. That's right, Mu Bai. I really have to thank you for this. If you didn't speak up, the two lords might not be willing to do this. Xiaomu Bai said modestly, "Seniors, there's no need to thank me for this. I'm only doing what I should do. I hope all of you will gain something from this. Hopefully, there'll be a few more world supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world after this." Xiaomu Bai and the others soon arrived at the venue. The venue was the vast valley in the mountain range behind the Xia clan's estate. It was lush. The sound of birds chirping rang in the air while the fragrance of flowers permeated the place. It was just like paradise. When the supreme powerhouse from the god-defying world saw Xiao Mu Bai and the others, they quickly greeted them respectfully. "Greetings, my lords." Putting Feng Qingyang and Duan Ling Tian aside, Xiao Mu Bai and the other lords were the strongest people in the god-defying world. They were all imminent world supreme powerhouses and were respected then and now. "All of you are here earlier." An old man with a white beard standing next to Xiao Mu Bai laughed. He was very casual. In the past, even when he was among the strongest people in the god-defying world, he did not put on airs. He naturally did not put on airs now that there was someone stronger than him in the god-defying world who could easily kill him with just a finger. Another half an hour passed before two figures appeared next to each other. "Greetings, Lord Duan Ling Tian." "Greetings, Lord Feng Qingyang." Led by Xiao Mu Bai and the other lords of the god-defying world, the group of supreme powerhouses respectfully greeted Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Suddenly, a figure suddenly rushed toward Duan Ling Tian at lightning speed. Xiao Mu Bai flashed over, promptly blocking the other party's path. He asked gloomily, "Yungu Feng, what are you trying to do?" A hint of killing intent could be seen in Xiao Mu Bai's eyes when he looked at Yungu Feng. Today was the day Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang would share their insight and knowledge with the supreme powerhouses of the god-defying world. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he would not allow any accidents to happen. "Lord Xiao." Yungu Feng paused in his tracks and smiled wryly at Xiao Mu Bai, who blocked his way. He was about to explain himself when he was interrupted. "Yungu Feng, what are you trying to do? If you don't want to listen to Lord Duan and Lord Feng, then you should leave. Yungu Feng, if you intend to cause trouble for Lord Duan and Lord Feng, then you and the Yun clan should leave the god-defying world. You and your clan are not welcome in the god-defying world. Yungu Feng, Lord Duan has yet to settle the score with you, but you dare to jump out first? You're quite bold." Yungu Feng was not among the weakest supreme powerhouses in the god-defying world, but he was only considered average or slightly below average. There were many people stronger than him in the god-defying world. At this moment, except for the supreme powerhouses who had ties with him in the past, all the supreme powerhouses stronger than him spoke up one after another to condemn him. Moreover, waves of divine energy swept toward him one after another aggressively. It was as though they would attack and kill him as soon as he made the wrong move. "Yungu Feng, you better explain yourself. Otherwise, you and your clan should leave the god-defying world." The old man next to Xiao Mu Bai said coldly. As a lord of the god-defying world, he really wanted Yungu Feng and the Yun clan to leave the god-defying world, never to return. Yungu Feng was naturally aware of this. He smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. After a moment, he looked at everyone and said, "You've all misunderstood me. I don't mean to cause any trouble for Lord Duan. In fact, I want to apologize to Lord Duan for the actions of the shameful descendant of my Yun clan. I've long expelled him from the clan." After that, Yungu Feng turned to Duan Ling Tian and bowed respectfully as he said, "Lord Duan, I had already expelled Yun Qinyen from the Yun clan a long time ago. You may have heard of it, but I've also removed Yun Qinyen's father, Yun Tingfeng, from his position as the clan leader. As the saying goes, spare the rod, spoil the child. Yun Qinyen ran away, but I've imprisoned his father in the Yun clan after the migration to the new divine offering land. I'll hand him over for you to deal with, Lord Duan. If you want, say the word, and I'll end his life immediately when I return to the Yun clan." Yungu Feng spoke earnestly, filled with the desire to survive. Duan Ling Tian did not pay attention to Yungu Feng earlier, even though he had seen Yungu Feng approaching him. After all, Yungu Feng was just an ordinary supreme powerhouse and posed no threat to him. However, he only knew now that the other party was the supreme powerhouse of the Yun clan in the divine offering land. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh emotionally upon hearing Yungu Feng's words. This was truly a world where the strong were revered. In the past, Yun Qinyen had acted arrogantly in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, when the ancestor of the Yun clan found out that Duan Ling Tian had obtained the liquid from the divine fountain from Xiao Mu Bai, fearing the consequences of Yun Qinyen's action, he expelled Yun Qinyen from the Yun clan. After Duanling Tian became a level 7 supreme powerhouse and surpassed world supreme powerhouses, the ancestor of the Yun clan also took the initiative to remove Yun Tingfeng from his position as the clan leader of the Yun clan. Duanling Tian had heard about these matters from Xianxia. For this reason, he did not plan to do anything to the Yun clan despite possessing the strength to easily annihilate the Yun clan. Moreover, he also knew that no one in the God-defying world would object to his actions if he had done so. Duanling Tian looked at Yun Gufeng and said expressionlessly, "You can deal with him as you see fit. Apart from that, you also have to deal with the other members of the Yun clan who had acted against me in the past. I don't plan to take action against those who didn't bear any ill intentions against me." Yun Gufeng was pleasantly surprised when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He quickly said, "Lord Duan, don't worry. I'll investigate the matter thoroughly after returning to the Yun clan. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation." Yun Gufeng was surprised by how reasonable and magnanimous Duanling Tian was. Not only did Duanling Tian choose to let the innocent go, but Duanling Tian also did not order him to leave immediately. At this moment, Duanling Tian added, "When I find Yun Qingyan in the future, I'll definitely kill him." Upon hearing this, Yun Gufeng said ruthlessly, "That bastard! If I find him, I'll definitely let him die without a burial place." Yun Gufeng really hated Yun Qingyan. After all, Yun Qingyan almost destroyed the entire Yun clan. He decided to thoroughly interrogate Yun Tingfeng after he returned to the Yun clan to find out who else was involved in the matter and what else was done. He knew the crisis was not completely over yet. It would only be over if he handled the matter well. "Lord Duan, you're truly magnanimous. If Yun Gufeng and the Yun clan dare to cause trouble in the future, I definitely won't let them go," a supreme powerhouse said in an attempt to curry favor with Duanling Tian. He also expressed his willingness to monitor the Yun clan. After that, quite a few supreme powerhouses followed suit, expressing their wish to help Duanling Tian. At the same time, seeing that Duanling Tian did not intend to do anything to Yun Gufeng, a supreme powerhouse, who had a good relationship with Yun Gufeng in the past, said through voice transmission, "Brother Yun, congratulations on getting through this calamity. I had to distance myself from you previously because I really couldn't afford to offend Lord Duan. I hope you'll forgive me." The other party continued to say, "However, Brother Yun, you must properly handle this matter that Lord Duan entrusted you with. You mustn't show mercy to those people just because they are your descendants." Similarly, a few other supreme powerhouses who used to be close to Yun Gufeng sent him similar advice. With this, the minor incident involving Yun Gufeng came to an end. Following that, Feng Qingyang spoke about the evolution of his sword Dao to the supreme powerhouses of the God-defying world. Currently, Feng Qingyang's sword Dao had evolved into the time sword Dao. However, not many supreme powerhouses in the God-defying world comprehended both the law of time and the sword Dao at the same time, so he focused more on speaking about the sword Dao before he spoke about the time sword Dao. The audience listened with rapt attention, feeling enlightened after they listened to him. Let alone in the God-defying world, no one in the myriad worlds and outer boundary dared to claim that their comprehension of the sword Dao was higher than that of Feng Qingyang. Even Duanling Tian, who had comprehended the sword Dao to the 7th stage, was still no match for Feng Qingyang in this regard. Master's sword Dao. Duanling Tian was also listening attentively to Feng Qingyang as Feng Qingyang spoke about his sword Dao. He knew that there were still many things he could learn from his master. Although Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang's sword Dao shared the same source, as time passed, Duanling Tian's sword Dao had branched out in a different direction according to the law he comprehended, which was the law of space. With the memories of the Void Elder, he completely forged a new path for his sword Dao. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian was still engrossed in listening to Feng Qingyang. After all, despite the difference in their sword Dao, he still benefited greatly from listening to Feng Qingyang. Apart from that, those who did not comprehend the sword Dao but other weapon Dao benefited greatly as well. Not only that, but those who did not comprehend the weapon Dao but one of the other Daos of heaven and earth also felt like they could comprehend the sword Dao after listening to Feng Qingyang. Initially, the supreme powerhouses from the god-defying world thought that Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian would deal with this matter perfunctorily and only take a day or two to complete the public discourse. Unexpectedly, it took 3 days and 3 nights for Feng Qingyang alone to finish speaking. Little Tian. When Feng Qingyang was done, he looked at Duanling Tian, indicating that Duanling Tian should take over now. Feng Qingyang's voice pulled the other supreme powerhouses back to their senses. Then, Xiaomu Bai and the other lords of the god-defying world took the lead and bowed to sincerely express their gratitude to Feng Qingyang. It was clear to everyone that Feng Qingyang did not take the matter lightly, and he sincerely shared what he knew with them during the past 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you, Lord Feng, for sharing your insight and knowledge about Sword Dao with us. I've shared all the important knowledge I have of my Sword Dao and didn't speak much about the part related to my law of time. I hope I managed to provide some assistance to all of you, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Now, let my disciple share his knowledge and insight with us. To be honest, he has long surpassed me and my expectations. His Sword Dao isn't inferior to mine. Not only that, but his comprehension of the limitless Dao and the mastery Dao is profound as well. Recently, Feng Qingyang and Duanling Tian had sparred against each other without anyone's knowledge. Both of them fought to a draw when Duanling Tian only used his Sword Dao. When Duanling Tian used his Mastery Dao as well, Feng Qingyang was no match for him. It was also during this time that Feng Qingyang discovered Duanling Tian's profound comprehension of the Mastery Dao and Limitless Dao. Master, you're overpraising me, Duanling Tian said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned to everyone and said, My Sword Dao originated from that of my master. Most of our philosophies are the same. As such, I'll share the knowledge and insight I gained after forging my own path. Duanling Tian spent a day and a night talking about Sword Dao after he branched out. He also occasionally demonstrated his Sword Dao. Unsurprisingly, everyone, including Feng Qingyang, was engrossed in listening to him. Feng Qingyang was even greatly inspired by it. Everyone knew that their 4 Daos of heaven and earth were unique and different. Even if they started from the same source, they would eventually forge their own path as they continued to progress. As such, they knew they could replicate the master and disciple's Sword Dao and could only use it as a reference or an inspiration. After Duanling Tian was done with the Sword Dao, he spoke about his Mastery Dao. Perhaps he was influenced by his master. He was also very sincere when he spoke, dedicating 3 days and 3 nights to the Mastery Dao before he moved on to speak about the Limitless Dao. On the second day Duanling Tian spoke about the Limitless Dao. No one, including Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang, expected to be interrupted by a huge commotion. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as clouds began to roil in the sky. Not long after, the heavenly text appeared in the sky again. Congratulations to Meng Han, a level 6 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary. Now that he has overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, he's poised to become the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing saints and world supreme powerhouses. Duanling Tian was shocked by the heavenly text. Meng Han from the outer boundary? He's the saint from the Jade-Tide heavenly mansion in the sacred lightning realm, the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman and even overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation without anyone knowing. Duanling Tian looked at Feng Qingyang and saw the shock in Feng Qingyang's eyes as well. Feng Qingyang said through voice transmission, Little Tian, Meng Han is quite remarkable. He's a level 6 supreme powerhouse, but he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation without anyone noticing. He really concealed himself very well. I was just an intermediate supreme god when I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, but it had caused a huge commotion. I'm surprised as well. When I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation as an advanced supreme god, it caused a huge commotion as well and attracted many people's attention. Fortunately, I managed to escape after that. Otherwise, I would have died. Obviously, Meng Han had found a very remote place to face the fatal heavenly tribulation and also used some means to hide the commotion. With this, he did not have to worry about others deliberately interrupting him to sabotage him. Needless to say, Xiaomu Bai and the other supreme powerhouses were shocked as well. Someone from the outer boundary overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation? He's a saint, or what we call world supreme powerhouses here. I didn't expect a world supreme powerhouse to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. He must have obtained the heaven protection talisman from the heaven-traversing pagoda. Suddenly, congratulations to Meng Han from the outer boundary. Shortly after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, he is now the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. He broke through so quickly? The supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world were ineffably shocked. From what they knew, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. Among the two, Duan Ling Tian took longer to break through. A few of them looked at the duo and asked about the matter. This isn't surprising, Feng Qingyang said. Meng Han was already a level 6 supreme powerhouse, a level away from becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation, it naturally wouldn't take long for him to break through. Feng Qingyang continued to say, "As for me, I faced the fatal heavenly tribulation when I was just an intermediate supreme god. After the tribulation, I became an advanced supreme god first before becoming a supreme powerhouse. Thanks to the comprehension of my law and sword Tao, I became a level 7 supreme powerhouse after that. As for little Tian, he was an advanced supreme god when he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. Before that, he had withheld from entering the realm of supreme powerhouses and ignored the pull from the realm of supreme powerhouses. I'm sure everyone knows why he did so. Under such circumstances, he had to forcefully break through the realm of supreme powerhouses even though he had already passed the fatal heavenly tribulation. I'm sure all of you know how difficult it is to break into the realm of supreme powerhouses after ignoring the call the first time. For all these reasons, it took him the longest among the three of us to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse," Feng Qingyang explained. The supreme powerhouses nodded, enlightened. In fact, they knew many things that Feng Qingyang pointed out, but they did not put everything together. As such, they were confused when they found out that Meng Han had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse so quickly after overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. I really didn't expect the third level 7 supreme powerhouse to appear so soon. Many of the supreme powerhouses of the God-defying world were frowning. After all, the appearance of a level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary was not advantageous to the God-defying world. They had just gained the advantage when Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang became level 7 supreme powerhouses. But now, another one appeared after the appearance of the new entrances to the heaven-traversing pagoda. Based on this, does this mean there's going to be many level 7 supreme powerhouses appearing soon? Heaven is really unfair for giving them such a shortcut. Many supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world felt dissatisfied on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang's behalf. But the duo remained calm. The duo had long come to terms with this matter. Moreover, in their opinion, if there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses at all except for them, it would be too lonely. Without competition and motivation, their cultivation path would be dull. At this time, upon hearing the words in his surroundings, the old man next to Xiao Bai shook his head and said, "Even with the heaven protection talisman to block 3 strikes from the fatal heavenly tribulation, it's still not easy for level 6 supreme powerhouses to survive the tribulation." The old man sighed and continued to say, "It's not as simple as you think. The Meng Han mentioned in the heavenly text should be the Meng Han I know. He's a famous and powerful supreme powerhouse from the sacred lightning realm's jade-tide heavenly mansion. When he was young, he was also a famous prodigy in the outer boundary. Just because it seems easy for him to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, it doesn't mean that it'll be the same for the others. There were rumors that he perished during his previous heavenly tribulation. Who knew that he was still alive?" The expressions of the supreme powerhouses who felt dissatisfied improved slightly after listening to the old man's words. At this time, Duan Ling Tian said, "Everyone, let's return to what we were doing." Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian continued to speak about the limitless Tao. His knowledge of the limitless Tao originally came from the Elder Void's memories, but he had also been studying it for some time. As such, he had made further progress. Similar to the supreme powerhouses who were listening to Duanling Tian attentively, many people from the God-defying world felt dissatisfied on Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang's behalf, wondering why heaven was so unfair to them and favor others. Unsurprisingly, Meng Han's breakthrough did not only shock the God-defying world, but it also shocked the other worlds, especially the three upper worlds. At this time, there were already a few people from the three upper worlds who entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, but most of them returned unsuccessful. Among them, only 2 people successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Dao Talisman. One of them was Lei Hong, the world supreme powerhouse from the Sun-Bright world, and Fang Yifan, the world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. Fang Yifan was widely acknowledged as the strongest world supreme powerhouse in the Transcendence world, while Lei Hong was among the strongest world supreme powerhouses in the Sun-Bright world. Although they successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, they were not in a hurry to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. After all, they needed to be fully prepared. However, after they saw the heavenly text that announced the breakthrough of Meng Han, a saint from the outer boundary, they both felt a sense of urgency. Since Meng Han, that old geezer, managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, I can't be any worse than him, Lei Hong muttered to himself. Lei Hong naturally knew who Meng Han was. Meng Han was from the same generation as his master. In the past, Meng Han had defeated his master during a sparring session. After he became a level 6 supreme powerhouse, he tried to challenge Meng Han to avenge his master. However, he was told that Meng Han was not in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. He had visited the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion a few times but failed to meet Meng Han. For this reason, he believed that Meng Han was either afraid to face him or Meng Han had been killed by the once-in-10,000 year heavenly tribulation. Perhaps, the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion suppressed the news of Meng Han's death. It was only after the appearance of the heavenly text today that Lei Hong confirmed that Meng Han was still alive. Just like him, Meng Han had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman from the Heaven Traversing Pagoda. However, unlike him, Meng Han had already become a level 7 supreme powerhouse, joining the ranks of Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. He shouldn't avoid me if I visit him now, right? Lei Hong resisted the impulse to face the fatal heaven tribulation immediately and quickly decided to visit Meng Han. He wanted to speak to Meng Han to decide if he was able to face the fatal heavenly tribulation now. Fang Yifan shared similar thoughts with Lei Hong. Similar to Lei Hong, he had endured many hardships to reach where he was. As such, he would not recklessly risk his life. Let's seek guidance from Senior Meng Han first. With that, Fang Yifan quickly left the Transcendence world. While Lei Hong and Fang Yifan were making their way to the outer boundary to look for Meng Han, the other supreme powerhouses, who were originally waiting to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda, rushed to the entrances of the pagoda. All of them wanted to see if they could successfully pass the tests and obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. Up until now, those who failed only suffered injuries and no one had died. Moreover, one could still enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to try again even after one failed. Only those who already obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman were prohibited from entering the pagoda again. A level 6 supreme powerhouse overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. If I didn't know that the Heaven Protection Talisman was not transferable, I'd think that someone gave the talisman to Meng Han. Come on, let's try our best to obtain the talisman and overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Let's strive to be the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Many of the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds no longer hesitated to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. All of them could not wait to see how difficult it would be to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. Even those who had already failed once, not counting those who were injured and had yet to recover, could not wait to enter the pagoda again. Among those who failed, quite a few of them were on par with Lei Hong and Fang Yifan. Their failure did not mean that they were inferior to the duo. They failed mostly because they were unlucky or careless during certain tests. They were 80% confident that they would be able to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman the second time they entered the heaven-traversing pagoda. Needless to say, there was a commotion in the outer boundary as well after the appearance of the heavenly text. Many saints who were originally hesitant also rushed to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. In the azure cloud saint sect, Old Meng has successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and broke through in such a short time? Zhao and Yi was shocked when he saw the heavenly text. When he recovered his senses, he sent a congratulatory message to Meng Han despite the mixed feelings in his heart. Congratulations, Old Meng. A month ago, Zhao and Yi had met Meng Han and watched Meng Han enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. Meng Han was the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and challenge the tests in there. After that, Zhao and Yi did not know what happened to Meng Han. He did not expect Meng Han not only successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, but Meng Han also quietly faced the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse in just slightly over a month. To him, Meng Han's speed was incredibly shocking. It did not take long before Zhao and Yi received a reply from Meng Han. Little Zhao, you should have followed me into the heaven-traversing pagoda a month ago. Previously, Meng Han had run into Zhao and Yi before entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, he learned that Zhao and Yi did not plan to enter the pagoda immediately. Meng Han, who had successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, was naturally knowledgeable about the situation inside the heaven-traversing pagoda. Moreover, he was now with Lei Hong and Fang Yifan who had entered the pagoda after him. As such, he managed to learn a thing or two from their experience as well. What do you mean, Old Meng? Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi's heart skipped a beat when he heard Meng Han's words. He could sense there was something hidden in Meng Han's words. Based on Meng Han's words, it seemed like he had missed out on something. The Sun-Bright World's Lei Hong and the Transcendence World's Fang Yifan are visiting me at the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion now. I learned that because Fang Yifan was the second person to enter the pagoda, Heaven acknowledged his courage and determination, so the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20%. This naturally contributed greatly to his success in obtaining the Heaven Protection Talisman. He told me that he entered the pagoda more than a day after I entered. If you'd gone in after me, it wouldn't be difficult for you to pass the tests and obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman after the difficulty was reduced by 20%. Zhao and Yi's expression was quite unsightly when he heard these words. He did not expect such an absurd turn of events. Since when was Heaven so considerate? Soon enough, Meng Han's message came again. Lei Hong from the Sun-Bright World entered the pagoda an hour after Fang Yifan. As the third person to enter the pagoda, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%, helping him to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. At this moment, Zhao and Yi could not help but wonder about Meng Han, the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. He asked in a slightly trembling voice, Old Meng, you were the first to enter the pagoda. Heaven must have reduced the difficulty of the tests by a lot for you, right? The difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20% and 10% for the second and third person who entered the pagoda respectively. Was the difficulty reduced by 30% for you? Zhao and Yi was filled with regrets. If he could turn back time, he would enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to seize such an advantage. That's right, Meng Han replied, confirming Zhao and Yi's speculation. However, apart from the 30% reduction, after I successfully passed the tests and was rewarded with 3 talismans as promised, I was further rewarded with another talisman. Zhao and Yi felt as though his heart was bleeding when he heard these words. He regretted not entering the heaven-traversing pagoda ahead of Meng Han. Otherwise, he would have obtained the things Meng Han did. I have to say that the reason I was able to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation was the 4th talisman. 3 really weren't enough. I was only about 10% confident I could survive the tribulation with 3 talismans. The 4th really changed things for me. Not only did it save my life, but it also helped me become the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Meng Han's words were nothing short of rubbing salt in Zhao and Yi's wounds. He quickly ended the conversation by replying, Old Meng, I have some matters to attend to. I'll speak to you another time. After that, the regretful Zhao and Yi went to a secluded place to vent his frustration, destroying everything in his sight. Meanwhile, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan bade farewell to Meng Han and left the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion before returning to the Sun-Bright World and the Transcendence World respectively. Their expressions were rather unsightly. After all, they did not expect Meng Han to be rewarded with a fourth Heaven Protection Talisman. After obtaining the Heaven Protection Talisman, Lei Hong and Fang Yifan knew that the talismans were not transferable. The talismans were bound to their owners, and if they gave the talismans up, the talismans would turn into dust. After they obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda, a reminder appeared in the pagoda, deterring them from forcefully seizing talismans from another person. Without the reminder, it was only natural that many people would try to obtain more talismans using other means. After all, the more talismans they possessed, the more they would be protected when facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. Even one extra talisman could make a great difference. Fang Yifan's expression remained unsightly even after he returned to the Transcendence world. I thought I'd be even more confident about facing the fatal heavenly tribulation after speaking to Senior Meng Han, who knew that not only did it not make me feel more confident, but it also crushed all my initial confidence. Meng Han did not hide the fact that the fourth Heaven Protection Talisman he obtained played a great part in his success in surviving the fatal heavenly tribulation. Moreover, according to him, he would have failed if he did not have the fourth talisman. His words were, "It would be impossible for me to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation with only 3 talismans." After hearing all that, how could Fang Yifan not know how crucial the fourth Heaven Protection Talisman was? It seems like I have to make more preparations before facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. I can't rush into it. I'll just wait and observe for now. At the same time, Lei Hong, who had returned to the sun-bright world, was also in a terrible mood. The result of his visit to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion was completely unexpected. However, although his confidence had taken a blow, he was not as depressed as Fang Yifan. He was going to make preparations and enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. I have to make even more careful preparations. It doesn't matter if I only have 3 talismans. I'm not afraid. I must become the 4th Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse after the historical gap. Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, Meng Han, it won't be long before I catch up to all of you. At that time, I'll definitely test Feng Qingyang's strength. Lei Hong had been harboring a grudge against Feng Qingyang ever since Feng Qingyang stopped him from entering the heaven-traversing pagoda. For this reason, he was determined to seek guidance from Feng Qingyang after becoming a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse himself. At the Sacred Lightning Realm's Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion in the Outer Boundary. After Lei Hong and Feng Yifan's departure, a group of saints and world supreme powerhouses came to visit Meng Han. Similar to the duo, they hoped to gain information from Meng Han that could help them overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation in the future. Many among them had already entered the heaven-traversing pagoda but failed to obtain anything. Apart from that, many of them were also injured. Otherwise, they would be in the heaven-traversing pagoda, trying to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman again. The other saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion received this group of visitors and delivered disappointing news to them. "I'm sorry to say that you've all come at the wrong time. My junior granduncle, Meng Han, left shortly after seeing the sun-bright world's Lei Hong and the Transcendence world's Fang Yifan off." The group of supreme powerhouses was naturally disappointed, but their eyes lit up quickly when they heard the following words. "However, my junior granduncle is aware of the purpose of your visit. It's nothing more than to ask about the fatal heavenly tribulation. He has relayed all the necessary information to me, so I'll share with you all I know." The group of supreme powerhouses listened to the saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion speak about Meng Han's experience. All of them were dumbfounded when the saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion finished speaking. Apart from shock, they also felt envious. The first person to enter the pagoda was rewarded by heaven? The difficulty of the tests was not only reduced by 30%, but he was also rewarded with an additional talisman. Did Lord Meng manage to enter the pagoda so quickly because there's an entrance near the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion? Someone asked. The saint of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion shook his head and said, "No, my junior granduncle managed to enter the pagoda so quickly thanks to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's connection to Lord Duan. Before becoming a Level 7 Supreme Powerhouse, Lord Duan was a guardian of our jade-tide heavenly mansion's Golden Dragon Palace. Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace, asked for help from Lord Duan, hoping that Lord Duan would allow my junior granduncle to enter the pagoda through the main entrance. After a brief pause, the saint of the jade-tide heavenly mansion continued to say, I'm sure all of you know that Lord Feng is Lord Duan's master. Due to his loyalty, Lord Duan spoke to Lord Feng and allowed my junior granduncle to enter the pagoda using the main entrance. The others were helpless when they heard these words, and they were also jealous. Why was the jade-tide heavenly mansion so lucky to have connections with someone like Duan Lingtian? At this time, the saint of the jade-tide heavenly mansion asked, I'm sure you've all heard that the sun-bright world's Lei Hong and the Transcendence World's Fang Yifan have also successfully passed the tests in the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda and obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, right? Many people nodded. Yes. Ha! That Lei Hong bragged about it to me. How could I not know? After that, they learned that the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20% and 10% for Fang Yen and Lei Hong respectively as the second and third person to enter the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda. However, they were not rewarded with an additional Heaven Protection Talisman. The supreme powerhouses grew even more jealous and regretful. Lei Hong didn't mention this when he was bragging to me about it. If the difficulty of the test was reduced by 10%, I'm sure I would have succeeded as well. A world supreme powerhouse from the sun-bright world said. His strength was on par with Lei Hong, and he had higher seniority compared to Lei Hong. If they fought, he would not be at a disadvantage at all. Lei Hong and Fang Yifan got lucky as well. If I had known about these things, I would have risked my life and tried to be the second person to enter the pagoda. The saint from the jade-tide heavenly mansion looked at the disappointed supreme powerhouses in front of him and said in an attempt to console them, There's someone who's much more regretful than all of you. I heard from my junior granduncle that he ran into another person, who's on par with him, and they both went to the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda together. That person is rather familiar with Lord Duan. I heard that Lord Duan also allowed him to enter the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda through the main entrance after speaking to Lord Feng. If he had entered at that time, he could have become the first or second person to enter the pagoda. After all, Fang Yifan, the second person to enter the pagoda, only entered a day after my junior granduncle entered the pagoda. The group of supreme powerhouses was naturally shocked. Who was that unlucky guy? He actually failed to seize such a golden opportunity. Who was it? Tell us so all of us can have a laugh. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi calmed down slightly after venting his frustration in a remote place near the Azure Cloud Saint Sect. He took a deep breath before he returned to the Azure Cloud Saint Sect. He planned to stabilize his mood for a few days before he entered the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda. Just as he arrived, Zhao and Yi received a message from his junior nephew, Guilin. Junior uncle, I've captured Tuoba Liancheng, and I'm on my way back to the sect now. We can consider the task Lord Duan entrusted us complete. With this, we can give an explanation to Lord Duan when he visits. Guilin did not spare any effort to look for Tuoba Liancheng. He encountered several setbacks before he finally found Tuoba Liancheng after about a month. All right, Zhao and Yi replied, sounding exhausted. At the same time, he thought to himself, this brat's timing is really bad. After all, Zhao and Yi managed to calm down after great difficulty. But his emotions were thrown into turmoil again when Guilin mentioned Duan Lingtian. Previously, Duan Lingtian had allowed him to enter the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda through the main entrance. If he did not refuse at that time, he would have become the second person to enter the pagoda and obtain 3 Heaven Protection Talismans. He was truly filled with regret. Zhao and Yi was prepared to enter the Heaven-Traversing Pagoda and try his best to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. However, he was not very confident about his success. The most important thing to him was to learn as much as he could in the pagoda and familiarize himself with the pagoda. After all, he had heard that many people, who were on par with him or even slightly stronger than him, had failed to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. Forget it. The past is in the past. I need to calm down. There's no medicine for regret. Let's forget about this matter. Zhao and Yi thought to himself in an attempt to console himself. Zhao and Yi finally managed to calm down again when he suddenly received multiple messages. After the appearance of the alternate entrances of the heaven-traversing pagoda, the voice transmission barriers in many territories had been removed so everyone could easily share information about the entrances to the heavenly traversing pagoda. For this reason, Zhao and Yi could still receive messages from his old friends outside of the Azure Cloud, Saint Sec's territory. Meanwhile, Zhao and Yi's expression grew increasingly dark as he listened to the messages. Old Zhao, I heard that you had the chance to become the first person to enter the pagoda but gave the chance to old Meng. It seems like you really have great respect for your elders. Little Zhao, you're really amazing. You actually didn't even try to enter the pagoda first and allowed old Meng to enter first. If you didn't plan to enter, you should have spoken to Lord Duan and given the chance to me. If so, I would become the second person to enter the pagoda, not Fang Yi fan. Zhao and Yi, you old bastard. You really messed up this time. To think you failed to cherish such a great opportunity. This is really hilarious. If you had rushed ahead, old Meng might not be the first person to enter the pagoda, and you might have become the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Zhao and Yi's expression was extremely dark, and a hint of dissatisfaction could be seen in the depth of his eyes. Only Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Meng Han knew about this matter. In his opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyan to leak the news. The culprit was undoubtedly Meng Han. Zhao and Yi really wished he could slap Meng Han. However, Meng Han was now a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He could only swallow his anger before he sent a message to Meng Han. Old Meng, you're really despicable. Must you tell everyone that I failed to seize the opportunity? How am I supposed to face the others in the future? After a long time, Meng Han still did not respond to Zhao and Yi. He wondered inwardly, is he not in the outer boundary? Or did the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion put up the barriers again? After that, Zhao and Yi ordered his subordinate to put up the voice transmission barrier again, blocking all messages from coming in. Before the barrier was put back in place, he received a few more messages mocking him. Although most of them did not have malicious intentions, he still felt greatly displeased. Fortunately, peace returned after the barrier was activated. Zhao and Yi's expression was fierce as he said through gritted teeth, once I have a breakthrough, I'm going to teach that old geezer a lesson. The divine offering land in the God-defying world, one of the myriad worlds. Xiao Mu Bai was listening to Duan Ling Tian speaking about the limitless Tao when he received a message. Without drawing any attention to himself, he left silently. A hint of reluctance could be seen in his eyes when he turned back to glance at Duan Ling Tian. After leaving the divine offering land, Xiao Mu Bai quickly went to the entrance of the God-defying world. The gatekeeper had previously sent a message to Xiao Mu Bai after the visitor announced his identity. He said to the visitor, Lord Meng, this is Lord Xiao Mu Bai of our God-defying world. Before Meng Han responded, Xiao Mu Bai bowed slightly and greeted, Xiao Mu Bai greets Lord Meng. At the same time, Xiao Mu Bai could not help but wonder about the purpose of Meng Han's visit. Now that Meng Han had broken through, he wondered if Meng Han came to challenge Duan Ling Tian or Feng Qingyang. Meng Han said with a laugh, Lord Xiao, there's no need to be so formal. I'm here to express my gratitude to Brother Duan and Brother Feng. After becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Meng Han's confidence had been restored. As such, he also changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. Are they in the God-defying world? If they are, I'll have to trouble you to bring me to them, Meng Han said. Xiao Mu Bai quickly sent a message to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. After receiving a reply from the duo, he brought Meng Han into the God-defying world. When Xiao Mu Bai and Meng Han arrived, Duan Ling Tian was still in the midst of speaking to the group of supreme powerhouses from the God-defying world. Meng Hao was stunned. He could hear Duan Ling Tian speaking about the limitless Tao, one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. He was very familiar with the limitless Tao. After all, he comprehended the limitless Tao. Before he broke into the forbidden realm, he finally allowed his limitless Tao, which he had suppressed for a long time, to break through. At that time, the breakthrough summoned the fatal heavenly tribulation. Subsequently, He overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Xiao Mubai said in a low voice, Lord Duan is sharing his knowledge with the supreme powerhouses of the God-defying world. He sent me a message saying that'll take more than a day before he's done. He has asked me to arrange for a place for you to stay first. When he's done, he and Lord Feng will visit you. Lord Feng also wants to listen to Lord Duan's talk about the limitless Tao. At this time, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang looked at Meng Han briefly and nodded at him. It's fine. I'll listen to Brother Duan as well, Meng Han said with a smile. Then, he added skeptically, however, I remember hearing that the Tao of heaven and earth that Brother Duan is skilled in the sword Tao, right? Although Meng Han had just started listening, he could tell that Duan Ling Tian's limitless Tao was not inferior to his. He was naturally shocked and confused. Yes, Lord Duan is skilled in the sword Tao, Xiao Mubai said with a nod. However, Lord Duan also unexpectedly has a high comprehension of the limitless Tao. Xiao Mubai did not reveal that Duan Ling Tian was also skilled in the mastery Tao. After all, Meng Han was not from the God-defying world. What? Meng Han was further shocked by Xiao Mubai's reply. He knew that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the sword Tao was very profound. What shocked him was that Duan Ling Tian also had such a profound comprehension of the limitless Tao. What a monster! A hint of fear could be seen in Meng Han's eyes as he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. However, he soon became engrossed in listening to Duan Ling Tian, as he discovered that many of Duan Ling Tian's words were of great help to him. More than a day passed in just a blink of an eye. When Duan Ling Tian finally ended the talk, everyone wished they could listen to him more. They naturally did not forget to thank him. Thank you, Lord Duan, for sharing your knowledge with us. Thank you, Lord Duan, Lord Feng. The group of supreme powerhouses did not leave immediately. Some of them left when they saw that Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and an unfamiliar old man had left. Quite a few stayed back to chat. One person looked at Meng Han's back. He furrowed his brows for a moment before he suddenly exclaimed, I know him! He's Meng Han, the saint from the Jade-Tide heavenly mansion in the Outer Boundaries sacred lightning realm. He's the one mentioned in the recent heavenly text. He's the third level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. Some people who were about to leave paused in their tracks when they heard these words. Some of them looked at Xiao Mubai since they knew that Xiao Mubai had led Meng Han here. It's true. That's Lord Meng. He came to look for Lord Duan and Lord Feng, Xiao Mubai said. A demi-saint said with a laugh. Since Lord Meng came to look for the two lords so soon after his breakthrough, it shows that he has a good relationship with the two lords. This is definitely good for the God-defying world. Indeed, this was a good thing. Many people's eyes lit up upon hearing those words. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Meng Han entered a pocket of space that Feng Qingyang created from his little world. He had left this pocket of space here in the divine offering land so he could return to the God-defying world in an instant if something were to happen. The independent space that Feng Qingyang created looked like paradise. A small divine tree of life was growing healthily in the center. There were mountains and rivers, and the air was fresh. The sounds of birds chirping rang melodiously while the fragrance of flowers permeated the air. The trio entered a pavilion in front of a waterfall before Feng Qingyang invited Duan Ling Tian and Meng Han to take a seat next to a tea table. While Feng Qingyang was brewing tea, Duan Ling Tian asked Meng Han with a teasing smile, Did you come to show off the fact that you're now a level 7 supreme powerhouse? Previously, Duan Ling Tian had watched Meng Han enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. At that time, he had wondered if Meng Han would successfully obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. He also wondered if the Heaven Protection Talisman would help Meng Han survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Unexpectedly, in just a little over a month, not only did Meng Han obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman, but Meng Han also successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. Of course not, Meng Han said as he shook his head and smiled. Then, his expression turned serious as he continued to say, I came to thank both of you. Not only that, but I also want to express my intention of repaying the favor to both of you. If there's anything you need my help with in the future, I definitely won't refuse as long as it's within my capability. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Ying exchanged a look of surprise. They did not expect this from Meng Han. In their opinion, they did not do anything to help Meng Han. Moreover, Meng Han was now also a level 7 supreme powerhouse, but he was still very modest. There was no need for him to go to such lengths. After discussing the matter through voice transmission, they still could not figure it out. Finally, Duan Ling Tian asked, "We didn't help you with anything. Even if we didn't allow you to enter through the main entrance, you would still be able to enter the pagoda eventually through one of the alternate entrances." "That's not right. I was able to succeed because both of you allowed me to enter through the main entrance," Meng Han said before he recounted what happened to Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. After that, he said with a sigh, "Without the fourth talisman, it's unlikely for me to survive the fatal heavenly tribulation. Without it, at most, I have less than a 10% chance to survive." Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang were stunned. They did not expect that their casual decision to allow Meng Han to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda through the main entrance would result in this. It was completely out of their expectations that the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda would have such rewards. It was truly unexpected. The difficulty was reduced by 30%. Not only that, but the most outrageous thing is on top of the 3 talismans, you're also rewarded with an additional one after you successfully pass the tests. Since the first person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda was rewarded, the second person probably was rewarded as well, right? Feng Qingyang speculated out loud as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian thought about someone, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He had thought about Zhao and Yi, the saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Back then, Zhao and Yi had come to the heaven-traversing pagoda with Meng Han. At that time, he had told Zhao and Yi that he could also use the main entrance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. But Zhao and Yi said he had no plans of entering the pagoda yet. Meanwhile, Meng Han said to Feng Qingyang, "Indeed, the second person was also rewarded." Meng Han told Feng Qingyang that Lei Hong and Fang Yifan from the 3 upper worlds had visited him before he said, the duo was the second and third person to enter the pagoda respectively. The second person to enter was Fang Yifan, and as a reward, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 20%. As for Lei Hong, who entered third, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%. However, after passing the tests, they were not rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman. After a brief pause, Meng Han continued to say, "Based on the rewards the 3 of us received, I don't think the fourth person will be rewarded." Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang continued listening to Meng Han. "The tests in the pagoda aren't easy. When I spoke to Lei Hong, he also said that he found it very difficult to pass the tests. As for Fang Yifan, he found the tests slightly easier. After all, he had a 10% advantage compared to Lei Hong." Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang also learned from Meng Han that as far as he knew, the 3 of them were the only ones who had successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman so far. Lei Hong and Meng Han were from the Myriad Worlds, and Meng Han was the only one from the outer boundary to have obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman so far. "In any case, I'd like to congratulate you, old Meng," Duan Ling Tian said as he raised his teacup and toasted Meng Han with tea in place of wine. "From now on, you'll be the strongest person in the outer boundary." Meng Han raised his teacup as well and laughed before he said modestly, "It's only temporary. I know the limit of my strength. There are still a dozen or so people who were on par with me in the past in the outer boundary. When they break through, I'm not completely certain I'll be able to defeat them." The trio continued chatting for a while before Meng Han revealed the second reason for his visit. "After breaking through, I felt rather peerless. Currently, I'm truly peerless in the outer boundary. When I thought about both of you, I found myself eager for a sparring session. Apart from thanking both of you, I also came to spar with both of you. What do you think?" Meng Han asked with bright eyes. "Oh," Duan Ling Tian said, slightly surprised, "Old Meng, it seems like you're very confident about your strength. Are you going to challenge the 2 of us at once?" Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Meng Han was so frightened that he spat out the tea in his mouth. Feng Qingyang reacted quickly and evaporated the tea so that it did not land on him and Duanling Tian. Meng Han said with a hint of sullenness. When did I say I want to challenge the two of you at once? I naturally plan to spar with you separately. Although Meng Han had just broken through, he was confident that he was not any weaker than Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang. However, fighting the two of them at once was nothing more than a fool's errand. He did not have any confidence at all in fighting the two of them at once. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Feng Qingyang and asked, Master, do you want to fight Meng Han or should I go first? I'll go first, Feng Qingyang said as he rose to his feet. He smiled faintly before he continued to say to Meng Han, Old Meng, my disciple has long surpassed me. If you can't defeat me, then there's no need to waste your time sparring with him. Meng Han's eyes widened slightly upon hearing these words. However, when he recalled Duanling Tian's profound comprehension of the Sword Dao and Limitless Dao, he did not doubt Feng Qingyang's words at all. Then he said, Even so, I still want to spar with him. After all, even if I lose, I can at least see the gap between us. For almost 10,000 years, Meng Han did not spar with anyone. He had been preoccupied with healing his injuries and preparing for the next heavenly tribulation. Now that he had survived the fatal heavenly tribulation after entering the Forbidden Realm and becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse, there was no doubt that he would survive his next once in 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. With his current strength, he could live for tens of thousands of years or even 100,000 years. Old Meng, let's spar, Feng Qingyang said. He was also very eager to fight Meng Han. He volunteered to go first because he was worried that Meng Han would not be in a state to fight after fighting Duanling Tian first. He could not wait to fight Meng Han. After all, when he sparred with Duanling Tian, he was completely defeated by Duanling Tian. This was not surprising because Duanling Tian was not only skilled in the Sword Dao, but Duanling Tian was also skilled in the Mastery Dao and the Limitless Dao. Unlike the laws where one could only use one law at a time, the 4 Daos of heaven and earth did not have such a restriction. Coupled with the doppelganger of the law, Duanling Tian's strength was even more terrifying. Just like Duanling Tian, his doppelganger could use the Sword Dao, Mastery Dao, and Limitless Dao as well. How could he possibly stand a chance against Duanling Tian? They left the independent space to spar to prevent damage to the space, which was a part of Feng Qingyang's little world, and found an abandoned space to spar in. Then, Duanling Tian watched as his master and Meng Han fought. Boom! A thunderous sound rang in the air as Meng Han took the lead and attacked first. He was like a ferocious beast as he pounced toward Feng Qingyang. The sounds of explosions rang in his wake as lightning flashed in the sky. Meng Han quickly cast his bloodline power and secret technique. A red-tinged translucent figure shot out from his body and vanished as quickly as it appeared. Subsequently, his body grew into monstrous proportions, resembling the translucent figure from earlier. He turned into a giant, emitting a red light. Apart from that, the air around him turned frosty. Based on this, it could be seen that he comprehended the law of ice. He was like a frost giant at this moment. Meng Han brought his gigantic hand down on Feng Qingyang. It was as though a dark shadow was looming over the entire world. His hand fell looking like he intended to squash Feng Qingyang like a bug. Feng Qingyang looked extremely small in comparison. In fact, he was even smaller than one of Meng Han's fingers. The surrounding temperature continued to drop. The terrifying cold quickly permeated the air, seemingly trying to freeze everything. Even the spatial tiers seemed to be mending at a much slower rate at this moment. Just as the hand was about to land on Feng Qingyang suddenly vanished into thin air. It was as though he had used the teleportation profundity from the law of space. However, it was impossible for even the most skilled user of the law of space to cast the teleportation profundity earlier due to the turbulent space. What he had done was used the law of time to slow and stop time briefly. He took advantage of the time and dodged when Meng Han was about to land. Unsurprisingly, Meng Han and Duanling Tian, who did not use his divine consciousness, were caught unprepared by this technique. The law of time? Meng Han quickly retreated a distance away after his attack missed. At the same time, a foreboding feeling rose in his heart. He had a feeling that Feng Qingyang was going to follow up with an attack. Swoosh! As expected, as soon as Meng Han retreated, a sword ray that seemed capable of piercing time and space shot out toward where he was standing just a moment ago. A long tear appeared in the space immediately. Even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying killing intent of the sword ray. Although Meng Han would not have been cleaved into two, if he did not retreat in time earlier, he would have been injured. "I'm not going to hold back anymore," Feng Qingyang said calmly as his doppelgangers from the laws appeared one after another. Although his other doppelgangers were inferior to his doppelganger from the law of time, all of them could use the sword Dao at the 7th stage. Despite using his limitless Dao and his bloodline power to turn into a giant, Meng Han fell into a disadvantageous position under the attack of Feng Qingyang and his doppelgangers. Even if this was a life-or-death battle, he was certain he could retreat even if he could not win. However, if he continued to fight, he knew he would die if it was a serious fight. After a brief moment, Meng Han said with a sigh, "I'm no match for you." Meng Han could not conceal the disappointment on his face as well. He clearly had a hard time accepting this outcome. Feng Qingyang was just an unknown intermediate supreme god not too long ago. He rose to fame when he broke into the Forbidden Realm and overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation before he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In Meng Han's opinion, Feng Qingyang likely did not have a solid foundation. He was rather confident that even if he could not thoroughly defeat Feng Qingyang, he would have the upper hand. The outcome was beyond his expectations. Feng Qingyang had rich combat experience and was not inferior to Meng Han. Apart from that, Feng Qingyang's law of time surpassed his law of ice, displaying the superiority of the 4 supreme laws. Although he had the bloodline power, Feng Qingyang made up for that advantage with his doppelgangers. Even if the doppelgangers were not as strong as Feng Qingyang, they were not to be underestimated. Even with his current strength, he did not dare to underestimate them. After Meng Han admitted defeat, Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and said with a nod, "That was a great match." At the same time, Feng Qingyang felt that his confidence, which was previously demolished by his disciple, had returned. He was not bothered that his disciple defeated him, but his confidence still suffered a blow. Fortunately, his confidence seemed to have returned after he defeated Meng Han. He even thought that if other level 7 supreme powerhouses appeared, they might not be a match for him. As expected of Duanling Tian's master, "Your strength is impressive," Meng Han said. Then, he sighed before he turned and said to Duanling Tian, "I don't doubt that you're stronger than your master, but I'd still like to spar with you to see the difference in our strength. Please give me some time to recover my energy before I spar with you. Don't hold back please and attack with all your might. I want to see how long I can last against you." In Meng Han's eyes, Duanling Tian was even more terrifying than before. Not only was Duanling Tian's sword Dao at the 7th stage, but his limitless Dao seemed to be at the 7th stage as well. At the very least, his limitless Dao was already at the 6th stage. He knew that if Duanling Tian used the 2 Daos, he would not be able to last long in the fight at all. After Meng Han recovered and sparred with Duanling Tian, he discovered that his speculation was right. He was thoroughly defeated. He was in a daze as he bade Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang farewell, unable to recover for a long time. At the same time, he wondered if Duanling Tian could be considered human with his strength. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang looked at the despondent Meng Han sympathetically. Then, he shook his head and said to Duanling Tian with a wry smile on his face, "Little Tian, don't you think you went too hard on him? No matter what, you're still a member of the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, right?" Duanling Tian scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "He told me not to hold back, right?" Feng Qingyang sighed and said, "I didn't expect you to hold back so much when we fought previously." After saying that, Feng Qingyang sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a sword ray shot out of his body. It spun around him at alternating speeds, stopping and moving again at intervals. Feeling defeated, he wanted to continue comprehending the sword Dao, hoping to make progress so he could catch up to his disciple. Seeing this, Duan Tian only smiled awkwardly before he took his leave. Kuer should recover soon, right? Recently, Duan Tian had been observing Kuer, who was recovering in his little world. He could sense her condition was improving, and it seemed like it would not take long before she regained consciousness. I wonder who will be the next level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duan Tian wondered out loud. He was rather curious about this. After listening to Meng Han's words, it was not difficult for Duan Tian to guess that all the level 6 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary must have made preparations. In his opinion, it was not a problem for them to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. He speculated that at least half of these people could successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Duan Tian faintly anticipated the appearance of more level 7 supreme powerhouses in the world. With that, he would not have to deal with the loneliness of standing at the top. Duan Tian also wondered what the mysterious heaven would do next. In the past, heaven did not have any movement because there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses after the gap in history. However, heaven made itself known after he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. The heavenly text appeared, announcing his deed to the world. Prior to this, neither he nor the group of old men from the God-defying world had heard of heaven intervening in such a way. Naturally, heaven could only intervene indirectly, not directly. When there were no level 7 supreme powerhouses, heaven didn't create the heaven-traversing pagoda to give out the heaven protection talisman. Those things only appeared after Master and I became level 7 supreme powerhouses. It's clear that heaven is targeting us. According to the Void Elder's memories, heaven can't directly attack a person. It makes sense for heaven to target us with this method. However, could it be a coincidence? What if the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda was not intentional? What if its appearance was triggered by the appearance of the first level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap? Is there really such a coincidence? Based on how much the Void Elder resented heaven, Duan Tian was more inclined to believe that heaven was targeting him and his master. He believed that heaven had intentionally created the heaven-traversing pagoda. No matter what, I'm not afraid. I'll face everything as it comes, Duan Tian said as his eyes shone with determination and ferocity. In the past, when he was weak, he had never been afraid. He continued to advance and overcome many obstacles and life-death situations before he finally reached the peak. He did not let the difficulties overwhelm him, and he did not falter. Now that he was standing at the peak, he was naturally even more fearless. Moreover, I have the Void Elder's memories. With them, I can learn many things in a short time. It shouldn't take long for me to catch up to him and become a level 9 supreme powerhouse. I might even be able to enter the mysterious realm that Void Elder speculated about and gain the power to resist heaven. I wonder what kind of realm can give someone the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with heaven. Duan Tian was unsurprisingly curious about the mysterious realm in the Void Elder's memories that could grant one strength comparable to that of heaven. He also knew that it was only a speculation, but he still could not help but look forward to it. At the Azure Cloud Saint sect in the outer boundary. Guilin, since you're here, I'll leave the sect to you as usual, Zhao and Yi said seriously to Guilin, who had just brought Tuoba Liancheng back. Lord Duan should be coming soon. If I have yet to return from the heaven-traversing pagoda, receive him on my behalf, and hand Tuoba Liancheng and Han Jiang to him. Guilin nodded in agreement. After that, Zhao and Yi left for the nearest entrance to the heaven-traversing pagoda. He really could not wait anymore. Initially, he planned to take his time, but whenever he recalled what he had missed, he became very frustrated. In the end, he decided to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda first. Even if he failed to obtain the heaven protection talisman on his first try, he could at least accumulate experience. It would only be a matter of time before he obtained the heaven protection talisman. At that time, he would also become a level 7 supreme powerhouse like Meng Han from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. Previously, Zhao and Yi had heard from those who had already entered the heaven-traversing pagoda that some people stayed in the pagoda for half a month and some stayed for more than a month. Lei Hong and Fang Yifan, who successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, stayed in the pagoda for less than a month. Passing the tests in the heaven-traversing pagoda depended not only on one's strength but also efficiency. If one was efficient, one would exhaust less energy. If one exhausted less energy, one would be able to cope with the subsequent tests better. This was common sense. Zhao and Yi planned to take his time and stay there for more than a month. But who knew he would be forced to come out after 21 days? He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes at this moment. The tests are really difficult. I can deal with the tests if I'm at my peak, but the earlier tests have drained me. Zhao and Yi reflected on his experience and sighed. He felt that he had used too much energy in each test. When I go in again, I have to be more efficient and conserve more energy. I'll recover my injuries before entering again. I'll definitely obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. At most, I have to enter the pagoda a few times. Zhao and Yi was injured now and vulnerable to attacks. Although he had many friends in the outer boundary, he also had many enemies. Not many people knew he had entered the heaven-traversing pagoda previously, but he still had to guard against his enemies. As such, he sent a message to Guilin to escort him back to the Azure Cloud Saint sect. During the journey, Guilin did not sense anything wrong with Zhao and Yi because the latter had mobilized his divine consciousness. However, as soon as they arrived and Zhao and Yi withdrew his divine consciousness, he gasped in shock. "Why are you so badly injured? It can't be helped. It's my first time entering the pagoda after all," Zhao and Yi said with a helpless expression before he recounted his experience in the heaven-traversing pagoda. "I'm not sure if you'll encounter the same tests I did when you enter the pagoda, but it'll definitely do you good to learn from experience. It might help you avoid some trouble in the future," Zhao and Yi said. Guilin listened carefully, too afraid to miss any detail. "Where's Zhao and Yi?" Faced with Duanling Tian's question, Guilin smiled bitterly and replied, "When Junior Uncle entered the heaven-traversing pagoda, he was injured. He's now recuperating. However, he did tell me to summon if you want to see him, Lord Duan." Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian muttered under his breath. "He entered the pagoda? Didn't he say he was not going to enter for the time being when he went to the pagoda with Old Meng from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion? Why did he suddenly change his mind?" Guilin smiled wryly upon hearing these words. He knew how much Zhao and Yi regretted not entering the heaven-traversing pagoda at that time. "Lord Duan, when my junior uncle heard that the first 3 people to enter the pagoda were rewarded by heaven by having the difficulty of the tests reduced, he was filled with regrets. Out of frustration, he decided to enter the pagoda." Duanling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, "I see. Well, he can't be blamed for it. After all, heaven didn't announce that the first 3 people to enter the pagoda would be rewarded. There's no need to summon him. I only came for those 2 people. Have you captured them?" "Yes. I'll bring them here now," Guilin said before he left. In just a short moment, Guilin returned with 2 people who looked very weak. They were clearly seriously injured. These 2 people were Han Jiang and Tuoba Lianqing, the 2 demi-saints who helped the demi-saint from the Fu clan kill Duan Yue. The Azure Cloud Saint sect deliberately injured them so it would be easier for the demi-saint of the sect to keep an eye on them and prevent them from escaping. Guilin, as one of the 2 saints of the Azure Cloud Saint sect, naturally would not condescend to keep an eye on the 2 of them all the time. "Lord Duan." Han Jiang and Tuoba Liancheng fell to their knees when they saw Duanling Tian, trembling violently as they spoke. "Lord Duan, I plead guilty. Please spare my life. I promise to serve you for the rest of my life if you show mercy. Lord Duan, spare my life. I promise to serve you like a slave, and I will obey you in everything in the future." The duo was at their wits' end. This was the only thing they could do to ensure their survival. They prayed fervently that the person in front of them would find value in them and spare them. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian smiled contemptuously when he heard their words. With his current strength, let alone demi-saints, even saints were willing to serve him. He did not waste time and quickly took their lives. The duo's spatial rings self-destructed after their deaths. although Duanling Tian could force them to remove their ownership of the rings before their deaths. He did not bother to do so. He did not think they had anything of value in their spatial rings, after all. After their deaths, the duo only left behind two supreme powerhouse divinities, which Duanling Tian quickly took away. Before leaving, Duanling Tian glanced at Guilin and said, "In the future, take care of the Duan clan. Without a demi-saint, the Duan clan must have had a tough time. However, if the Azure Cloud Saint sect protected the clan would definitely thrive just like when Duan Yowei was alive." Duanling Tian knew the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion would also take good care of the Duan clan. However, he wanted the clan to be better, so he asked Guilin to take care of the Duan clan as well. "Yes, Lord Duan," Guilin replied respectfully. Then he said, "Not too long ago, my junior uncle and I ordered our subordinates to take good care of the Duan clan in the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion's territory. In fact, I personally visited the Duan clan and told them to look for me in the Azure Cloud Saint sect if they need help in the future." Guilin naturally would not let go of a chance to curry favor with Duanling Tian. Although the Duan clan was not in the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory, he was very willing to help the Duan clan. In fact, he was planning to invite the Duan clan to move to the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. The sect was willing to help the Duan clan become even more glorious than it was in the past. "All right, if you do well, you'll definitely be rewarded in the future," Duanling Tian said with a nod. Upon hearing this, Guilin's smile widened. This was exactly what he wanted. A promise like that from a level 7 supreme powerhouse was akin to a life-saving charm. Guilin knew that more and more saints and world supreme powerhouses would obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda now that multiple entrances had appeared. In the future, there would be more level 7 supreme powerhouses as well. Guilin knew that Zhao and Yi was weaker than Meng Han from the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. Even if Zhao and Yi successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, Zhao and Yi would not dare to recklessly face the fatal heavenly tribulation yet. Currently, the Azure Cloud Saint sect, a saint-rank force, still had a high status in the outer boundary. After all, there was only one level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary. However, as more and more level 7 supreme powerhouses appeared, the status of the sect would drop more and more. Who knew if the sect would be targeted at that time? As such, it was beneficial for the sect to have a good relationship with Duanling Tian. After leaving the Azure Cloud Saint sect, Duanling Tian was not in a hurry to return to the God-defying world. Instead, he retraced his footsteps back to the Crimson Demon Ridge where he had first arrived when he came to the outer boundary. There were many people who helped him along the way, and there were also those who targeted him. Now that he had the strength, he was going to repay the kindness and seek revenge accordingly. Those people in the past who knew Duanling Tian were shocked when they found out that Duanling Tian was the second level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap mentioned in the heavenly text. Although they had already suspected it, they were still shocked. Needless to say, those who had helped Duanling Tian were naturally delighted. On the contrary, those who had enmity with Duanling Tian were in despair. They regretted offending him in the past. They regretted even more that they did not kill him in the past. Duanling Tian spent some time dealing with those people. When he was finally done, he returned to the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion. In the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Palace Master, Duanling Tian met Xianxia, the Palace Master of the Golden Dragon Palace. He smiled and greeted Xianxia before greeting Ku Yi, who was standing behind Xianxia. Ku Yi was Xianxia's direct disciple. "Ku Yi, long time no see," Duanling Tian said with a smile and a nod. When Duanling Tian first arrived at the Jade Tide Heavenly Mansion, Ku Yi had received him and took good care of him. Ku Yi was much more reserved now. After all, Duanling Tian was no longer the advanced supreme god he used to know. Duanling Tian was now even stronger than his master, whom he looked up to. He followed his master's example and bowed respectfully as he said, "Greetings, Lord Duan. Palace Master, you and Ku Yi are both old acquaintances of mine. There's no need to be so courteous with me," Duanling Tian said as he shook his head. Then, without beating around the bush, he asked, "Palace Master, is there anything you desire?" If you want to be the leader of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, I'll speak to old Meng about it. I'm sure he won't refuse. Xianxia smiled with a hint of helplessness upon hearing these words. He said, I don't have any intentions of becoming the leader of the mansion. Please don't say anything to Elder Meng. Otherwise, he'll take your words seriously. Xianxia was aware that Meng Han was able to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman and successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation thanks to Duanling Tian. After Meng Han returned to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, he had summoned all the high-ranking officials and declared that Duanling Tian was an esteemed ally of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. They were to treat Duanling Tian with the same respect as they would treat him. If Duanling Tian requested help from them, they would spare no effort in helping him even if they had to sacrifice everything. Initially, Xianxia did not understand Meng Han's actions. He only found out later that thanks to Duanling Tian, Meng Han was able to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda first. As a result, not only was the difficulty of the tests reduced by 30%, but he was even rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman, which contributed greatly to his success in overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation and becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Without Duanling Tian's help, Meng Han would have undoubtedly been killed by his upcoming once in 10,000 year heavenly tribulation. Without the rewards, he would not have successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Meng Han was an important existence to the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. For this reason, not only Meng Han, but even the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion felt indebted to Duanling Tian. This was also the reason why Xianxia knew that Meng Han would immediately make him the leader of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion if Duanling Tian mentioned the matter to Meng Han. Xianxia had no interest in becoming the leader of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He became motivated after the appearance of the heaven-traversing pagoda. In the past, he thought that saints were the limit. With his talent, it was only a matter of time before he became a saint. As such, he did not have any sense of anticipation at all in the past. On the contrary, he was filled with anticipation now. He could not wait to become a saint. After becoming a saint, he was going to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda to obtain the heaven protection talisman. After that, he would strive hard to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Duanling Tian did not say more, seeing that Xianxia had no interest in becoming the leader of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. He only said, "All right, if you need my help in the future, you can look for me in the God-defying world." "Thank you, Lord Duan," Xianxia said respectfully. Duanling Tian did not bother to correct Xianxia this time. He knew that it would be difficult for Xianxia to treat him casually like before due to the difference in their strength. Kui was even more polite. In the past, he would talk and laugh casually with Duanling Tian. However, even with Xianxia present, he could not help but feel awkward. Duanling Tian politely declined Xianxia's invitation to stay in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion before he left for the God-defying world. He could tell Kuer was going to wake up soon and planned to wait for her. He could not help but feel excited when he thought about her. Unbeknownst to Duanling Tian, shortly after he returned to the God-defying world, something significant happened. The Duan clan, a demi-saint rank clan in the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, received a visitor. It was none other than a saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect. Most importantly, the saint invited the clan to move to the Azure Cloud Saint sect's territory. The Duan clan was naturally excited. At the same time, they could not help but think about the danger the clan faced after the death of the clan's demi-saint, Duan Yue. At that time, many demi-saint rank forces had their eyes on the clan. Fortunately, 2 months ago, a demi-saint from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion drove the other demi-saint rank forces away, declaring that the Duan clan was under his protection. The demi-saint was none other than Xianxia, the palace master of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion's Golden Dragon Palace. It was then that they found out that Duanling Tian, who was Duan Yue's sworn brother, was the level 7 supreme powerhouse mentioned in the heavenly text. In the main hall of the Duan clan, Lord Guolin's offer is indeed very generous. "I don't think we should decline the offer," the Grand Elder of the Duan clan said excitedly. He was clearly in favor of moving to the Azure Cloud Saint Sex territory. On the contrary, the clan leader of the Duan clan remained silent and sent a message to Xianxia to inform him about the Azure Cloud Saint Sex invitation. Previously, when Xianxia came to help the Duan clan, he had left his soul pearl behind. What? The Guolin, the saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, personally visited the Duan clan to invite the clan to move. Xianxia was stunned when he received the message. Then, he recalled Duan Tian seemed to have some relationship with Zhao and Yi, the saint of the Azure Cloud Saint sect. After considering the status of the Duan clan in Duan Tian's heart, Xianxia decided against going to the Duan clan. After all, he was just a demi-saint. Instead, he quickly looked for Meng Han. What? The Azure Cloud Saint sect came to our territory to poach the Duan clan that brother Duan treasures. After learning about what happened from Xianxia, Meng Han wasted no time and told Xianxia to lead him to the Duan clan. During the Duan clan's meeting, the high-ranking officials voted and agreed to accept the Azure Cloud Saint Sex invitation to move to the Sex territory. After all, the other party's offer was too generous. However, before the Duan clan could speak to Guolin, the saint from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, an old man from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion appeared and stopped them. Guolin, you brat! How dare you trespass into our territory? A powerful voice echoed throughout the Duan clan's estate. The owner of the voice was none other than Meng Han. He had rushed over here with Xianxia. He sounded extremely hostile when he spoke, and he extended his divine consciousness from a distance, pressuring Guolin. Guolin greets Elder Meng. Guolin quickly said, shocked. He had been focused on luring the Duan clan to the Azure Cloud Saint sect, hoping to ingratiate himself with Duan Tian. He did not expect Meng Han would personally come to stop him. Initially, Guolin did not think that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would care if the Duan clan moved away. After all, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion now had a level 7 supreme powerhouse. In his opinion, the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion might not care to establish a relationship with Duan Tian through a clan that did not even have a demi-saint. After all, he paid great attention to this matter because the Azure Cloud Saint sect did not have a level 7 supreme powerhouse yet. Guolin, does little Zhao know you trespass on our territory and undermine our authority? Meng Han asked coldly. Guolin smiled sheepishly and said, Elder Meng, it's an exaggeration to say that I'm undermining the authority of the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion. I'm only here because Lord Duan told me to take care of the Duan clan. I only came to extend an invitation to the clan. If they're not willing, I naturally will not force it. The Duan clan doesn't even have a demi-saint. I'm sure the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't lack such a clan. Right? In the past, Guolin did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Meng Han, let alone now when Meng Han was already a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Meanwhile, some members of the Duan clan who recognized Xianxia finally saw him standing behind Meng Han. Lord Xiao. Seeing Xianxia standing behind Meng Han, coupled with Guolin's words, it was not difficult for them to figure out Meng Han's identity. It did not take long for them to realize that the old man in front of them was the first and only level 7 supreme powerhouse from the outer boundary after the historical gap. The clan leader and the high-ranking officials of the Duan clan were shocked. They did not expect such a venerable figure to come to their clan. Moreover, it seemed like the other party came because of the Azure Cloud Saint Sex invitation. Was it possible that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion wanted them to stay? They did not think it was likely. After all, just like Guolin said, the Duan clan did not even have a demi-saint. Moreover, now that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion had a level 7 supreme powerhouse, it did not need to curry favor with Duan Tian. In any case, they quickly greeted Meng Han when they recovered from their shock. Greetings, Lord Meng. Meng Han smiled amiably and nodded at the members of the Duan clan. However, his expression quickly darkened when he shifted his gaze back to Guolin. He said, What gives you the impression that the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion doesn't care about the Duan clan even if they no longer have a demi-saint? You said that Brother Duan told you to look after the Duan clan? What makes you think Brother Duan didn't say the same thing to me? In fact, Duan Tian did not directly ask Meng Han to look after the Duan clan. Duanling Tian had only asked Xianxia to look after the Duan clan. Guilin smiled wryly when he realized that Meng Han had no intention of letting the Duan clan move. He shook his head and said, "Elder Meng, if you're against it, I'll withdraw the invitation immediately." Then, he looked at the clan leader of the Duan clan and said, "Clan leader Duan, since the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion wants your clan to stay, you should stay. The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion will definitely look after you since Lord Duan has also spoken to Elder Meng. However, if you ever need help from the Azure Cloud Saint sect, please don't hesitate to come to me." After the clan leader of the Duan clan responded, Guilin bade farewell to Meng Han and left. After all, he could not afford to provoke Meng Han. Meng Han turned to look at the members of the Duan clan and smiled amiably as he said, "The Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion can also give you what he promised you. If you need help in the future, you can always look for the person behind me. I'm sure you're all familiar with Xianxia, the palace master of the Golden Dragon Palace." If this had happened before Meng Han sparred with Duanling Tian in the God-defying world, perhaps he would not have cared that Guilin invited the Duan clan to move the Azure Cloud Saint Sect's territory. After all, as a level 7 supreme powerhouse, there was no need for him to curry favor with Duanling Tian through a small clan. However, after Meng Han sparred with Duanling Tian, he found that he was no match for Duanling Tian at all. He was also slightly weaker than Feng Qingyang. In a real battle, even if Feng Qingyang could defeat him, he was confident that he would be able to retreat if necessary without suffering serious injuries. However, in a real battle with Duanling Tian, it would be difficult for him to escape from Duanling Tian without suffering serious injuries. Xianxia was also shocked by Meng Han's reaction. In fact, before he looked for Meng Han, he assumed that Meng Han would not care much if the Duan clan moved away. It was out of his expectations that Meng Han would actually personally intervene and stop the Duan clan from leaving. Meanwhile, the members of the Duan clan quickly expressed their gratitude to Meng Han. "Thank you, Lord Meng." Before Meng Han left, he told Xianxia to stay behind to find out what Guilin had promised the Duan clan since the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion would fulfill the promise. Xianxia's expression was slightly complicated when he looked at the members of the Duan clan. The Duan clan was truly lucky. Although they had lost their demi-saint, they had Duanling Tian, who was their demi-saint's sworn brother. With this, the status of the Duan clan would be even higher than that of when their demi-saint was still alive. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of what happened. A month after he returned to the God-defying world, Kur finally regained consciousness. "Kur!" Duanling Tian quickly entered his little world. Under the divine tree of life, Duanling Tian looked at Kur, who had just opened her eyes. His gaze was filled with love and affection as he looked at her. Time did not leave any traces on Kur. She was still young and beautiful. Her face was still exquisite, and her figure was still captivating. When Kur saw the familiar handsome face in front of her, tears welled up in her eyes immediately. Although her soul was imprisoned all these years, she was not completely unaware of what was happening. She could not move or communicate using her divine consciousness, but she could still sense and hear the outside world. She knew that Duanling Tian left the God-defying world for the outer boundary to search for a way to release her from the soul imprisonment technique. As the young miss of the Xia clan in the divine offering land, she naturally knew how perilous the outer boundary was. "Brother Tian." Kur threw herself into Duanling Tian's arms, overwhelmed by her emotions. Tears flowed from her eyes, staining Duanling Tian's robe. However, he seemed oblivious to it as he held her tightly in his arms and comforted her. "It's all right. From now on, nothing will happen to you ever again. We'll never be apart again. I have the ability to protect you now," Duanling Tian said to reassure Kur, but his eyes were slightly red as well. He thought about the past and how his biggest fear at that time was Kur's soul being destroyed before he was strong enough to get rid of the soul imprisonment technique. The two embraced each other. One continued to cry while the other continued to comfort patiently and gently. A tender smile could be seen on Duanling Tian's face at this moment. Words could not describe how happy he was that Kur finally woke up. He vowed that he would never let her suffer any harm again. At the same time, Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Huaner stood nearby and watched as the two embraced. After a long while, when the two finally separated, they approached Kuer. "Kuer, you're finally awake," Li Fei said. She was initially composed, but looking at Kuer's face again now momentarily transported her back to the past. Tears began to stream down her face as she recalled the hardships Kuer faced. Feng Tianwu also felt distressed for Kuer. Although Huaner did not have much interaction with Kuer, she also felt sorry for Kuer. For a period of time after that, Duanling Tian spent time with the four women. He chatted with them and recounted his time in the outer boundary. He also listened to them. After that, he began to help them cultivate. He had already given Li Fei, Feng Tianwu, and Huaner a supreme powerhouse divinity, so he gave one to Kuer as well. With this, all of his family members now possessed a supreme powerhouse divinity. Duanling Tian's family was now scattered throughout the various realms of gods in the god-defying world. His children were wandering the world, hoping to make a name for themselves like their father. Duanling Tian's parents were cultivating in the Xia clan. Once he confirmed that they had come out of their closed-door cultivation, he brought Kuer to visit them. Li Ro burst into tears as soon as she saw Kuer, while Duanru Feng smiled happily. Duanru Feng even told Duanling Tian to take better care of Kuer. He even joked about disowning Duanling Tian if Duanling Tian failed to protect Kuer, despite knowing he was no match for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian naturally agreed with his father and promised to protect Kuer. Time flew by, and in just a blink of an eye, more than a decade had passed. During this time, Duanling Tian continued to cultivate according to the Void Elder's memories while he stayed with his family. Initially, he planned to break through to the 8th stage of his Sword Dao, but it was not as simple as he had thought it would be. He had more success with the Mastery Dao and Limitless Dao. They were now both at the 6th stage. Although the Void Elder's memories were very clear, there were still many things he had to confirm on his own. On this day, Duanling Tian was sitting cross-legged with the four women in a remote corner of the Xia clan's estate. Suddenly, the wind began to pick up, dispersing the clouds. All of them turned to look at the sky in unison. Congratulations to Lei Hong, a level 6 supreme powerhouse from the sun-bright world. Now that he has overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, he's poised to become the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing world supreme powerhouses and saints. So this is the heavenly text? Kuer had heard about the heavenly text, and she knew that the first heavenly text appeared to announce Duanling Tian's success in being the first person to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation after the historical gap. Li Fei looked at Duanling Tian and asked, "The sun-bright world is one of the 3 upper worlds, right?" Li Fei had spent almost all her time with Duanling Tian after he returned. He had briefly spoken about the 3 upper worlds in the past and did not go into details. "That's right," Duanling Tian replied. He did not know much about the 3 upper worlds, but he remembered the sun-bright world because Xiao Mubai had mentioned it before. Lei Hong. Duanling Tian thought the name sounded familiar. After a while, he finally remembered why the name was familiar. According to Xiao Mubai, after Duanling Tian successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation and left the god-defying world, a group of world supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds and a few of the middle worlds banded together and demanded the god-defying world to hand Duanling Tian over to them. They threatened to destroy the god-defying world if their demand was not met. One of the leaders of these world supreme powerhouses was Lei Hong from the sun-bright world. In the end, all of them left, worried that Duanling Tian might seek revenge from them after his breakthrough. Wait, Old Meng mentioned Lei Hong as well during his last visit. Duanling Tian recalled that Meng Han had also mentioned Lei Hong when Meng Han visited the god-defying world after he became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Lei Hong was the 3rd person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda. For this reason, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10% for him, and he successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. I didn't expect Lei Hong to be able to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation so quickly without a 4th Heaven Protection Talisman. Meng Han and Duanling Tian had spoken about how terrifying the fatal heavenly tribulation was for level 6 supreme powerhouses. According to Meng Han, He likely would not have survived the fatal heavenly tribulation if it was not for the fourth heaven protection talisman. Even with the fourth heaven protection talisman, he still suffered some injuries. It was only after he had broken through that he managed to heal his injuries with his new vital energy. Fortunately, the injuries were not very severe. Lei Hong from the sun-bright world only managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation several decades after he obtained the heaven protection talisman. With this, one could imagine how powerful the fatal heavenly tribulation was. It seems like Meng Han was bragging previously, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Previously, when Meng Han mentioned Lei Hong from the sun-bright world and Fang Yifan from the transcendence world, he had claimed that the duo was among the strongest from the three upper worlds. He also implied that his strength was on par with theirs. However, considering how difficult it was for Meng Han to pass the fatal heavenly tribulation, the fact that Lei Hong successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation without an additional heaven protection talisman meant that Lei Hong was likely stronger than Meng Han. Lei Hong is so strong? The four women next to Duan Ling Tian were amazed after they listened to Duan Ling Tian. They also did not expect Lei Hong to successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, they were not worried about Duan Ling Tian. They knew that he was now the strongest even among level 7 supreme powerhouses. After all, he had a very high comprehension of 3 out of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. When he used the 3 Daos at once, no one was a match for him. Needless to say, the heavenly text stirred up a commotion in the God-defying world. Xiaomu Bai and a few others quickly gathered, and a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Lei Hong is not to be underestimated, one of them said solemnly. Indeed, Xiaomu Bai said with a nod. When Lord Duan overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation, the world's supreme powerhouses from the 3 upper worlds threatened us, and Lei Hong was the most arrogant among them all. Lei Hong's arrogance left a deep impression on Xiaomu Bai. Moreover, when his father was alive, he had heard about Lei Hong from his father as well. It was said that Lei Hong had a quick temper and often injured and killed people in a fit of rage. Lei Hong was known to be the most belligerent world's supreme powerhouse in the 3 upper worlds. Another supreme powerhouse said with a dark expression, I didn't expect Meng Han to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse in just a decade. With the arrival of a new level 7 supreme powerhouse, the God-defying world's unrivaled status was slowly diminishing. The God-defying world was still the most fearsome world now since they had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses. However, what about the future? Just the sun-bright world alone had a few world supreme powerhouses on par with Lei Hong before his breakthrough. If Lei Hong could overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, it would not be difficult for them to do so as well. On the other hand, the others in the God-defying world were not worried about Lei Hong's breakthrough. In their opinion, the God-defying world was still the strongest since it had 2 level 7 supreme powerhouses. All of a sudden, look! Lei Hong has successfully broken through. Xiaomu Bai looked up, and his expression was extremely grim. Another heavenly text appeared. Congratulations to Lei Hong from the sun-bright world on breaking through and becoming the 4th level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap, surpassing world supreme powerhouses and saints. Needless to say, the appearance of another level 7 supreme powerhouse shocked everyone in the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. At the same time, the various forces in the sun-bright world were in an uproar. Lei Hong actually broke through. He managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation even without an additional heaven protection talisman. It seems like I have a chance as well. In a vast and scenic valley in the sun-bright world, an old man was sitting cross-legged in the air above a small waterfall. His expression was solemn as he looked at the heavenly text in the sky. The old man was a world supreme powerhouse in the sun-bright world who was on par with Lei Hong. They had sparred a few times before, and each of the fights ended in a draw. As such, he was very confident about his strength. Previously, his confidence had suffered a blow when Lei Hong successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman in the Heaven Traversing Pagoda while he failed. However, he recovered when he later learned from Meng Han that the first few people who entered the Heaven Traversing Pagoda had the difficulty of the tests reduced. Lei Hong was the 3rd person to enter the Heaven Traversing Pagoda. As such, the difficulty of the tests was reduced by 10%. In his opinion, he would have successfully obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman during his first attempt as well if the difficulty of the tests was reduced for him. I was too reckless previously. The old man sighed and shook his head as he checked his internal injuries. Although the injuries aren't severe, it'll take more than 100 years for them to fully heal. Now that I have a certain understanding of the tests in the pagoda, even if the tests are different, the essence will still be the same. I was very close to success previously. With my experience, I'll be able to successfully obtain the talisman when I enter the pagoda after recovering from my injuries. The old man muttered to himself, sounding rather confident at the end of his words. Meanwhile, a group of world supreme powerhouses from the three upper worlds who were on par with Lei Hong were also waiting for their injuries to heal before entering the heaven-traversing pagoda again to obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman. After that, they would do their best to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Apart from that, after learning about Lei Hong's breakthrough, many weaker world supreme powerhouses were even more determined to grow stronger so they could obtain the Heaven Protection Talisman first. Even the saints in the outer boundary grew restless when they learned about Lei Hong's breakthrough. However, the most restless of them all was Fang Yifan from the Transcendence world. After all, he had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman a little earlier than Lei Hong. He had been preparing for the next step, but he was still uncertain about facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. Previously, after returning from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion, Fang Yifan also deeply realized how dangerous the fatal heavenly tribulation was. Even if he had obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman, it did not mean that his success was guaranteed. For this reason, he was not in a rush and spent his time making preparations. After a while, although he was adequately prepared, he still did not dare to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. That was why he decided to wait for Lei Hong to make a move first. If Lei Hong failed, he would continue to raise his strength and confidence before he faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. Nonetheless, he was still surprised by Lei Hong's success. Currently, Lei Hong had already surpassed him and became the fourth person to enter the realm of level 7 supreme powerhouses, which he yearned for after the historical gap. I'm not inferior to Lei Hong. Since he succeeded, there's no reason for me to fail. I'll find a place and face the fatal heavenly tribulation in a few months. Fang Yifan thought to himself as his eyes shone with anticipation. His blood began to boil again as though he had returned to the past when he was filled with passion and enthusiasm. However, as time passed, his courage had also been whittled down. He was no longer willing to take risks like the younger generation. Lei Hong was at least 10,000 years younger than Fang Yifan, and was considered young among the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Initially, Fang Yifan planned to visit Lei Hong in the Sunbright world to learn about his experience. However, he could not put his pride away to do so. After all, he did think he was inferior to Lei Hong at all. In the end, he dismissed the idea and prepared to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. In the Sunbright world, members of the force Lei Hong belonged to were waiting for his return after his breakthrough. However, after waiting for a long time, they still did not see Lei Hong. What's taking so long? Why hasn't junior brother Lei Hong returned? I remember hearing from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion that Lord Meng was injured after facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, he fully recovered after his breakthrough. Even if junior nephew Lei Hong is injured, he should have recovered and returned by now, right? Suddenly, one person said worriedly, "Don't tell me those three people found senior brother Lei Hong and attacked him?" After all, senior brother Lei Hong was quite overbearing in the past. He stood at the forefront when everyone was threatening the God-defying world. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the other supreme powerhouses changed. That's unlikely, right? Although junior nephew Lei Hong took the lead to threaten the God-defying world, ultimately, he didn't do anything. I don't think so. Before he left, I heard junior brother Lei Hong say that he'd find a secluded place to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Just like Lord Meng, he was confident about staying hidden. I don't think those three found him. That's right. Moreover, senior brother Lei Hong traveled through space. Even if those three were following him, it would be difficult for them to keep up with him. Not only that, but it's impossible for senior brother Lei Hong not to notice their presence if they came too close. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. I have Lei Hong's soul card. It's intact, and there's no abnormality. This means he's not in any danger. Lei Hong was unaware that his elders and fellow disciples were worried about him. At this moment, he was recovering from his injuries in a small world. He had left the place he had faced the fatal heavenly tribulation, where he had set up a formation to hide the commotion, and came to this place to heal his injuries. He did not dare to return before his injuries were completely healed. Thanks to his new vital energy, most of his injuries were already almost healed. However, it would take some time for him to fully recover due to how severe the injuries were. It had to be said that even with his injuries now, he was capable of defeating 10 people who were on par with him in the past. However, he still had to guard against the other 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses. After all, he was definitely no match for 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses. There was only one outcome if he faced them: death. For this reason, he did not dare to leave until he was fully recovered. At this rate, even with my new vital energy, it'll take a few decades for my injuries to fully heal. Although Lei Hong had successfully overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation, fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled how dangerous it was at that time. He had nearly lost his life. If he was slightly unlucky, he would have died. No wonder old Meng looked frightened when he spoke about the fatal heavenly tribulation and said that he wouldn't have succeeded without the 4th heaven protection talisman. After learning about Meng Han's experience, Lei Hong felt the pressure on him grow. He even wondered if he would survive the fatal heavenly tribulation countless times. His expression eased when he thought about how he managed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation with only 3 heaven protection talismans, and the corners of his lips could not help but rise. Let's see who else can overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation with just 3 heaven protection talismans. Lei Hong thought to himself as a smug smile appeared on his face. However, the smug smile on his face soon vanished when 2 names flashed in his mind. The duo did not even use Heaven Protection Talisman to face the fatal heavenly tribulation and became level 7 supreme powerhouses. Although Lei Hong's breakthrough shocked the myriad worlds and the outer boundary, this was just a minor episode in Duanling Tian's eye. Life was peaceful and comfortable now for him, and he was just enjoying his time with his family. On this day, he heard that his 3 little friends, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, had come to the divine offering land after learning that it was now owned by Duanling Tian. He quickly brought the 4 women with him to meet them. The trio had now grown up into a young man and 2 beautiful women. Needless to say, they were very excited to see Duanling Tian again. After all, after growing together from their time in the mundane realm, they were no different from siblings. Duanling Tian asked about their plan and asked if they wanted to cultivate in his little world. However, the trio chose to stay in the divine offering land since it was more lively. Apart from Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold preferred it when things were lively. What Duanling Tian did not expect was that after the 3 little ones decided to wander the divine offering land and cultivate, the 4 women also decided to wander the divine offering land after staying with him for a period of time. According to them, even if they might not be able to help him much no matter how strong they became, they did not want to become a burden to him. Duanling Tian knew the 4 women had discussed the matter, so he did not stop them. He only gave them jade tokens and told them to crush them if their lives were in danger. If they crushed the jade token, he would be able to locate them and go to them immediately. When the 4 women left, decades had passed since Lei Hong's breakthrough. During this time, there was no new level 7 supreme powerhouse. In the sun-bright realm, the members of the force that Lei Hong belonged to had been waiting for his return all this time. If Lei Hong's soul pearl was not intact, they would have thought that something had happened to him. On this day, Lei Hong finally returned, causing a huge commotion. Senior brother Lei Hong, why did you only return now? Many people were naturally curious as to why it took Lei Hong such a long time to return. Lei Hong explained his absence to them. He told them that he found a place to recuperate and only returned after he was completely healed so that he could protect himself in case he ran into those 3 people. After that, Lei Hong frowned slightly as he asked a few of his fellow disciples. Fang Yifan hasn't faced the fatal heavenly tribulation up until now? Based on his understanding of Fang Yifan, he was certain Fang Yifan definitely would not be able to hold back after learning about his breakthrough. He had assumed Fang Yifan had already faced the fatal heavenly tribulation. Lei Hong's frown deepened as he glanced at Fang Yifan's soul pearl inside his spatial ring. We don't know. Everyone shook their heads when they heard Lei Hong's question. They naturally were unaware of the whereabouts or thoughts of the world's supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world who also obtained the Heaven Protection Talisman. It seems like he managed to restrain himself, Lei Hong said as he shook his head. His eyes glinted coldly as he continued to say, I plan to kill all those world's supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world who were on par with me in the past. After all, they're all very likely to become level 7 supreme powerhouses in the future. With each one I kill, there'll be one fewer competitor for me. Lei Hong had never been a kind person. If he were in Feng Qingyang's shoes, he would have encouraged Duanling Tian to kill all the saints and world supreme powerhouses while he guarded the heaven-traversing pagoda. Without waiting for the people in front of him to respond, Lei Hong left again without saying anything. He did not see a point in telling them his plan or where he was going. With his strength now, he could easily kill the others without any help. In fact, bringing people with him would only be a burden to him. Old Shui. Lei Hong's first stop was the Shui clan, one of the top clans in the sun-bright world that was located close to his sect, the Xianxia Saint sect. There were 2 world supreme powerhouses in the Shui clan, and one of them, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past, was Lei Hong's target this time. Apart from that, there were no fewer than 10 imminent world supreme powerhouses in the Shui clan. With his speed, it did not take long before Lei Hong arrived near the Shui clan's estate. His divine consciousness swept out domineeringly, searching every corner of the Shui clan's estate for his old rival. He's not here. Lei Hong frowned when he discovered that his target was not around. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a figure rose into the sky from the Shui clan estate. A burst of light flashed before the figure flew over to Lei Hong in just a blink of an eye. He naturally sensed Lei Hong's domineering divine consciousness earlier. At this moment, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Lei Hong and said, Congratulations on becoming the first level 7 supreme powerhouse of the sun-bright world, Brother Lei. This person was from the same generation as Lei Hong, and he was also among the top geniuses of that generation like Lei Hong. Perhaps, without Lei Hong, he would have been the top genius of that generation. He had lamented his situation countless times and wondered when he would be able to catch up to Lei Hong. Shui Zhu. Shui isn't in the clan? Lei Hong asked without beating around the bush. Lei Hong had come for Shui, the strongest person in the Shui clan, not the person in front of him whom he had long surpassed. In the past, he did not pay attention to Shui Zhu, let alone now that he had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. He planned to destroy the Shui clan after he killed Shui. He could not destroy the clan before killing Shui. After all, if he failed to kill Shui, and Shui became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, Shui would likely target the Xianxia Saint sect. Brother Lei, after coming out of the heaven-traversing pagoda, the ancestor returned to the clan for a while before he left again, Shui Zhu replied. Do you know where he went? Lei Hong asked. No, Shui Zhu said as he shook his head. However, inwardly he was sneering. He was naturally lying to Lei Hong. The ancestor of the Shui clan had left the clan decades ago after learning that Lei Hong had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. As one of the top powerhouses in the sun-bright world, he knew Lei Hong very well, and he could guess what Lei Hong would do after Lei Hong returned. As such, he left very quickly. Otherwise, if Lei Hong killed him, the Shui clan would also fall. He knew that as long as Lei Hong did not kill him first, Lei Hong would not destroy the Shui clan. It was just like how they, the overlords of the sun-bright realm, and the other overlords of the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds wanted to kill Duanling Tian after he overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, they did not dare to make a move against the god-defying world until they killed Duanling Tian. After all, they were worried about being targeted by Duanling Tian after his breakthrough. Sly fox! Lei Hong cursed inwardly. but he was not very surprised. Before coming, he was already prepared for this. I wonder if the others ran away as well? Lei Hong wondered inwardly as he left without saying another word. Lei Hong visited the forces of the world's supreme powerhouses in the sun-bright world who used to be on par with him. As expected, all of them had left. Not only that, but when he visited forces with only one world supreme powerhouse, he discovered that those world supreme powerhouses had left as well. They're all gone. Lei Hong attempted to find the world's supreme powerhouses but failed again and again. His expression was naturally unsightly. He did not expect all of them to guard against him. Do all of you fear me this much? Back when Feng Qingyang became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, none of you acted like this. Lei Hong cursed inwardly. At this time, it seemed like Lei Hong had completely forgotten that when Feng Qingyang was the only level 7 supreme powerhouse in the world, Feng Qingyang only guarded the heaven-traversing pagoda and prevented them from entering. Feng Qingyang did not kill indiscriminately. Even when Meng Han from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion became a level 7 supreme powerhouse, not many saints went into hiding. The ones who did were only those who had enmity with Meng Han in the past. After all, Meng Han had quite a good reputation in the outer boundary. As for Lei Hong, he was notorious not only for his bad temper but also for his viciousness. They all ran away too? Lei Hong left the sun-bright world in a fit of rage and went to the Transcendence world and the Primordial world, which were two of the three upper worlds. However, he soon discovered that the world's supreme powerhouses in those two worlds also guarded against him. Apart from a few forces with more than two world supreme powerhouses where one world supreme powerhouse would stay behind like Xuezhu from the Xue clan, no world supreme powerhouse stayed in their respective forces at all. All of them went into hiding after learning that Lei Hong had become a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Damn it! Everyone is avoiding me. Am I so unreasonable in their eyes? Lei Hong fumed inwardly. After that, Lei Hong turned his attention to the 18 middle worlds. To be precise, he turned his attention to 17 out of the 18 middle worlds. He naturally did not dare to provoke the god-defying world that had two level 7 supreme powerhouses. After visiting the 17 worlds, he soon discovered that everyone was also conveniently absent from their respective forces. In the end, Lei Hong could only return to the Cyan Swan Saint sect in the sun-bright world, feeling frustrated. Not long after Lei Hong returned to the sun-bright world, the world's supreme powerhouses in hiding soon received news of Lei Hong's visit. All of them rejoiced at their foresight. Fortunately, we left early. That Lei Hong is really inhumane. Now that he's broken through, he wants to get rid of us. Seeing that Lei Hong didn't return after so long, I almost returned a few years ago. Fortunately, I didn't do so. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died. What's wrong with Lei Hong? He waited decades after his breakthrough before he came looking for us. He must have been injured by the fatal heavenly tribulation and took decades to recover. Somewhere in the transcendence world that was shrouded in mist, which gave the place an ethereal quality. A scoff rang in the air as a figure walked out of the mist. If Lei Hong was present, he would recognize the figure immediately. The other party was none other than Fang Yiyan, the strongest world supreme powerhouse in the transcendence world who obtained the heaven protection talisman earlier than Lei Hong did. Lei Hong, you want to kill me? It seems like you're very confident after becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse. After so many years of preparation, it's finally time for me to take the next step and face the fatal heavenly tribulation. Fang Yifan took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. He did not waste time and quickly found a small world. After setting up concealing formations, he prepared to face the fatal heavenly tribulation. After overcoming it, he would become a level 7 supreme powerhouse as well, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lei Hong once again. At that time, Lei Hong would not dare to think about killing him again. In the god-defying world, Duan Ling Tian continued to live a leisurely and comfortable life. He would chat and drink tea with Xiaomu Bai occasionally, chatting about the myriad worlds and the outer boundary. Today was one of those days. Some time ago, Lei Hong searched the forces in the three upper worlds to kill the world's supreme powerhouses, so he would have fewer competitors in the future. Xiao Mubai said. He's so cruel? Duan Lingtian was surprised. In truth, this thought crossed his mind briefly before he dismissed it. After all, he did not think it was necessary. He was not afraid of people catching up to him. Similarly, his master was also not afraid of competition. After his master broke through, his master did not kill any saint or world supreme powerhouses at all. That's right. Fortunately, those world supreme powerhouses in the three upper worlds know about his vicious nature, so all of them went into hiding after his breakthrough. Xiao Mubai said with a smile. Later, he went to 17 middle worlds, leaving the god-defying world alone. Similarly, he couldn't find the world's supreme powerhouses. They either went into hiding or the world, similar to ours, lied about having a world supreme powerhouse. Before Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang rose to power, the god-defying world had no world supreme powerhouse. However, Xiao Mubai and the others kept up the pretense that Xiao Mubai's father, a world supreme powerhouse, was still alive. This was to prevent others from attacking the god-defying world. After all, the lower worlds and the middle worlds without world supreme powerhouses were conquered by the upper three worlds and forced to serve them. The upper three worlds would forcefully extract the world's realm energy to fortify their respective worlds. He didn't go to the outer boundary? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. I don't think so. Xiao Mubai shook his head and said, Lei Hong's reputation is not only bad in the myriad worlds, but it's bad even in the outer boundary. In my opinion, the saints in the outer boundary have probably gone into hiding as well. That aside, Lei Hong won't dare to go to the outer boundary recklessly. After all, Lord Menghan is in the outer boundary. With Lord Menghan's presence, Lei Hong won't dare to recklessly attack the saints in the outer boundary. Duan Lingtian nodded. A few days had just passed when Xiao Mubai came to look for Duan Lingtian again. I just received news that Fang Yifan, the strongest world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world, is dead, Xiao Mubai said solemnly. This was not the first time Duan Lingtian heard about Fang Yifan. He knew that Fang Yifan was the second person to enter the heaven-traversing pagoda and obtain the heaven protection talisman before Lei Hong did. Did he die during the fatal heavenly tribulation? Duan Lingtian asked. Most likely, Xiao Mubai said with a nod. It's unlikely that he'd be found by Lei Hong. After preparing for such a long time, he should have been facing the fatal heavenly tribulation. I heard this news from a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. He discovered that Fang Yifan's soul pearl had shattered. It was normal for world supreme powerhouses to possess each other's soul pearls to facilitate communication. Once a soul pearl shattered, it meant that the owner of the soul pearl was dead. Although Xiao Mubai was only an imminent world supreme powerhouse, he was the face of the god-defying world. He was usually responsible for liaising with powerhouses from the outer boundary and the myriad worlds. The world supreme powerhouses and saints from the myriad worlds and outer boundary could not easily contact Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. However, they really wanted to form a good relationship with the duo. As such, they would look for Xiao Mubai when they visited the god-defying world. Although they were stronger than Xiao Mubai, they treated him courteously like an equal without any arrogance. In their opinion, having a good relationship with Xiao Mubai and the god-defying world was part of forming a good relationship with Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. As the lord of the god-defying world, there was no doubt in their minds that Xiao Mubai was familiar with Duan Lingtian Feng Qingyang. In their opinion, there was no harm in befriending Xiao Mubai at all. For this reason, as soon as news spread about Fang Yifan's death in the Transcendence world, a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world came to the god-defying world to share the news with Xiao Mubai. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up after listening to Xiao Mubai's words. He said, It seems like even with 3 heaven protection talismans, it's still not easy to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation. Indeed, Xiao Mubai said with a sigh. A complicated expression could be seen on his face at this moment. Back then, when Menghan from the Jade-Tide Heavenly Mansion overcame the Saint's fatal heavenly tribulation and became the 3rd level 7 supreme powerhouse after Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, Xiao Mubai felt that he had a chance in becoming a level 7 supreme powerhouse after he became a world supreme powerhouse and obtained the heaven protection talisman from the heaven traversing pagoda. However, When Xiaomubai found out that Meng Hang was rewarded with an additional heaven protection talisman, which contributed greatly to his success, his anticipation and excitement vanished immediately. The flames of motivation that had just risen in the depths of his heart were also immediately extinguished. However, when Lei Hong from the sun-bright world successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation, Xiaomubai saw a ray of hope again. Alas, it seemed like heaven was playing a joke on him. After Lei Hong, no one successfully overcame the fatal heavenly tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Xiaomubai was dealt another blow when he received news of the death of Fang Yifan from the Transcendence world, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past. I heard that Lei Hong only returned decades after his breakthrough. It seems like even his new vital energy could not completely heal his injuries in a short time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden for so long, Duan Ling Tian said. After hearing about Fang Yifan's death due to the fatal heavenly tribulation, it was not hard for him to come to this conclusion. That's right. Lei Hong must have survived the fatal heavenly tribulation by a hair's breadth, Xiaomubai said, nodding in agreement. Xiaomubai also knew that Meng Han was injured by the fatal heavenly tribulation. However, thanks to 4 heaven protection talismans, his injuries were not serious. After his vital energy changed, he was able to heal his injuries in a short time. Duan Ling Tian naturally knew about this as well since Meng Han came to spar with him shortly after his breakthrough. In the Transcendence world, a silent and gloomy atmosphere shrouded Fang Yifan's sect. The sect was the first to find out about his death. As soon as he died, someone from the sect discovered his shattered soul pearl and confirmed his death. When the news reached the ears of the otherworld's supreme powerhouse in the sect, he broke down in tears. After all, Fang Yifan was his disciple. Fang Yifan was a prodigy and had long surpassed him. Unexpectedly, Fang Yifan would leave before him. After grieving, he forced himself to calm down. He quickly dealt with a few matters in the sect before he left the sect in a hurry. Now that Fang Yifan was dead, he no longer dared to stay in the sect. Previously, Lei Hong had visited the sect, and he had received Lei Hong. Although Lei Hong was friendly, he could sense Lei Hong's killing intent. It was only when he told Lei Hong that his disciple was not in the sect that Lei Hong's killing intent vanished. He knew that it was very likely that Lei Hong would return as soon as Lei Hong found out about Fang Yifan's death. This time, Lei Hong definitely would have no qualms about killing him and destroying the sect. After all, previously, Lei Hong was afraid that Fang Yifan would successfully become a level 7 supreme powerhouse and seek revenge from him. Now that Fang Yifan died, Lei Hong no longer had anything to fear. Among the 2 world supreme powerhouses of the sect, one died, and the other went into hiding. This unsurprisingly caused a huge commotion in the sect. How could this have happened? Why? That's right. Lei Hong from the Xianxia Saint sect overcame the fatal heaven tribulation and became a level 7 supreme powerhouse. Why did Patriarch Fang, who was on par with him, fail? Is it possible that Lei Hong killed Patriarch Fang? I think that's possible. After all, Lei Hong frequently looked for Patriarch Fang to spar with in the past, and their fights always ended in a draw. There's no reason why Lei Hong survived the fatal heavenly tribulation but Patriarch Fang did not. The sect was in a mess after Fang Yifan's death. Not long after, they began to make preparations for his funeral. During the funeral, many top forces from the Transcendence world came to offer their condolences. The news quickly spread to the other 2 upper worlds, the Sun-Bright world and the Primordial world. As such, Lei Hong was also in attendance at the funeral. He was naturally delighted when he found out about Fang Yifan's death. He thought to himself, feeling slightly regretful. What a pity Fang Yifan's master has left. Otherwise, I'd kill him after everyone leaves. I really didn't expect Fang Yifan to be killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, I would have killed his master when I visited previously. During the funeral in the Transcendence world where many powerhouses from the upper 3 worlds gathered, the news of Fang Yifan's death finally spread to the outer boundary and the 18 middle worlds. Everyone was naturally shocked and frightened. Fang Yifan, the top world supreme powerhouse in the Transcendence world, failed to overcome the fatal heavenly tribulation? Fang Yifan, who's comparable to the strongest saints in the outer boundary, is dead? More than 60 years ago, Lei Hong successfully passed the fatal heaven tribulation and became the fourth level 7 supreme powerhouse after the historical gap. This served as a great motivation for the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds and even the saints in the outer boundary. They felt that perhaps it would not be difficult to become a level 7 supreme powerhouse since another person had done it. Alas, now that Fang Yifan, who was on par with Lei Hong in the past, was killed by the fatal heavenly tribulation, the confidence suffered a huge blow. The world's supreme powerhouses in the 18 middle realms naturally did not dare to go to the Transcendence world to attend the funeral, afraid that Lei Hong would kill them. Even saints from the outer boundary did not dare to go there. Only those who had a good relationship with Meng Han dared to go there since Meng Han was with them. Meng Han had been surprised as well when he found out about Fang Yifan's death. However, when he recalled how fierce the fatal heavenly tribulation he faced was, he no longer thought it was surprising. It could be said that luck also played a part in Lei Hong successfully overcoming the fatal heavenly tribulation. Lei Hong was missing for more than 60 years after his breakthrough before he finally returned to his sect. He must have been severely injured, Meng Han thought to himself. At this time, Meng Han and a few saints from the outer boundary finally arrived at the Profound Law heavenly sect in the Transcendence world, to which Fang Yifan belonged. When Meng Han arrived, many people from the upper three worlds had already left. He did not see Lei Hong as well. However, with a quick sweep of his divine consciousness, he found Lei Hong hiding in the dark. Is he lying in wait for the others? Meng Han frowned slightly. In his opinion, Lei Hong was too narrow-minded. He had naturally heard about Lei Hong's visits to the 3 upper worlds and the 18 middle worlds and Lei Hong's intention to kill the world's supreme powerhouses there to eliminate the competition. For this reason, he even went to the Sun-Bright world to warn Lei Hong not to make a move against the saints in the outer boundary. In fact, Meng Han was under a lot of pressure. He was the only level supreme powerhouse in the outer boundary, but there were already 3 level 7 supreme powerhouses in the myriad worlds. Meng Han trusted the character of Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang from the God-defying world. But what if another level 7 supreme powerhouse as vicious as Lei Hong appeared in the myriad worlds? If Lei Hong joined forces with such a person, how could he resist? He would likely have to seek help from Duanling Tian at that time. A disciple of the Profound Law heavenly sect led Meng Han and the group of saints to a simple mourning hall that had just been set up for Fang Yifan. My condolences! Meng Han remained calm, but the expressions of the saints who followed him here turned grim immediately. At this moment, they could no longer deny that Fang Yifan was dead. Everyone also knew the reason for the absence of Fang Yifan's master at this time. It was clear that his master was worried about Lei Hong killing him and destroying the Profound Law heavenly sect. Alas, if Fang Yifan did not die, he would not have to go into hiding. Swoosh! 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 At this time, a few figures appeared near the Profound Law heavenly sect. 2 young men stood at the lead while a young man and an old man stood behind them. The young men were none other than Duanling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mu Bai. As for the old man, he was Xiao Mu Bai's friend, a world supreme powerhouse from the Transcendence world. He was also the one who brought the news of Fang Yifan's death to Xiao Mu Bai. Since Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang did not know the way to the Profound Law heavenly sect, they followed Xiao Mu Bai, who had acquaintances here, to this place. Lord Duan, Lord Feng, the Profound Law heavenly sect is up ahead. The old man standing next to Xiao Mu Bai said. Duanling Tian and Feng Qingyang nodded slightly in response. Following that, their expressions changed imperceptibly when they extended their divine consciousness. They exchanged a look before they looked in one specific direction. It seems that Lei Hong still hasn't given up on killing world supreme powerhouses, Feng Qingyang said. He had also heard about Lei Hong's actions a while ago. Now that he found the other party hiding in the dark, it was not difficult to guess the other party's intention at all. The old man said, the world's supreme powerhouses in the myriad world are all afraid of Lei Hong now. Even Fang Yifan's master, a world supreme powerhouse, went into hiding shortly after confirming Fang Yifan's death. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A disdainful expression could be seen on his face at this moment. After that, they continued to make their way to the Profound Law Heavenly Sect. Just as they were about to enter the Profound Law Sect, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang suddenly stopped in their tracks as though they had sensed something. Xiao Mu Bai and the old man stopped walking as well and looked at the duo curiously. In the next moment, a domineering divine consciousness swept out. It avoided Duan Ling Tian, Feng Qingyang, and Xiao Mu Bai, heading straight for the old man. The old man's expression changed drastically. Lord Duan, Lord Feng, it's Lei Hong. He's going to kill me. Please help me. After all, I led you here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here. The old man pleaded, panicking. The old man did not expect Lei Hong to be hiding here. Most importantly, he did not expect Lei Hong would be so bold as to make a move with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang around. Was it because Lei Hong knew Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang would not help him? Xiao Mu Bai was very familiar with Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang's character after all. He quickly said through voice transmission to reassure the old man, "Don't worry. The two lords won't just stand aside and do nothing." Upon hearing this, the old man finally sighed in relief, and his expression eased. A gust of wind blew past, and a burly middle-aged man appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang. It was none other than Lei Hong. An obviously hypocritical smile could be seen on his face as he cupped his fists together at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Qingyang and greeted them. "I'm Lei Hong. Brother Feng, we've met once in the past. This must be Brother Duan, right?" Feng Qingyang nodded slightly, but Duan Ling Tian only glanced at Lei Hong briefly before ignoring him. Lei Hong's smile froze immediately. However, he quickly calmed down. He looked at Duan Ling Tian for a moment before he shifted his attention to the old man. Then he said to Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian, and Xiao Mu Bai, "That old man is an enemy of mine. Do you think you can hand him over to me? Consider this a favor to me." Although the old man was relieved after Xiao Mu Bai's reminder, he panicked again when he heard Lei Hong's words. At the same time, he looked at the backs of the two people in front of him hopefully. Not far away, a few people who were just about to leave saw what was happening and came over to watch the show.